Yep.
I like that you know me for 4 years. Welcome to the live stream of World's Toughest Murder 2025 here at Belvoir Castle with the OCR report. I am Francesca Chiarando and I am joined by
Will Hicks.
Will Hicks.
Of the OCR report. Super excited.
Will Hicks with all the tricks.
I only got like one or two, but they're good ones. Very excited. Firefly is opening in 3 minutes. This is the first obstacle with fire in maybe ever. So I wasn't at the 2 races in New Jersey. I need to talk with some guys who were there and verify if there was or was not fire in New Jersey. But I know we didn't have it in Vegas. I know it hasn't been anything since 2014. So this is great. I am excited to see it as dark hits and we see the flame. Now, how do you complete Firefly? We're going to see the athletes do it. But you can see there's 3 stands, 3 bells. All you have to do to finish Firefly is hit the bell. That's it. You have to fly, hit that bell. We could call it Bellfly. Except, plot twist, there's fire in between you and that bell. Firefly. And if you think, oh, my socks might catch on fire.
Maybe they will.
Probably.
Well, listen, I was talking to Kate about this and I was like, you've done your due diligence. You've got health and safety down.
Awesome.
Hey! But you're a dirty boy. Thank you. Spider.
The good thing about the UK is that you know everyone here.
Yeah. Whether that's a good or bad thing, I don't know.
You said you were talking to Kate.
Yeah, I was talking to Kate about Firefly, and I was saying that you've done your due diligence, right? It's a pretty dangerous obstacle. But listen, if somebody catches on fire, it doesn't really matter because there's water. So that was Paul Brenton just past me, otherwise known as Spider. Got a little bit distracted saying hi, and there he is, lap 5 finish.
So welcome back to the new stream. Glad to have you here. We have Firefly opening in 1 minute. You can see Team HQ staff has it ready, prepped to go. And you can actually see even a little audience there across the obstacle ready to watch it happening. If you didn't hear us talking about it, Firefly has a bell. All you got to do is hit that bell. Easy enough.
They should be opening round about now, as well as Chunky Monkey.
8 p.m. So here we go. Let's see some athletes. The next athletes to come up to Firefly will not get to pass it. They are doing it. All right, Fran, you doing Firefly? You taking the penalty?
I'm going to attempt it.
Now, if you don't hit that bell, you attempt it, but you don't hit the bell, you take the penalty.
Mm-hmm.
This question I have, I didn't think to ask the race directors is, can you take the penalty without attempting to hit the bell? You can.
Yeah, I think, because think B Wood. She's not going to be able to get up the step ladder in her chair.
No,
so
you're right.
There's got to be an option to not take it. And some people will just be so terrified of heights that it's...
It's only 8 feet tall.
So? You're saying that people shouldn't be scared? Or they're not going to be scared?
I would say the thing to be scared of is the fire.
Well, maybe different people have different fears.
No one's ever gotten hurt from falling 8 feet.
It's not about getting hurt. It's about being scared.
No one's ever gotten hurt from a little fire.
They have, actually.
What am I going to tell my kids when I say don't play with fire? And they're like, yeah, Dad, I heard about Firefly.
And they'll say, listen, Dad.
That sounded fun.
You said nobody ever got hurt from a little fire.
There we go.
Woo!
Nice. Yeah. Success.
Woo!
They're making it look easy. Yes. Yeah, you celebrate, man. You earned it. Well done. Well done. They made it look easy,
They
Fran.
did. Swim.
Hop, skip, and a jump.
So let me say something. It's
Tell me.
26 degrees now.
Okay.
It's considerably.
What is that, like 79?
Oh my god. It's considerably cooler. Going across those fields wet now. How do you think that's going to feel?
Man, 2 hours ago, it would have been the best thing in the world.
Josh Fiore just passed us.
Okay, just so you know, Josh Fiore is locked in.
Oh,
I went up to him when he was doing a pit stop. Josh Fiore is one of the nicest men I've ever met in my life.
Yep.
Not interested in talking to me.
Good.
He's locked in.
I don't want him to talk to me. I want him to do what he needs to do.
Do you know about his bib? The story behind his bib? No. His cousin killed him. So that's here. What's his name? Mike Fiore? Mike Fiore. Just talked with Mike Stefano, one of our media team, host of the Offscoring Adventures podcast. He was talking to Josh on the back of Josh Fiore's bib. It says Mike Fiore. Mike Fiore is Josh's cousin who passed away by suicide this year.
From suicide.
And he is running in honor of Mike. So
that kind of explains why he's so locked in, huh?
He has a little extra focus this year. We've seen him run multiple times, but he's definitely locked in this year.
I was reading a report the other day talking about the connection between physical exercise, sport, and mental health.
Sure.
And actually how much consistent physical effort improves mental health. Tricky thing being...
Okay.
Having the ability to motivate oneself to move when struggling very, very deeply.
I am not a mental health professional. I don't work in the field, but
I do.
I heard something that resonated with me.
Yes.
And that is that depression can't hit a moving target. And I don't know if that's true 100% or not, but I know it's true for me.
Yeah.
That if I move, I'm doing better.
Yeah. I don't agree.
I'm not trying to offer advice. I'm not trying to offer counsel to you or anybody.
I don't agree with that, but I will say that moving does help. There's good evidence. It's backed by evidence that it can help improve. So I love that Josh Fiore is doing this. And also we had somebody speaking earlier about a family member who Mind charity. We'd love to hear more about that. Is America winning the top 10 spots? No.
Oh, that's a good call. Let's do
But it's not.
Are we doing men or women?
Either. Then, South Africa's in second place.
I think it's okay. Yes. So like if we're looking at the top 10 women right now, I see 1, 2, 3 U.S. flags in the top 10, which is fine. It's world's toughest mutter. I am thrilled. First of all, I'm thrilled that there's good U.S. representation. But I'm also there's a lot of non-U.S. U.S. athletes here. We've had it in the U.S. for 14 years, and I'm happy to share World's Toughest Mutter with the world. It's a pleasure. Top 10 men.
Look at this obstacle.
Here we go. 2 guys up there. Okay, so here's the thing about Firefly. Here's the thing about the Cliff in Vegas. Here's the thing about Arctic Enema at every single Tough Mudder course. Hit it. The longer you stare and look at it, it's not getting any easier.
It's not getting easier. You do it.
That fire is not getting any less fiery.
It's the same way that when I used to do Spartan races, and I think you used to get multiple options, because I remember this with the ropes. If you're not doing it the first time, you're not going to make it better the second time. If you don't get it the first time, it's going to be a lot harder to make it the second time.
Got it. Nice. I haven't seen anyone miss yet. Have we seen? Chat in the chat. Let us know. Have you seen anyone miss on this obstacle? It looks so far, but they're making it look easy.
So
there's a miss.
10, 14 minutes. Ruko. And Derbyshire still out. Lap 9, Mudderhorn, last seen just a few minutes ago.
So Rucka and Fiore separating themselves.
A little bit. Oh, wow. I do not like the fire.
Sean the Dart. Fortunately, it's just for a second. And also, let's say, worst case scenario, your socks catch on fire, which they're not. If they did, you're literally jumping into water.
It really doesn't matter.
Team HU had told me they've taken multiple extra safety precautions for this. There's more water. They've extended the catch pool so that because some people are going to get a running start to try and hit. They're not.
Nope. You have 1 step max.
1 step max. Man, I don't know. I'd still do it. That looks like a fun one.
You'd break the rules.
No, I wouldn't get a running start. I am not a rule breaker. Hey,
Mudderhorn.
There we go, Patrick fans. Just for you.
We got your boy.
And he's gone.
That means he'll be coming around the finish line pretty soon. So let's get that finish up. Let's see if we can see him coming through. Actually, let's do that.
We'll take you back to Firefly in a second here.
Let's do that. Let's go both.
Oh, beautiful. Look at that. Look at the technology.
So I love this weekend for many reasons, but one of them is that Jason goes off to do rabbiting and leaves me to push the buttons. And how much do I enjoy
You do enjoy pushing the buttons.
I love
you enjoy pushing
buttons. You can push everyone's buttons. They're like, "Urgh."
Another hit. I'm going to talk with Team HU after this. I wonder what are the odds. So back in the day, there was this kind of system of they would debut. Tough Mudder would debut new obstacles at World's Toughest Mudder, like Block Ness Monster. Obstacles you'd never seen before would show up at World's Toughest Mudder. They would maybe
like roll the dice.
That's right.
In 2015.
That's right. Block Ness Monster was originally called Roll the Dice in 2015. A lot of obstacles that year had Vegas gambly kind of themes.
Mm-hmm.
We were in Las Vegas, second year. But then that obstacle showed up on every Tough Mudder course the next year as Block Ness Monster.
Mm-hmm.
And here, this is actually also fun. Roll the Dice, the first time they had it, exactly the same as Block Ness Monster, except 4 rolling blocks instead of 2. You were in there. It took a minute to get through. So we would see obstacles at World's Toughest Mudder for the first time. And there's your man.
There's your man.
Well done. So I'm curious. One, I'll be curious to see the response to Firefly from the community. Because if we're excited about it, I can't imagine why they wouldn't be excited as well. And also, I'm excited to see if it shows up on courses next year. Now there's
a big build, isn't it?
It is a build, and I am positive there will be some venues that are like not interested in fire. Like there's some venues Spartan can't do a fire jump at, right?
I've never been to one without a fire jump.
Southern California.
Okay, that's different.
There are places where there's or maybe at the time there's high fire danger. It's not 100%, but anyway, I'm curious to see what happens to this obstacle over the next years.
Just waiting for Patrick to show up as having finished the lap.
A little bit of a lag. If you're checking results, following a line via the live results page, a little bit of a lag in completion time to showing up on the page. We are sitting in front of we can see the finish line.
Craig Derbyshire has started lap 10, 6 minutes behind Fiore.
Craig currently in third place, 6 minutes behind Fiore's start time.
So that's top 3 men have 45 miles in the bag, and it is 8:11
p.m.
And the top 2 women have 40 miles in the bag.
Love to see Nicole and Nikki hit that 45, match the guys just started. That's a lot to expect. I'll give them half an hour. No pressure, ladies. You're crushing it.
No pressure.
Men of Mudderhorn, we were out here earlier with them. Some of you might wonder, these guys that are just leaning against the wall, what are they doing? Like, what's their story? Those guys came out here just to help other people do their race. They're called the Men of Mudderhorn. You can see here's a guy, did not use them. It's doable. It's possible, 100%. But over 24 hours, lap after lap after lap, that's going to get tiring. And that's why the Men of Mudderhorn are there. They're basically donating their race to the community. They paid the same as anybody else, except for
Keith Jones, the man who always listens to instructions.
Keith Jones. That's the way to say it. He listened to your podcast and did what you said.
Well,
and won a free race entry.
We had two pretty complicated sets of instructions to achieve things, and he managed to do them both.
And he earned a $500 race ticket by doing it?
By doing it, and he won a puzzle piece.
Yeah.
And he's using that end to help the community.
And he's entered this race. And the other guys down there, they've all paid. They paid full freight. They're not there. They're literally donating their race to help the community. Yeah. So these guys are well appreciated by the community. If you see them, if you are at the community brunch tomorrow, ask them, hey, can I see your shoulder?
Nah.
And more likely than not, it will look like hamburger. Now they come out, they have pads, they have stuff that helps, but especially the first couple of years, man, those guys were chewed up. Again, we're back at Firefly. Firefly just opened 13 minutes ago. All you got to do for Firefly, hit that bell. No biggie. Except
it's very easy.
There's some fire.
Oh, yes, that bit.
Hard to see the fire right now.
I think they may have turned the fire off, to be honest. Oh, listen, guys, I don't know who's currently watching, but we've not got many people chatting to us.
Hey, if you'd like to participate, we'd love to have you jump in the chat. We can help find your results for your loved ones, your kids, your parents, your coworkers, or friends. Just give us a name and or a bib number, and we're happy to look them up for you and give them a shout out on the screen. Also, if you want to support the stream, there's a little $sign in the just below the chat box. You can leave a super chat and give a shout out that way.
How's the weather right now?
It's beautiful.
Golden hour.
It got from to golden hour. It's if you want to go take some selfies or something, I can handle. Another success. Well done. Piper, it looks like there's the fire has been turned off. Oh, got a miss. Hit and a miss. It's kind of like playing Battleship, except more hits than misses. Hey, if you are interested in joining our team, if you want to earn some free race swag, some race foods,
if you just hang out.
If you want to, it's. I tell you what, it's nothing but fun. And it's hard work, but
it's hard work.
Yeah, my son is rabbiting for us this weekend.
He's doing a darn good job.
It's so much fun to watch, and he's like, "What am I doing?" I'm like, "Oh no," and I described it. And he's like, "All right, he's a good sport." But if you knowing more about the sport want to get involved, we would love to have you. Email Jason at theOTRreport.com, and we'd love to have your help on a future race. Your daughter helped out a little bit too.
I have a few words.
Joined us for a review. Yeah. Exciting. I believe your daughter is the youngest athlete I've ever interviewed.
She is an athlete. She was competing today.
Cheerleader.
First place, she should have done some cheers, couldn't she, on that?
She could
Go have. Racers! Yeah, I'm super proud.
That's great. There's nothing better than being proud of your kids. Looks like who's gotten snagged up top there.
Oopsie whoopsies.
Someone hit it too hard.
Oopsie spaghettios. Uh-oh, hoopsie.
Well, I just got my first yawn, but on the plus side, I only have 17 hours of coverage left.
So I made a real big error earlier.
Tell me.
I looked at the clock.
Uh-oh.
And I saw we'd been going for 7 hours, and I was like, "Hey, we got 20 hours left to go." That's tough.
It's really funny.
So the fire was just being tested. It's not going to come on until dark. They're projecting roughly 10:30.
Okay, well done.
So we might laugh at the fact that we're sitting here doing nothing, but somehow I've burnt a record number of calories today.
How'd you do that?
I think my heart rate will be pretty high from all the excitement.
That's very exciting.
Yeah.
I have a heart rate monitor on my watch.
Oh.
I don't know how to use it though.
Ooh.
Why don't we check on the top 10 men and women?
Sure. Here are the men.
So we have 4 men now at 45 miles. And that time, that total time there, that is the time their 9th lap. It does not reflect what time they started their 10th lap. So we don't need this format.
So if someone finished still going out for more, they slowly move down.
Yep.
They could quite a long time. They'll keep showing until they get overtaken, because what they've done still counts.
Absolutely.
So Sean Merriweather, he finished his 7th lap, but he's not going out for, so he's getting overtaken as people start.
What place?
He's currently first, but we do have shown below him in lap.
Our top 4 men here: Rucco, Fiore, Derbyshire, and Azar. What is their status as far as this 10th lap?
All of them are on a 10.
Grant Thompson just came in.
Mon the Welsh. Mon the Scottish. The top 4 are all on their lap 10. Likely the top 5 are soon all going to be on their top 10. Because Grant Thompson, who is in 5th place, just crossed the finish line.
Well done, Grant. Literally 8:18. That's outstanding. What we will start to see is 50-mile bibs.
Holy macaroni.
That 50-mile bib.
Do we often see 50-mile bibs this early?
That's a great question.
We need to keep records of this stuff.
Let me tell you how early I got my 50-mile bib. It took me from 2015 until it took me 6 years.
Do you know how long it took me to get my 50-mile bib?
Tell me.
Never tried.
Fran, 1 year we got to get you out there.
Yeah.
That's a very non-committal, yeah.
Yeah. Here we go.
For the ladies, Nicole Kocha, 40 miles. Nikki Karamba, 40 miles. This is shaping up to be the battle. In fact, Nikki is almost a complete full lap in Heller now in 3rd place.
She really has come out. All guns blazing.
Yep. Now, Nicole finished her 8th lap 20 minutes before Nikki.
I'll tell you something.
Tell me.
Nicole was seeing at 7:54. Oh, okay. Nicole and Nikki have both passed Chunky Monkey. Nicole at 7:54. Nikki at 8:19. It's 25 minutes difference.
So Nicole is
25. Hit the same point, 25 minutes difference.
Nicole is 25 minutes ahead of Nikki. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's at our last timing check. So those two are separate. Now again, I'm not going to get cute about it. I'm not going to get too early. It's 8 o'clock. 10 o'clock is the earliest time I feel comfortable saying, and local time here is 8:20. So we have 2 hours until almost 2 hours until I feel comfortable saying doubling mileage and saying this is what I think that athlete might get.
Do you think in that time Nicole can get a lap and 3/4?
And oh man, well let's look at her splits. How long did it take her to do her last lap? Now there are going to be new obstacles at 9 o'clock.
Okay, the splits. Her first lap, sprint lap, 39 minutes. Her most recent lap, 8. Lap previous to that, 1:05. Previous to that, 1:02.
You say a minute? You mean an hour 8, an hour 2?
Yes, exactly. Correct. Okay. Now that was a good test.
No, those are British times by kilometers. I get it. No.
So she's slowing down very slightly. This is normal. This is what we see.
But her most recent lap was 1 hour 8 minutes.
8, yeah.
So let's say she slows down to 1 hour 15. Okay, that's fair, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'd say
Her pit times have been insane. 40 seconds, 44 seconds, 54 seconds, a minute and 19, a minute and 26, a minute and 37, a minute and 35, and then her last pit time was 3 minutes.
Wow. She's had one pit over 2 minutes?
One
over
pit over
a minute and 8 seconds. And a minute over.
Minute and a half. Ish.
It does look like a minute 8. I get why you.
Thank you.
All right. So.
Can she, in an hour and 40, finish this lap and get another lap in? Potentially. But that would mean she'd have to keep moving at the same speed for the rest of the night. Well, yeah.
So,
but we've also got the short darkness. Although, look, I mean, I'm about to be proven wrong because that sun is going down behind that castle rapidly.
The year Kirsten Glosky ran 100 miles, she did it in 25:16.
Yeah.
She needed almost the entire extra 90 minutes.
Yeah.
She needed an extra 76.
She really did, because it got to a point about 6 in the morning, and I was like, man, I don't know if she can
We were
do
talking about it. It was like, it's going to be close.
Oh, we were doing the scribbliest of maths.
So I think we might be doing those scribbly maths for Nicole as well. And maybe Nikki. Like, she's 20 minutes behind. It's so early still. It's still so. I feel silly even talking about it, but it's in the realm. It's not impossible. Like,
oh, look, we have a picture at Chunky Monkey.
Here we go. Chunky Monkey, variation on Funky Monkey. This is the most perfect marriage of a Spartan obstacle.
Is it?
Melissa Linden?
It could be, huh?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Melissa, to do it. You're going to that twister, and you're going to go backwards up twister.
I'll let you do this. I was on my way, and I just figured
a lot of coverage on Melissa at Funky Monkey here. Chunky Monkey.
Is it not steady?
All right, both sides.
On yours? Okay.
All right, so Melissa's going to go up the twister side and down the Funky Monkey side.
Tell if they're... Will doesn't pay attention. It's Francesca that's got to do it.
Melissa's going forwards through twister. Now, she's done lots of twisters. So if she's going forwards, it's because she wants to go forward. She likes it that way.
She knows what she's doing.
A lot of people will go backwards through it. But she's doing fine. Doing great. Okay, there are 3 wheels. There is one horizontal wheel that Melissa's on right now. She's going to just spin it to get to the other side of it.
Come on.
She's going to get to there's 2 vertical wheels. One large one. She's got it.
Oh, no. Right at the end.
Oh! She was literally, she fell literally into the edge. She was right there.
All right, I'm bringing this to
And now she'll have to take the pin. What makes it worse is that she could have just got into the water, swam across the square, and then taken the penalty that way. But hey, let's go to Evan and talk about Chunky Monkey.
Go for it, Evan.
So I'm here at Chunky Monkey. I've seen very few people pass. I'd say about 95% of the people are flying. Most of them are not made it past the twister section. Will, just like you were describing, and friend, it starts off monkey bars, goes into a twister. The preferred method of most people is going that bat method, one hand for a hold. It moves faster to do that way, and the pipes align very nicely if you do it that way. There are some people doing 2 hands for a hold, possibly because their grip already shot, and that is going to slow you down. It is going to make you more secure, but you end up time on the obstacle, right? So it's a constant trade-off, like you've been talking about. CR is problem solving, and not only are you solving exhaustion, your grip stroke, but also the amount of mud hand. You'll see athletes run and they're using all sorts of stuff. So we got a person behind me wiping their hands on the actual obstacle, trying to get some of that mud off. But whatever obstacles are for this does get their hands very muddy, which is going to make the bars very muddy and very hard to hold on to. One of the interesting things about grip obstacles like this is they'll typically be very muddy when they open due to people falling in the water, maybe trying or maybe coming in from other obstacles. Eventually, it will eventually it dries out because people actually stop doing the obstacle, and then all the muddy ends stop touching it. So if fail early, but you know you'll have the strength to do it, our recommendation is always give it another try at a later day. Of course, you're going to be tired, so that's going to be challenging. So monkey bars, twister. A lot of people have been transitioning to the monkey bar before they reach that horizontal rotating wheel, and then from there they go to the vertical rotating wheel, and then another vertical rotating wheel. One of the things, I'm going to spin you around real quick. The very last group is actually pretty thick, so it's a very thick bar. So that's providing another challenge on top of all the other challenges. So you can see these are all pretty thin. In general, if it's a thinner bar, you'll be able to get a better purchase on it, a better grip. The rotating wheels are a little bit thicker, again, so it's making it a little more challenging. And then this final piece right here is just a little bit thicker than wheels. So it's just another challenge on top of all the other challenges. I don't know if it's the hardest monkey version we've seen at World's Toughest, but this is definitely on the upper tier of challenging ones we've seen at World's Toughest. There you finally see an athlete make it. Again, the number of athletes making it it's very few. Say, but again, 95% fail rate. And then the ones who are failing are going over to the penalty area. The penalty area is the, I want to say tea part, it's the teacup one. So you'll
High
see
tea.
they're over here.
We're all calling it tea
Take
party.
a spoon, bring it over to the mound of dirt, and then fill up the high tea. Thank you. So you guys me up. Yeah, so they have to go over and fill it up. Unlike some previous World's Toughest, the judges are being pretty strict, which I like. So we've seen some people throw it with like giant boulders, like just kind of shove it into the cup, and he sent them back, which I love to see. The whole point of the penalties is the penalty should be worse than the obstacle, and it should be more time, right? So it should be either physically or it should be emotionally challenged. So that's what they're over here on the high tee. And head back to Funky Monkey.
I think we just lost Evan right there at the end.
I'm glad we got to see the penalty there. Evan, that's outstanding. Well done. Good job on that. I agree with what Evan said. The most important thing to me about a penalty, or I think it should be the most important thing to everybody, is that the penalty takes more time than successfully completing. Basically, you need to failing an obstacle needs to cost you time. If it takes minutes to go across the monkey bars, but the penalty takes 30 seconds, then it's not a penalty.
No.
It's a strategy to fail intentionally and go do the penalty. You need the penalty. The penalty has to legitimately penalize you for failing an obstacle. This is an obstacle course race. We want to reward the people who can. Now, let me give you a scenario. Our top two women, let's say whoever they are, top two, there's two runners. And
Anna and Beta.
Anna and Beta. Anna's in first because she's A. Beta's in second because she's B. If Anna is a faster runner but she's weaker on obstacles, but Beta is stronger on obstacles, Beta should not be penalized for being strong at obstacles. So when Anna and Beta get to Chunky Monkey and Beta can make it through, but Anna can't, Anna should be losing ground every single time. So I totally agree with what Evan said. Penalties should be definitely cost more time. Evan also said emotionally damaging or emotionally something. I don't know what that, but it definitely should cost more time to fail an obstacle than to complete an obstacle. So that is another thing Evan said. That is a very difficult obstacle. 95% failure. That's pretty hard. I'm trying to think of past difficult obstacles in World's Toughest Mudder. There's always taxing, beat up obstacles. You know what? We've got Evan.
Hey, we've got Evan.
Let's go back with Evan.
Hey, Evan, go for it.
All right, yeah, you just saw an example of one of the guys get to that very last wheel and not be able to grab the final bar. He touched it with his hands, but again, it was too thick. He lost his grip, and then he lost his momentum. Part of the problem, or one of the challenging parts of these wheels, is you need to pull back on the last hold, right? So whatever hold, when you connect with both arms, you pull back on the last one, get a little bit of momentum, and then transition directly to the next hold. If you stop on a hold, you'll bottom out, and then the movement to get going again becomes exponentially harder. As far as my emotionally penalty comment, you know, it's just gotta suck. So yeah, time sucks, full exertion sucks, or you know, some of the obstacles at World's Toughest tend to be tedious, and that's what I mean by emotional. It's tedious. Right when we cut off, I mentioned that I could see Firefly right now because it's not lit up, but when they're testing it and the fire, this is going to look awesome later in the night because you're in this giant field, it's going to be pitch black, and you're going to see flame in the distance. I'm just super excited to see that. I think it's going to get athletes fired up. It reminds me of like Coach's Corner, which was the midpoint on several of the years that had lights and stuff kind of lighting things up, except it's fire. I think it's going to look cooler and a bunch of strobe lights and like a rave in the middle of the course. So just my 2 cents. I'm super excited for Firefly. I have not got to see it. I know you guys have been watching it. I've been over here at Monkey. Again, very challenging. People keep falling in the water. And yeah, we'll send it back to you guys, Booth.
Love it. Good stuff, Evan. Evan, once everyone's like, we've got Caitlin Ritter and Carolyn Clifford crushing. Well done, ladies. Once it's dark and once Firefly is on, I'd love to see what it looks like from a undersea as with that fire kind of ominous in the distance. That'd be
So you might see I'm throwing up a ton of results onto the page. We're disconnected from the comments for a wee while there.
okay.
So we weren't able to check what people were asking or talking about for about half an hour.
Oh, guys.
So right now I'm just going through the requests of people that have asked to see athletes. And
All right.
here they are.
Kevin Bassett, well done.
Yeah.
25 so far.
Comment here from Faye Haley. Been watching it knowing it's just down the road. Wish I was there.
Faye,
Faye, you should be.
Faye, it's still. I mean, you're kind of late to start, but you can. We can. Curled up cat, 5 pounds. Shout out Johnson, 2089. Thanks, guys, for the great commentary too. Curled up cat, thank you so much. Curled up cat just left us a JD Allen. Curled up cat just left us a super chat. You are too kind. JD Allen coming by the timing 10. How many miles? Love it.
Oh, Giles has just done a lap.
Curled up cat just left us a super chat. You can do the same by hitting that $sign at the bottom of the chat box. Every dollar, every pound goes to supporting broadcast Toughest Mudder and races like this. Thank you. What's a special way to shout out your athlete? You can do it in honor of, your father, your mom, whoever's running for you. So thanks for that, curled up cat. Love you. This is high T, the penalty for failing Chunky Monkey. Did you guys do Chunky Monkey? Not yet.
Do you know what?
Tell me.
It's 25.
25. That is what? 77?
And oh my god, I don't know how long I can take that joke for.
What joke? I'm not one for jokes, kid.
The wind is blowing, and I'm actually cold.
Need to put a jumper on.
But it says it's 25 degrees, and that's how stupid English weather is.
So we're watching.
If I was out there wet, I'd be frazzled. It does not feel like 26. It feels like 14. It feels like 18. No, it feels like 17. There goes Heather. Heather Olsen.
Olsen crushing. So this penalty here, a lot of people are doing it. It's called high T. It's the penalty for Chunky Monkey. And Evan says 95% of people are failing.
Look, Chunky Monkey looks really tough.
I tell you what, I might be able to finish Firefly. I wouldn't be able to do Chunky Monkey. Hey, we just saw Caitlin Ritter run by. Let's check
in with her.
Check on her stats. Caitlin Ritter.
20 miles. ultimate goal, 40 miles.
40
isn't it?
miles, and she's well on her way. Say, if you're at 20 o'clock, you should finish with 40. She's an hour and a half ahead of that.
She's doing incredibly.
She's got a shot at 50. If she wants it, she's got a shot.
That's amazing.
Her first year. Okay, and not to what's the opposite of tooting your own horn? Telling on yourself? Self-burn?
Discounting yourself?
Not to do any of those things. My first time at World's Toughest Mudder, 15 miles. 24 hours, 15 miles. Caitlin beat me already.
That's actually Europe's toughest mudder performance.
Actually, I would love to talk about that instead.
I got 10 miles.
How many hours did it take you?
How many hours did I do?
Yeah.
Like 3 and a bit.
Yeah. I've told the story on the stream before. I got stuck on course, and I was afraid I'd get stuck again if I went back out. So I basically just waited in the pit until I could go do a finisher lap.
I actually did really well. My first lap was fine, and then my second lap, I was very proud of what I did in the sense that I said to Dustin, I'll be back in about an hour and 40.
Yeah.
An hour, 39 minutes, and 36 seconds later, I was back in the pit.
Brilliant.
So I was on track for everything. I wanted to get 25 miles, and then I just stopped.
Yeah.
And partly, do you know what? There were several reasons. I had stomach pain. I just didn't want to. I also didn't want to got like bad back, and I was scared of getting stuck at obstacles by myself and getting half of them. Yeah. So I may have made a mistake with my caffeine intake this year. I ordered a little bottle of cold brew in the USA.
Okay.
And I was looking for some in the UK, and I bought it. And I've been chugging this straight from the glass bottle, just like medicine.
Okay. It looks like medicine.
And what I realized is it is concentrate.
Oh, boy.
That's potentially why I burnt so many calories today.
Because your heart is pounding.
That's me flying around.
That looks like old-fashioned syrup you'd buy off the back of a wagon in the Old West.
I'd love to go
The
to the
cure
Old
for
West.
what ails you.
I want to have a dance party.
I don't know how these guys are soloing that obstacle. That's a difficult obstacle to do by yourself. So our top 5 men have all finished 45 miles. When they finished, and that looks like Joshua Fiore on the far side. Is that? If that's the case, he's behind Joe Rucco. He should be in any minute.
And by the way, at 9 o'clock, we're looking at 2 more obstacles opening. That would be Brexit Barrier and Stairway to Heaven.
21 minutes, 2 more obstacles.
We've got 21 minutes to go. We got 21 minutes to go.
We will have all obstacles open at 11 p.m.
Will has no idea what I'm doing. If you know what I'm doing in the comments, tell Will. Nicole Kocha, lap 9 finish. Just 1 minute ago.
Outstanding.
She has 45 miles in the bag.
That's on track for at least 90. How long was her last lap?
Holy macaroni.
Was it an hour 20 or less?
It was an hour 11.
If she can do that again.
And she started lap 10.
She's already started?
Yep.
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy.
Oh, boy!
We're on Lady Orange Jacket watch.
Holy macaroni.
Okay, I don't do this until 10 o'clock. But if she's on pace and she hits one more lap in the next hour 20, that's 50 miles at 10 p.m.
And we have 5 men at 55 miles. So by that maths,
I'm sorry, by that what?
math. If there would be fewer hundreds than
last year. You said 12.
But with a woman. Yes, at 12.
How about that?
I made a crazy prediction, and I don't.
I
have
think
a problem with that.
if that is the case, I think that speaks to Nicole's performance similar to Chris's. Because we had 9 men last year. So we're going to watch Nicole Kocha's performance this next this next lap. If she can finish her next lap in an hour and in the next hour and 19 minutes, she's already on course. Her last lap was an hour 8. If she can finish this next one in an hour and 19 minutes, that'll put Nicole on pace for 100 miles. Just a little bit of World's Toughest Mudder history for you. And I don't feel like I need to tell. I'm just going to refresh you. You already know this, but I'm going to tell you. We've had one woman in the history of, in the last 15 years, in the history of the race, run 100 miles. Chris Rogloski, back in 2022. And Chris is actually here. She ran one lap, and she's been on the sidelines for Austin Azar. But Nicole Kocha, and I need to look at Nikki Karamba's splits. She may have an outside chance at it as well. And not even that outside. I'm going to ask. We're gonna look at Nikki Karamba's splits and her times in a second here. But Nicole Kocha has so 2 years ago, 2022, when we were watching Chris Rogloski run 100 miles, we knew she was doing good. We knew she was having a strong race, and we knew early, hey, we knew Chris was a good athlete. It was first toughest mudder though. How good can she do? Like, how can she has she ever run a 24-hour race? Had a strong start, and we knew early, hey, if she keeps doing it, she's got a shot at 100 miles. Maybe an outside shot, no, she got it, and she did great. And she was the first woman to win that orange jacket, to earn that orange jacket with 100 miles in 2022. And then Nikki Karamba won last year with 95 miles. So Nikki Karamba has already run 95. What's one more lap? And, I've been saying this since we started this race. All the extra daylight that this venue is going to have because of the weather here in the UK is good, in my mind, for the elites at the top level, is good for 1 to 2 more laps. And if that holds for Nikki Karamba and Nicole Kocha, I think, Fran,
yes, sir?
I think we could have 2 women run 100 miles this year. And you make the wacky predictions. I'm throwing that out there. I think
Nicole's pit was 1 minute and 38 seconds.
1 minute 30. Okay, can you help me look at Nikki Karamba's splits? First of all, where is Nikki on the course right now with her 40th mile after?
She's not been seen since Chunky Monkey at 20 past 8.
That's the 2 mile.
Yeah.
At 24 minutes. Oh no. You know what happened? She might have failed. If she failed Chunky Monkey, that obstacle, that penalty is eating time.
So we're just getting word from our rabbit. So I've just put on a long sleeve top, looking for my jacket. I got my dry robe over my knees. Piper, one of our rabbits, saying it is getting cold and windy over by Firefly. Going to be rough coming out of that water. Now, I've been saying this a lot. Like, once that sun dips and we don't have the sun, one of the things in England is it can be really warm in the sun. But as soon as the sun goes, it gets pretty cold.
Sure.
The sun is going, so getting out of that water is going to get really rough.
And I haven't seen a soul in a wetsuit. I've
seen one. I've seen one gentleman.
Last was at the community dinner, and someone told me that they decided to come last minute and they didn't have a wetsuit. And or maybe it was he lost his luggage, didn't have a wetsuit. But he's like, I'm fine. I'll just run what I got. I bought and I was like, you're that's kind of a wild thing to go into World's Toughest Mudder without a wetsuit. He's like, it's going to be warm. I'm not even going to need a wetsuit. Let me tell you 3 things you never say. 3 things you never tempt fate with. I've never been in a car accident. Don't ever say that. I've never had a speeding ticket. You're going to get one tonight. I'm not even going to need a wetsuit. Oh, son, I promise you're going to need a wetsuit. Don't say those 3 things ever. It's just, you're just asking for the universe to punch you in the teeth. So I would expect, it's been hot. It's been hot all day. It's finally cooled off to 25 degrees Celsius. That's like 77 Fahrenheit. But it's gonna get cold, and you're gonna want a wetsuit if you're out there. And just like you were talking about, Fran, when they get out of the water, there's several water obstacles open now, and I think there's more coming. Yeah, there is more coming. you're going to want that wetsuit, and I hope you've got it. I hope these folks have it in their pit. Now let's talk about wetsuit strategy. Here's the rule of wetsuits. You put it on before you get cold. Once you already get cold, you start shivering. You finish the lap, you're shivering, and you're like, I got to put on my wetsuit because I'm cold now. Once you're already cold, you're chasing, trying to get warm, and it's not gonna kill you. It's gonna kill your mileage. So you need to put the wetsuit on before you get cold. And here's the deal: is that's kind of sucks too. No one wants to put on a wetsuit. It restricts your running motion. It feels, it's not comfortable, but it'll keep you warm. And here's the other thing: once you have that wetsuit on, generally people don't take it off. Usually you will finish the race with the wetsuit on because it's so nice having that neoprene protecting your skin, protecting your legs, protecting your body. Now, that may not be the case this year. It may be hot tomorrow. Like, it gets hot early. It was hot, 8 a.m., 9 a.m. here.
Yeah, hot quite early. But talking about layers, I've just put my layers on. I'm getting cozy here.
Sure.
I'm not going to get it cold. You want to be getting the layers on before you're getting cold.
I literally just made that exact point with the wetsuits.
I heard you as I was getting cozy. TMHQ dropping off some lamps ready for it getting dark.
I wonder if we end up looking at this obstacle here, Tea Party.
Yeah.
Because it's eating time. This is a time sink, this obstacle. Time sink. Ha! Because of the cups.
Ha!
I wonder if this obstacle may end up being, not this penalty, but this obstacle. If you can complete Chunky Monkey, you have a huge advantage over those who can't. Great shot. Yeah, it is. Chunky Monkey there in the background on the right side. What flags are those waving?
Huh?
On the right side. Are those UK flags?
Where?
Great Britain?
I can't. Honestly, I can't see.
You see the flags, though, right?
I can see the flags, but I actually can't see any colours on them. No, that's a Tough Mudder flag, right?
I don't know.
That's not a Union Jack. That's got something in the middle.
Here's a fun fact. Union Jack is not the flag of Great Britain.
It's the flag. It's what you call it when it's on a ship. But we still call it the Union Jack all
What's
the time.
the red and white one? That's the England flag.
It's England.
All right. Point.
So Union Jack is what you call the flag that's flying on a ship.
Sure.
But we just call it the Union Jack all the time. Because we're lazy.
Great shot of Chunky Monkey. Oh, here we go. Here's a success coming up. The guy in the second. And so Firefly is open, but the fire does not come on until 10 o'clock. They had it on earlier. They were testing it out. Right now, it's just to kind of ring that bell obstacle.
Ding, ding.
Good job, Bill Weir. Well done. 15 miles.
Here we go. Lucifer's Luggage.
Lucifer's Luggage. I'm not sure if Carlo Piscatello designed this one or not. But it's a play on Devil's Beard. The luggage is that sandbag, that pancake sandbag you have to carry underneath the cargo net with you. Now, here's the thing. This obstacle is a lot easier with some teamwork.
So we went around and saw the course yesterday, and Jason Dupree gave this a go. He said it's quite a light cargo net. It's not the kind of usual cargo net that you'd see that will really weighs you down, and there's also a lot of movement in it. It is uphill, and you know what? I don't put it past TMHQ to not change it up.
There's a lot of. So you see the guy throwing the sandbag.
We were discussing there doesn't appear to be a rule that says you can't let it touch the ground.
Yeah, we used to have in Laughlin there was a sandbag carry obstacle where you went over two not balance beams, but what do you call it? I want to say it's hump chuck, but that's not the right name. But you could not. The rule was you could not set. You had to be touching the sandbag at all times. You couldn't toss it ahead of you. You couldn't set it down.
Well, that's good. So it can go on the ground, but only if you're holding it.
I feel like the under those 2021 rules, yes. I feel like the play for this obstacle is usually with Devil's Beard. What you want to do is lead butt first, because just
I just think this cargo net's not heavy enough or tight enough to need to do that.
You think this what they're doing right now is
That's the
ideal?
way Mr. Dupree did it yesterday.
Oh man, I'd have to get out there and try it, but I would tend to lead with my butt and let the net over me.
Something I've noticed about you, Mr. Hicks, is that you do tend to lead with your butt.
I don't know what that means.
I was just trying to be rude.
But Devil's Beard is always one of those obstacles, or Lucifer's Luggage, as we're calling it today, is always one of those obstacles that it's easy for Tough Mudder to set up, so it seems like it's always there.
Yeah.
And it's always obnoxious.
It's a great obstacle. Oh, look, somebody completing Chunky Monkey
Well done.
beautifully there.
And we can see that because we've got the tri-screen going on.
A wonderful bit
Look
of
at that technology.
technology designed by Jason Dupree.
I feel like I'm watching Red Zone on NFL Network.
I don't know what that means.
That's all right. It's an American football reference. I promise you, every man 35 to 60 knows what I just meant. All right, we got Firefly. Fire comes on for real at 10 o'clock. There was some test fire earlier, and it looks cool. 10 o'clock, we'll see fire for the rest of the night, hopefully. So Firefly is bottom right, Chunky Monkey top right, Lucifer's Luggage in the large screen on the left. Hey, if you're enjoying this World Seven's Mudder, oh, here we go. Ladies finish. And she got it. Well, see her name. We just had a woman's complete the Chunky Monkey. Can we see with there's no way to tell. Anyway, she did great. Well done, ma'am.
Well done, ma'am.
Hey, if you're enjoying our coverage of World Seven's Mudder 2025, we would love for you to hit that super chat button. You can hit that $ at the bottom of the chat box, and you can leave $1 or $5 or $50. I think our biggest.
I think Mother Cat K is making a little joke at your expense.
American man. I don't know what that means.
In quotation
marks.
Oh.
Instead, it's not. It's only men who watch NFL football, I guess.
Oh, American man who watch it. Yes.
All right.
I
Well,
know some British men who watch it. Not many.
You know, it's tough. I told you I've been here a few weeks. It's tough to keep up with U.S. sports on a 8-hour, 9-hour time difference, because the San Diego Padres play at like 2 a.m. I'm not staying up till 2 a.m. to watch a baseball game. That's ridiculous. Anyway, we would love hit that super chat button, hit the $. Last year, our biggest gift was $50. Anything from from a pound to 50 pounds is brilliant. So thank you for your support. Every dollar goes to support coverage of World Seven's Mudder. Here's two guys side by side.
Hey, look. That was my sister, Claudia Suba Lata. Please tell me how to pronounce that name. Doing that obstacle.
She did great.
She's
Daria.
on fire
Your
when it
sister
comes
crushed
to
it.
obstacles. Hopefully not on fire when it comes to Firefly.
Because there's fire.
Wilson is just shaking his head at us. He's like, "You are just two old, weird people. You are not funny. Too many dad jokes." Sure.
Well, I just want to know about the rules. Can you tell me all about the rules?
There's a very special thing that happens here where people don't understand we're not HQ or timing.
And I don't blame them. We have a very official looking setup.
And we clearly look like we know what we're doing because we
We've
don't
got
look like idiots
computers
at
and
all.
TVs and soundboards and mouses and iPads.
You got mouse in your pocket?
That's true. And I don't even know what some of these sliders and things
Don't
do.
touch them, please.
I mean, I wasn't gonna, but
He was gonna.
it looks very official. So, and we're right, but literally, there's a water tent next to us, and then we're the first thing people see.
Oh, so look, she finishes all the obstacles on the 12 hours Tough Mudder. So are we saying this is going to put her ahead of the
Ooh.
game with all the obstacles opening up?
Let's see the top 10 women again, because I know we've seen her name. She's in
six. We saw her yesterday, I think, by the finish line taking pictures.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you remember when we went to do a little PTC and we're like, no, it's too loud?
Oh yeah. And by PTC,
I mean, piece of camera.
Right. No, yeah.
I know you knew that. That was
that
for the people at
that's
home.
for-
Yeah, of course, of
Good. I'm
course.
glad you explained that to them.
Let's bring her timing up. We're gonna have some more obstacles opening up at 9 p.m.
What nation is Claudia from?
Poland.
Poland. I feel like I've entered her name in some race results also.
You absolutely have.
So we do over at the OCR Report Instagram page, at the OCR Report on Instagram. Every weekend we have race results for the big races in the U.S. and worldwide, Asia, Europe, Middle East. And I love it when there are championship level or large series races that have a high international content. Because, first of all, Allison, thank you. So, I don't know what you're talking about because I don't tell. First of all, I don't tell jokes. I don't know what that means. But like, just because I'm a dad, they're a dad joke. Like,
I think it's the quality of them.
Oh, outstanding! You mean
So-
hilarious?
Here we go. Patrick Kaleta, currently in 11th place. He is steadily moving up the board.
We've been hearing about
He's going to be
Patrick.
breaking into the top 10 in no time at all.
We've done this. This is our 4th year live streaming. I don't know if we've had such a dedicated online fan contingent as we have for Patrick Kaleta.
No.
Like literally since the start of the race.
We never
Watch out
have.
for Patrick. Watch out for Patrick. We're like, what's Patrick's last name?
Even Carlo was like, hey guys, there's this guy called Patrick. And I was like, I can't find him on the style list. You
What did
gotta
Carlo-
look up
wait.
Patrick.
What did Carlos say?
Hey guys, there's this guy called Patrick. Yes.
You wave. Yeah. What's your name?
What's your name?
Phil?
Hey,
Phil, jump in front of the camera there.
Oh, give me
Okay.
1 second. Let me get that camera up. Hang on. Phil, take those.
All right.
I'm not gonna. That's
Oh.
not gonna reach on.
And
There we go.
look down a little bit. There you go.
Go for it.
Oh, wait. Hold on. There you go. Perfect. You're perfect.
Hey! Happy anniversary! Love you, babe. Love you, Hez. Love you, Henny. Love you, Herbie. See you Monday. Love you. Bye, bye, bye. Thank you, guys.
Brilliant.
14.
14 years.
You're kidding
for
me.
Phil.
14 years, Phil. Well done.
Outstanding. That's a first.
That is a first. And he framed himself absolutely
He did perfect.
perfectly.
Congratulations to Phil. Did you get his number? Good number?
Yeah.
449?
Uh-huh.
All right.
You go on Instagram stuff? Yeah.
So that was Phil Brown.
My phone and I'll come work on it.
He just finished lap 5, celebrating his
25.
14-year anniversary.
He is well on track for 50 miles. Maybe even he's got a good chance 55 if he wants it, and he got a shot at 60. Phil, well done, brilliant.
Joseph Rucco came with a vengeance.
Paul
this
Massey,
year.
you are not wrong.
You are not wrong.
You are not wrong. He is out there in front, in the lead. That was fun.
Oh, my friend Sarah is watching, and she just said, "Oh, Phil, wishing his partner happy 14th anniversary. What a move!" Indeed, and hi, Sarah. Thanks for watching. That
Awesome, Sarah. Notice you didn't text anybody else on the team here. That's all right.
she doesn't know you, and I think after your jokes, she might not wanna.
First of all, who's telling jokes? I don't know what you're talking about.
Sam, does he tell bad dad jokes all the time? He said he's a perfect father. I love him so much. I also love my mother. They're the best parents ever.
That's what I heard.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard. What a good
Right.
kid.
Looking at Firefly. Firefly is open. Fire starts in 1 hour. All you got to do is hit that bell. All you got to do is hit that bell. Just like that. Oh. They had a little problem earlier. Bell 2 got hung up there. It looks like they got it fixed out, though. Nice. I think Firefly is going to be not as hard as we think. I think it's going to look super.
Do you know
super
what?
cool.
I think for Firefly, it's the jumping into the water, it's the jumping over the fire, and it's also the getting into the water and getting cold.
Here's what could get in your head is if you jump weird to avoid the fire.
Mhm.
Because if you just like run, like we see it here with the fire off, it's not that hard to jump, right? It's like a hop out, pop, and you're there. But if people let the fire get in their head and they start jumping weird because of it, then I can see it being an issue. I love Fran's. Fran's telling the dad jokes. Oh, that makes more sense, Allison. No, I agree with you. That's hilarious. Well done, Allison.
Team FOMO made me do it. Teams. We've not spoken about teams at all.
Let's do it.
Do we have a team top 10? There we go. We don't have elite teams.
Well, there aren't elite teams. It's one category.
Yeah. So we've got teams. And in first place, it's Team Triple X.
50 miles, 10 laps, total time 8:53.
Nice. Underdog Fitness, the Bark Night Rises. We love a good pun, team name pun.
That is Kevin Gregory's team. Bubbles the Clown. Let's go through the top 10, and then we'll talk about team rules.
Go for it.
So Mutters Without Borders, in third place, 45. Tacticians, 45 miles. Jolbert, also with 45. Muds.
All right. We're back.
One thing that has not gone away is the love for Patrick.
It's never going to go away.
All right,
He is
so
well loved.
top 10 teams. Triple X, Underdog Fitness, Mutters Without Borders, Tacticians, Jolbert, Mudstickle, Sheep, Tough, Weldmar's Toughest Bruddas. What is Weldmar a town?
I don't know.
It's in the UK, I'd imagine.
Well, I don't know.
The Tough Brudads, HMOG, and Mutters in Paris. Okay, so here's the rules for teams.
Yes.
You can have 2-man teams, you can have 4-man teams. They're all the same category. Everyone on the team has to run the first lap and the last lap together. In between that, any number of people on the team can run. One person can run a lap. 3 people can run. But the first lap and the last lap has to be the entire team. So that's where we are. Now, some things about the team rules and wristbands. As I'm talking here, Team B Woods coming through. 3 laps done. You're crushing it. You're on pace for 40. 35. Some things with the wristbands. Team members can collect wristbands, just like the individuals can collect wristbands, but they only get them at the after each 25-mile mark. They're after each lap after 25 miles. But that 25 miles is not the team 25 miles, it's the individual's 25 miles. So if you're a member of a team, if your individual legs have moved 25 miles, you get a wristband for every lap after that. Here is where the team advantage comes in. If you are on a team, you guys can share your wristbands. Not share them. You can share them amongst yourselves. 1 wristband per person, but you can give it to another person. If you earn it, you can give it to one of your teammates. If you are, as a team, going up to an obstacle and one member fails an obstacle, only that one member who fails has to do the penalty. I don't know if it's changed from last year. It's definitely changed from how it used to be. So if you have a team member who maybe he's a faster runner but he's weaker on obstacles, the other teammates can stack him up with wristbands and use that to your advantage. So there's absolutely some strategy on the team side this year. Those are the teams. Women's top 10 checking in on Nicole Kocha and Nikki Karamba. 45 miles, crushing it. Jill Heller leading the rest of the women in 3rd place. Kevin Bubbles the Clown walking by. We were just talking about your team, man. You crushed 2nd place. Jill Heller in 3rd, Robin Koska in 4th, Mindy Archer in 5th, Claudia Zubatalata. We were just watching her on Chunky Monkey, and she finished the obstacle successfully. We had Evan Preparis, one of our cameramen out there, also a multiple top 10 World Subs Mutter finisher, telling us 95% of people, 95 men and women, are failing. Joshua Fiore just running by me with a smile and a fist pump. 95% of people are failing Chunky Monkey. So for Claudia Zubalata to successfully pass it, if she can continue to do that, and if the women in front of her cannot, that is a huge advantage for her as the race goes on. Morgan McKay in 7th. Now, Morgan McKay is another strong woman. I haven't seen her on Chunky Monkey yet, but she also can use that difficult obstacle as an advantage. It's a long penalty. I need to find out exactly how long that penalty takes to complete. But you can get through the obstacle fairly quickly if you're strong. So if Claudia and Morgan can continue to pass the obstacle, I just saw my first illuminated headlamp. It's starting to get dusk-ish here. If Morgan and Claudia can continue to pass that obstacle and the women in front of them begin to fail it or continue to fail it, then they can gain some ground. Nadine Wint in 8th, Louisa Markham in 9th, and Heather Olson in 10th. Heather's been kind of bouncing between 8th and 10th for the last couple hours here. So Heather has a podcast kind of in a hiatus called Overcome and Run. She's been a friend of the OCR for 4 years and been a member. So rooting for Heather Olson to do well as well. Let's talk about the top men, and then we'll jump on some new features as well. Joe Rucco and Joshua Fiore, our first 50-milers. You will see them out there with their bibs. They are crushing it. Joe Rucco and Joshua Fiore. I talked with Joe. I literally talked with him an hour before the race. I said, hey, how you doing, man? He was about as calm as – he looked like he was like, getting ready to go to church. He was just like, yeah, no big deal. Like he didn't tell me, oh, yeah, no, I'm going to drop 50 miles in the first 8 hours. He didn't even hint at it. He's like, I'm just going to see what happens and get out there. And very these are strong words, very Ryan Atkins-esque. He was just going to go out there and do his business, take care of business. Now I'm seeing more and more headlamps. Almost every guy's headlamp is on as they run past me here. There are illuminated pit area. It's absolutely on the edge of dusk here at 9:12 p.m. We've been talking about sunset at 30 p.m. all day and dark at 10. And even with the castle on the hill kind of obstructing the sun, I think that's what we're going to get. Craig Derbyshire in third place with 45 miles. Austin Azar in fourth. Grant Thompson in fifth. Mike Strobel in sixth. Harvey Mitchell Divers. Daniel Miska. John Herb. And Paul Wood wrapping up the top 10. How many of these men will get 100 miles? You know what? Here's a great question. I'm going to answer it. I'm going to tell you what I think. You put your answer in the comments, take a screenshot, and let me know who's right. How many of the top 10 men are going to get 100 miles? That's your question. That's my question for you. Jump in the comments. I'm going to start talking in a second here, but I need you to answer. How many? I'll give you some hints. Not hints, like I know. Like I've seen this before it happens. 9 men ran 100 miles last year. That's the most men we've ever had run 100 miles. Before last year when we had 9 men, the most we ever had run 100 miles was 6. We had 6 in 2021. We had 5 in 2022. We had 5 in 2023. We had 9 in 2024. How many of the top 10 men, as I'm kind of talking out loud to Fran, she rejoins me here, getting all warm and snuggly. Mm-hmm. How many of the top, and I'm asking the chat to put in the comments how many men you think will run 100 miles.
Listen, I made a wild claim last night of 12 100-plus miles. I was counting in that Chris Rogowski plus another woman.
No, you said 12 people or 12 men?
I said 12 people.
Okay. That,
in my head, was Chris Rogowski and another woman.
Great. Okay, that's a great point. Let's do how many people do we think are going to run 100 miles?
I think...
I'm asking. So we're going to talk about it here in a second here, but I also want the chat to jump in. You guys have been watching this for 9 hours now. You know a lot of these athletes already. We're starting to get some answers in the questions. Some people say all 10 men. Joe, Josh, and Austin. 6, and Mike Strobel.
I'm going to say 11.
Prop 7. 11.
10 men, 1 woman.
10 men, 1 woman. Okay. Pull up the top women real quick. We'll talk about the women. Now, you and I have been talking about this. I think Nicole and Nikki, I don't know who's going to win. I think the winning woman this year gets 100 miles.
I think so, too.
And I don't know which one of them it will be. And it might be both of them. But I think at least one of those 2 women gets 100 miles and matches Chris Rogowski's record set in 2022 of 100 miles. Now, if they're able to do 100 miles in less than 25:16, they will hold the record for the fastest 100 miles. Now, I know it's not the same course. Can't compare it exact, but it's the time. 100 miles in 25:16 is the record set for the women by Chris Rogowski. What would be cool is that she is here to witness it.
She is.
And she can maybe put an orange jacket on her at the brunch if she's still here. If Chris is still here. Okay, so I think, all right, I'm going to say it. Both women, 2 women. I'm going to say 2.
I'm going to say 1.
You're going to say 1. Okay, let's go to the men.
I want to show you something really cool real quick.
Do it. Look at that. That is Firefly with fire. Where'd we get that video, Fran?
So that is coming directly from Instagram. That is a video from Carlo Piscatello that is on our Instagram page right now.
How can you find our Instagram page?
It's at the OCR Report.
Outstanding. If you are watching this, you should absolutely go follow, and then if you want to support us, you can subscribe $5 a month
Mhm.
to support great content on Instagram. Well done, Carlo Piscatello. Okay, so you think one, I think two women.
Yeah.
Let's jump on to the again what we're talking about. You can jump in the comments. You can play along with us. How many people are going to get 100 miles at World's Toughest Mudder
Allison
2025?
says only 7.
With air quotes, Allison. Allison
Mother
likes
Cat K says you'll have
dad
the
jokes.
top 10. Some that agreeing on 12. She's
Agreeing
agreeing
on
on 12.
Okay,
I don't know if I'm still with. Do you know what? I made the bold claim of 12 last night.
you're gonna
Sod
stick
it.
with
Let's
it.
stick with 12.
You said sod it.
Sod it.
Like I don't know what that means. All right, let's have the men.
We got the men.
How many of these? So if I already say 2 women are getting 100, how many of these men are going to get 100? Definitely top 2. And again, all things being equal, we can't predict ankles rolled or crazy shit, but just if everything goes the way we hope it goes for these athletes to have a good, I think Joe and honestly, if we're being real, the top 8 are all easily on pace. 4 men and 2 women. Okay,
That's no more.
more than 4 men. I think
10 to 12.
I think 4 men, 10 to 12 men.
No, 10 to 12 people. You know,
Okay.
women exist in the
Sure.
world.
Fran is trying to get me in trouble with half of the planet.
51% actually.
All right, so I'm looking at the numbers. I am gonna say. So here's the thing
Yeah.
with the women. I feel for sure 1 will get it and maybe 2. So I'm at like 1.5, right?
Mhm.
So I'm trying to like fudge my numbers on the men's side a little bit to allow for that. Is the woman 2, or the women going to get 2, or the women going to get 1?
I actually think 8 men and 1 woman, realistically.
8. You think all these?
No,
Well,
7 men and 1 woman. I'm going for it.
I'm going to say 9 total.
I don't know.
And that- I'm seeing Chris Rogloski run past us. She's already in a sweatshirt. If she's in a sweatshirt, I should probably put some pants on.
You probably should. I've already got
Um,
my dry robe across my knee.
Okay, so I'm going to say 9 people. Someone quote me in the chat and take a screenshot because I'm going to forget this. I think 9 people.
There's
Us-
Austin.
Austin Azar is going to be one of them. 9 people. I think it's either going to be 2 women and 7 men or 8 and 1. And I don't know which way it's going to go, but I think 9 people will hit 100 miles at World's Toughest Mudder 2025. Throwing that out there. I do not like making predictions because I always look silly afterwards, but let's see what happens.
I'm usually really good at them, and I just don't know. Yeah,
Sticking with the 12.
I think 9 people. Yeah, Sam's saying 9 people, and I think. Oh, I thought he was making a prediction.
Sam thinks 10.
Sam thinks 10.
All right.
Senior thinks 9. I think 11. No, I don't know. 11. Down for 11.
All right. OCR report, registrar, writing down, taking our notes here. All right, so it'll be fun to watch. Obviously, rooting for everyone to have a good race,
Ultimately, all that matters is you have a good race.
and that's different for everybody. But it certainly is fun to hit 100 miles.
So
and get an
what
orange-
we didn't
orange jacket.
expect is that Netflix and chill was going to be one of the most hated obstacles out here.
I don't think we thought people would like it.
No, we didn't think it would be so controversial.
It's not beloved. And it's changed. We thought that the pyramid scheme is the one that people would kind of unite against, but it's we're watching Austin Azar and Chris Rogloski. Fran says 11. Will says 9. Fran said like 3 different numbers, to be fair.
She
So
started with 12. She's going with 11. Just
all right,
sod it.
11 and 9. So Chris Rogloski on the left. Chris is the only woman to ever run 100 miles. Austin Azar on the right. Austin has won the race before. Austin won it 2 years ago in 2022 with 105 miles. Austin has run 100 miles here twice, 2023 and 2016.
45 miles in the bag for Mr. Azar.
So he's about to start his 10th lap, his 50th mile. I don't know if they knew our camera was there. They'll just know. It's fun to catch a moment between
I mean,
two
nobody
people who
knows.
like each other.
Nobody knows when they're on camera because we have static cameras out there the whole time. Charlie Bower passing us. Let's have a look at how he's
Charlie
doing.
Bower, I feel like he's crossed past. I don't think he's done 50 miles yet, but
But we've
I feel
seen
like I've seen
him. He's a steady fella, isn't he?
He is. I told you earlier I got a chance to meet his pit crew, which is his mother.
Oh, wonderful.
Super sweet.
I love it when parrots are super supportive.
Yeah. Fun. Charlie is getting some, looks like a windbreaker put on.
Yeah, I think it's good time for it. Austin's still going out topless.
We have a...
Jillian Heller just passing us.
Well, I talked with her before the race started as well. She's doing good. And Austin getting ready to go out for his 10th lap. Teammate Hugh checking in with him. He's good. Austin off to start and finish his 50th mile lap.
Losing Libby's camera there. So let's switch to another for a moment.
We're looking at Netflix and Chill. Netflix and Chill is the first low... What do you call these kind of obstacles, Fran?
Low rigs?
Low rigs that we've ever had at World's Toughest Mudder. And the heat, if you're just tuning in from the States, from the U.S., it's been hot all day until just recently, just about last hour. And this obstacle induced a lot of cramps for people doing it. You can see they're going from left to right. You have to stay off the ground. That rig is low. It's maybe 3.5 feet off the ground.
Look at this post. This is one of Jack Gorris's pictures that he posted earlier. That is the sprint lap bib being handed, with the second place just 1 second behind.
Look at that.
That is pretty darn cool.
And he can see it getting passed out.
And he's smiling. He's happy for his friend.
Pictures at the OCR report on Instagram. Like, follow, and subscribe, they say. I mean, I say it all the time, but they say it too.
Who's they? The mouse in your pocket?
The mouse's friends in other pockets. We is me and my mouse. The race I can't look away from is Nicole Kocha and Nikki Karamba, the top two women. They are starting to put distance between themselves and the field. They are 10 miles. They both have 45. Third place, Jill Heller, who we just saw pass us, has 35. So they're a good 2 laps in front of third place, fourth, and beyond. Here's another look at that start chute.
Check that out. That was earlier today.
You can see all that smoke.
That was just 9 hours and 25 minutes ago.
That's at the start, obviously, of the start chute. We are at the finish line in the start chute, all the way at the other end, and we could smell the gunpowder and the smoke all the way down here.
Beautiful.
Great shot of Austin Azar. I think he's asking the rabbit to run in a certain spot so he stays out of her way. I feel like we're still due for some shakeup in the men's race.
I think so too.
Now, I'm not saying Rucco and Fiore aren't going to be top 1, top 2, but I think 3 through 10, there's still room for lots of action, up and down.
Hey there. Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. So, just talking about Austin Azar and Chris Rogloski and her 100-mile record. And speak of the record breaker, and in she walks, Chris Rogloski. Welcome back, Chris.
Thank you. It's good to be back.
Chris Rogloski joins us in the booth. Chris, you ran 100 miles in 2022.
I sure did.
Fran, can we pull up the women's current results and let's show them to Fran or to Chris and see what she thinks. 9:30 p.m. Nicole and Nikki both have 45. What are your thoughts when you see that?
They're on track for 100. I'm going to go 100. Yeah, Nicole has been very vocal about she's planning to go over 100. And I think if she keeps up with what she's got, she's absolutely going to do it.
Over like 105 we're talking about. That sounds like a stupid question.
I think she should go 110 while she's at it.
You
Well, she's there. She might as well, huh?
So,
I mean,
the all-time record is 115. And only 2 men have ever done that. 110 would be that'd be something.
I believe she's not far behind Austin. She's running in like 5th or 6th.
Yeah,
top
overall.
10 overall. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Last we saw, she was in 6th overall.
Let's see her overall, or just where she would. So 45 at 8:38. Let's check out those men. 45. She'd be in 6th place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Overall.
Yeah, and the biggest thing that dictates, or not the biggest thing, but a big factor in dictating how far you will go is what your plan is coming into.
Sure.
And she has run a 100-miler. She is planning to run 100. Like, I don't see why not. We go 105.
In 2022, when you ran 100, what was your plan coming up?
100 miles. Yeah, I came in. I was thinking about that while I was out running the course earlier. I was like, I didn't come in to like race the people there. I came in to run 100 miles.
Yeah.
And that was it. So I think I didn't even move into first place until I think right after midnight. So it was like close to halfway.
Sure.
But like, I didn't care. I wasn't worried. I knew I could do 100 miles. That was the plan. So
Did you run 100 miles before you ran it here?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think
Was that the year you ran like 12 or something?
You did so
it was
many
my
100 miles
7th of
that
the year.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And I think I think it was maybe my 14th or 15th ever.
Sure.
Something like that.
Yeah. So it wasn't so much the distance; it was the doing it in the time and.
Yeah. That's it. Like,
Fascinating.
I knew I could do 100 miles,
Right.
and I wanted to do it. I mean, I heard of World's Toughest Mudder about the same time I heard of 100 milers, and
Sure.
so in some ways they were equal. Like, yeah,
Now,
it wasn't. Yeah.
Nicole's run 100 miles before. You ran
Yeah.
100 miles before you ran it here. Do you think running a 100-miler outside of World's Toughest is kind of a prerequisite?
Yes, some of the men have done it without that, but I would say as a general rule, you have a much higher chance of doing 100 if you've run 100. She ran 100. I think it was her first 100. I could be wrong, but she ran 100, Keys 100 in Florida. I think she said a month ago, but I kind of feel like it was longer ago, but still like fairly recently. But she ran in 18 hours, which is very fast.
Yeah.
It was flat, so like that is a factor, but 18 hours is fast regardless. So she's got the speed. She knows what she's doing.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, so you set the record. How do you feel when you see these two women that may match or even beat your record?
Oh, I love it. Bring it. Yeah. No, like I'm not disappointed, but a little disappointed that more women haven't done it yet.
Okay.
Like, let's go. Like,
Now,
the more people that do it, eventually it will get more possible. But,
you did it in 2022.
yeah. 2023 was not my year.
But Nikki did 95
Yeah.
last year.
Yeah. So like get to 100. I think that 100 mark is just really cool. And like, it's like more people need to do it. And I think the more people that do it, the more people will. And like, and also I think like, why are we settling for like 5 miles less than the men? Speaking from experience, like, like we can and should be up there.
One year,
So.
2012, Amelia was 9 minutes from first overall.
Amelia was doing the work and none of us have carried the torch. So I am sorry, Amelia. Yeah, no, I think they're going to crush it.
I think your 100 miles a couple years ago could kind of be like the 4 minute mile. Like, all right, yeah, it is possible. Like,
Well,
what's their problem?
It's kind of what I was hoping for, but I don't think it's been that yet.
Well, it could be this
We'll
year.
see. It could be.
Maybe.
Let's go.
All right, so let's see 2 women run 100.
Allison Walls.
Let's see our world Stratton. Chris.
That is amazing.
She's wonderful. Fun fact, I was in Stratton a few years ago, encouraged and coached me to finally make the jump on Dragon's Back Triumph. She's the best, and I will never forget that.
Allison Walls is amazing. I think it was Allison who like volunteered all weekend.
Probably.
So, yeah. Allison's amazing. Those are the kind of things like that's exactly what these races are supposed to do for you. They're supposed to challenge what you think is possible, what's comfortable, what you're happy with, and yeah, that's what we're here for.
So let's say one or
Austin's
Picking
picked
up
up some
trash.
He's picking up trash or
What a
picking up fuel for
gentleman.
somebody.
He did not just pick up trash.
Oh
Did
my
he?
gosh.
I think if it
Picked
does
up
something, it might be
something.
free
Oh,
food.
I think it was a flasher.
Oh, maybe.
Someone dropped a flasher. Maybe. Was
He
his hand glowing?
came in for one pit, and it was a lap that he had taken a little longer on, and we were all kind of trying to gauge how he was feeling. So we're all kind of like, Are you good? He's eating and drinking. And then he looked at us, he goes, you guys are all so serious. So he's just having a good time out there.
How's he feeling with the temperature? Because, I mean, I'm not moving, but I got chilly fast.
Oh, I think he's relieved that it's cooled down some. He said maybe next lap he'll take another layer on. But I think it's one of those things like when you're running and moving. I know from my experience running, kind of about this time when you come in, seeing people in jackets and hoodies. I know asked, even at 100 milers too, like, is it cold? Like, because when you're moving and you're,
I mean, it's
heart
technically
rate's
not.
up.
It's still 23 degrees, which is really hot
Yeah,
for the
but
UK.
The
is that,
sun,
like
there's not the
73?
direct sun anymore. 73.9.
Oh yeah.
This is
Oh,
a
yeah.
joke he keeps doing. He pretends he can do
Speak
the
American,
math.
please. Oh.
I don't know what she's talking about. I don't like jokes.
But without the direct sun and the breeze, like it is definitely cooled down.
Mm.
Yeah, it cools down fast. It could be quite chilly overnight.
Does Austin have a plan for neoprene wetsuits?
His aunt and uncle would know better. But we
Okay.
do have we've started offering one layer. I'm not sure what all he has. I know he brought leg mitts. So
Okay.
he's got mitts, he's got a windproof, some kind of neoprene layer.
Sure.
I don't know if he has a plan for like when he's putting it on. We shall see.
Sure. All right.
No, but he told some people came over and the social media team was asking him some questions. And they said, so like, what are your plans going into tonight? And he's like, I'm going to keep having fun. It's like, yep, that's exactly it. His aunt is stressing a little bit about the times and she's comparing everything. And,
Okay.
he's dropped back a little bit. And I told her, I was like, it's not even midnight yet. He needs to run his own race. Yes, he's taking a little longer in the pit, but that's because he's eating and drinking and taking care of himself.
Yeah.
So
And
we're at zero
of
worried.
anyone, Austin knows how to. He's won it before. He's run 100 times, multiple. He won 100
Yeah.
multiple times. So literally, he's kind of the elder statesman. Oh, really? There's no
A little
Atkins.
bit,
There's no
yeah.
psychos. Like,
Not here.
yeah,
Not today.
I think he's
He's the OG.
he's the guy, right? And he's looking strong. We're watching Austin Azar on the left screen there.
Yeah, he's doing great.
Still pumping his arms. Still good stride. He looks
That was a
good.
little trot.
Are we doing jumping jacks as a penalty over there?
Looks like it. So is that swing both ways?
That may be. Did we just open up?
No, that's been open since 7.
Oh, okay.
Maybe he's just trying to warm up.
Maybe
with
he's
the
just trying to warm up.
sunset view.
I'm gonna check out what the
This sunset
doing
view
that
with
for
the
a while.
castle is worth doing some jumping
Incredible,
jacks too.
Isn't it amazing?
Sort of, maybe.
We don't have a lot of castles in the U.S.
No, not many.
That's
at all.
crazy. Why not?
I heard the story on this castle is there's a duchess and a duke. They're separated. Duke gets a wing of the castle. Duchess runs the show.
Okay.
And is the businesswoman. She handles everything, and he's
Sure.
just got kind of a little corner, I
Oh,
guess.
okay.
She kind of keeps him there. I don't know,
There you go.
but that's what somebody told me.
Live in a castle, though.
So the penalty for swings both ways is ramp burpees.
Oh,
So I'm not quite sure what the jumping jacks there are all about.
I wonder if do they have ramp burpees?
Maybe he was warming up for ram burpees.
Maybe it was.
Burpees are a weighted cylindrical tube that
Of
you basically hold out while you do the
rubber.
burpee, and then you raise above your head. It's the last
maybe,
obstacle.
Maybe
in
they didn't get here in
Decazone
time.
10.
Zone 10. And then what are we looking at here? What's the ball pit there?
I was asked by someone who lives here,
Mhm.
what flag have we talked about this? What flag Americans think of when they think of England? She was like, is it the Union Jack
Right.
or is it St. George's Cross? And I was like, Union Jack. I only recently found out that there's a St. George's Cross.
St. George's Cross is red and white.
Yeah,
white
Will only
with a
found
red
that out
cross.
about 45 minutes ago.
I have literally put that flag on race results.
with the English. flag?
Yes, with
Yeah.
England for 100.
I have never in my life.
Someone look that up.
I've never in my life seen someone register themselves as an English athlete. I've seen a Scottish. I've seen Welsh. Never seen
UK,
someone
Great
register
Britain.
as
What would they
English.
register as?
Just UK, just
UK
yeah,
or Great Britain or
Nobody.
Wales. Is Wales
but-
the Union Jack?
The problem
Wales
is
is so we'll cover this briefly. So we have athletes who are from Scotland, which is that white cross on the blue
Yep.
background.
Yeah.
From Wales, from Northern Ireland, and from England. And all but England are reasonably patriotic and will identify themselves as being individual from the United Kingdom of
Okay.
Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And England gets kind of conflated just into the Union Jack. So you'll see the Scots, they will identify themselves as Scottish because it's super important to them because a lot of them want to be independent.
Yeah.
And I know it's confusing to those who are William. It's
I am
very
not a bit
confused.
confused. I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't, but maybe the people you do. But maybe the people at home don't.
I did a competition recently with a lot of international athletes, and a girl from England was upset that they'd given her the St. George's Cross. She
Oh.
preferred the Union Jack.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. So I guess a lot of England is just like it was the
Yeah,
Union
it's Team
Jack.
UK,
It's a better
Team
looking.
GB.
It's a better looking flag.
It is a better looking flag.
It's there's a lot of stuff around that.
Okay,
Are
but is it the equivalent, like the Scotland flag, is the equivalent of a guy from Texas wanting a Texas flag instead
No,
of a
because
U.S.
it's not
flag?
a state. We're very different. You can't.
Kind of
compare them.
sounds similar.
It's kind of
Trying to not
Texas
be
is
the
really
same.
proud of Texas.
Yeah, I know. I mean, kind of, but no.
All right.
I mean, they're technically countries,
Sure.
but they're united
Okay.
under one flag.
Well,
You know,
But they have their own parliament. Well, Scotland does.
I was
And they have their own banknotes.
Scotland does.
Yeah.
Banknotes.
Like,
Scotland has their own legal tender.
paper money.
They don't
Well,
use the pound.
it's still pound sterling, but they have Scottish money. Listen, it's not
Can
straightforward.
you spend Can I go down to Tesco and spend a Scottish pound?
Oh,
Technically,
this
yes, but they
obstacle
can
is
also
fun.
say no if they want to.
Can I go to Scotland and spend a British pound?
Absolutely, you
That
can.
looks like a really fun obstacle.
Yeah,
I
so
think
that swings both
Kelly.
ways.
Seems
Is
hilarious.
Kelly
That might be
Glenn,
Morgan
maybe?
Mackay.
Oh, that is Morgan.
Got that face paint looking. Look at that. Morgan's strong.
That's Morgan.
Look at her passing the men doing the.
Somebody was saying she hasn't
Get those
run
arms up, friend.
more than 20K. She hasn't run more than 20K in quite a while, but
Sure.
she's
Well, she has
very strong,
tonight.
and she had a child, which I
Oh my
think just
God.
gives you like automatic plus 10 points of whatever you get.
The last time we were here, we were talking about Nicole Kocha with her 7 kids.
7. She's got plus 70 points.
So Morgan, we just saw her finish this obstacle successfully. 7 laps, 35 miles in 7th place. I think if Morgan can continue finishing obstacles, and as long as the penalties are onerous enough, then she'll continue to move up the rankings. She's won the race before. She knows how to do it. So
Yeah, this is a fun obstacle. The first part really tilts a lot more than you're expecting.
this floating walls, is that what we call that at
Yeah.
OCRW? This very I don't know if I've ever seen that at a Spartan.
This is a great
race.
obstacle.
It's yeah. So then after
Gloves.
We've
They
got a
have these,
windbreaker on somebody in the back there too. We're definitely
the
getting some
trailer
layers.
hitches at the end, which are really tricky.
Those
And that's
are
coming.
at the
Wow, I love his little twist there.
Little move
And it's quite far. The board is quite far to reach to
from floating board to floating board
from the brown obstacle
from the just
to
the
the floating
the-
board.
talking with Chris Rogloski, world's 2-time champ, and the only woman to ever run 100 miles.
Very supportive of potentially
until
more
tomorrow,
women
maybe.
getting some
We will
100
see.
Yeah, I love. If we're able to have 1 or 2 women hit 100 miles, will you be at brunch? Are you gonna be there?
I will be back in France competing on Monday. So
Well, we
I will be there in spirit.
we'll love to have you in spirit there.
I
It'll
was
be-
even really hoping to make brunch this year because I
Yeah.
still have not made a brunch.
Oh, you haven't. You weren't there.
Maybe next year. Same time, same place.
Who's
They have not. They'll announce at a brunch, I'm sure, but they
But-
haven't announced officially anything for next year. So
Yeah. I like this time of year,
yes,
and it would, I think, fit in perfectly next year.
even
so.
with the heat. Although
Yeah,
Fran
but it
tells
might
me
not
it
be
might be
hot.
pouring rain like
We
Paris
just,
right
we
now.
just don't know.
That's what we're saying. Maybe a pouring rain. I did great in the cold. I don't love it, but
I've got that
I've
image in
survived
my head
enough.
of you in your wetsuit and the
Full
hood,
neoprene.
chomping on a piece of pizza, and you're just like, I'm just going for it. I'm just going for it. I'm just going.
That's what I started feeling. I was like, I'm not sure if this is me or a neoprene double, a neoprene body double. I just felt like I was fully Josh Fiore. He's killing it.
We've not had much Fiore news in a while, have we?
You're subscribed to that news feed, Fiore.com or whatever it is.
I'm a
Second
full
place.
paid member.
Josh Fiore, one of our first 50 milers of this World's Toughest Mudder 2025.
Looks like he's running about 20 minutes behind first place.
Josh Fiore. And Chris Orglowski doing a split analysis here with
I
us.
love it.
Yeah, right.
What do you think about
20 minutes.
Joe Rucco's performance this year?
I heard rumors he's not feeling great, but so far he is crushing it.
I mean, Fiore's come in saying it's his year to win.
Okay. I mean, I believe Fiore.
I've heard a lot of guys are having stomach issues.
We've North America is definitely pulling out strong through the heat. So, but that our Derbyshire guy is hanging in there.
Austin from Canada, Josh and Joe, first, second, third place, all from North America.
Fourth and fifth from Scotland.
Scotland doing strong.
Mm-hmm.
Good for that country.
How do you know? It says UK.
They're wearing Scottish flags. And
Oh, okay.
so
okay.
Grant Thompson,
Oh boy, here we
he
go.
may run
Here we
past
go,
at some
Chris.
point. I got him and a non-Scottish guy confused, and he won't let me drop it. And then I pretended I thought he was Welsh, and it's a whole thing.
Unacceptable.
Classic Welsh
Um,
joke, right?
Shout out to this rabbit keeping up with Austin this entire lap.
So this is
That's
Libby Joyce.
Libby Joyce. You know her?
Oh, I actually know the name. Yes, I don't.
She's being coached by Ryan
Maybe.
Atkins right now.
Yeah,
17, I think, years old.
Yep.
and she's done very well at OCRWC.
She has.
Yeah.
Yes, she did first place teams with Nicole and Lindsay one year.
Yeah.
This is our Rat Frost.
Rat Frost, which they've changed up.
Oh, they did change. Okay, I was like, I don't recognize this as the Rat Frost that I saw.
Do we know why they changed Rat Frost?
I think because they can.
Just to mix it up?
Listen, they've said just expect the unexpected.
Well, now it's expected.
Or is it? Is it? So we have 5 men with 10 laps in the bag.
At 9:43. So 10 o'clock is where we generally say whatever mileage you have at 10 p.m., you can double that. And that's what you can expect to have for the full race. Now, give or take, it's not
So
100,
that's 15 minutes time.
it's not exactly, 100%
So
across the board.
does this mean that Michael Schutz
He's out.
is officially out? 'Cause
He
I wasn't sure if he was doing a nap and a come back in, but I think we're
I've
past
seen this
that
movie
point.
before, right?
Yeah.
He says he would like to try and get a final lap in just to be an official finisher, but he's no longer competing. And also Sean Merriweather, who we had our eyes on as a UK athlete,
Yes.
he's out. He did the Bob Graham round last week.
Oh, I talked to him.
Yeah.
Yes, and he did a 50 miler the week before that.
Yeah,
He did a double Bob Graham. So he did 120 miles last week.
Now,
He said his legs are feeling great, but his body's just a little tired.
Sure.
I'm like, yeah,
Yeah.
it just might be.
I know what a Bob Graham route is, but why don't you explain to the people at home what a Bob Graham route is?
It's just a route. Do you know more about it?
It's
heard of it.
it's a route round the Lake Districts.
Okay.
So the Lake District. So you've got a lot of elevation gain and potentially very, very dodgy weather. And I don't know the exact distance, but it's freaking long.
Sure.
It's 60 miles one direction. He did 60 miles one direction, then 60 miles back. It was 120 miles, and he said 60,000 feet of gain.
There we go. You know
So,
the details.
yeah.
But it's I know it's notoriously tough.
Yeah,
Like
I've heard of it.
people I know that have so Matan, my friend who's a very, very good ultra runner, like
Sure.
he took it on with a lot of support.
Okay.
And he does big events.
Yeah.
So
Here we are seeing Chunky Monkey again. A guy trying to dry off his hands or get some mud off his hands, really.
what do you think about Chunky Monkey?
Honestly, this is kind of the first good look I'm getting at it.
So it starts with Twister,
Oh, starts with Twister.
going uphill, leads into the bottom half is the wheels from Funky Monkey.
Okay.
It's 3 wheels, 1 horizontal. to vertical into a
Well,
pipe.
Austin, I think that's Austin, just gave a clinic on how to do
My
it.
goodness, he killed that, didn't he?
That is something Austin will not be failing obstacles, so he's got that going for him.
All right. So now, as I'm sitting here in my chair with a light breeze blowing on my body,
Oh, Giles is here and he's not looking happy because everyone's having too much fun. What are you going to do, Giles?
Are you going to orient? Flooding?
Get my prediction. Giles, you know we love making predictions. Yeah, pretty spot the predictions, but all you guys have been saying is expected we could change things, and now I'm like, I can't make any predictions because these guys. These guys are not going to make it easy.
I've heard there's a not even a joke, but a sentiment among the WTM race directors. They don't want to be the one responsible for the first 125 bib. It's not like race directors of years past are going to haunt you or something. Like
They
it's
are.
okay. We're talking with Giles, the race director and World Toughest Mudder legend. Giles, have you seen the women's top 2 women and their results? Have you kind of played that out? It's possible. Getting a smile and a head nod from Giles. He's aware. All right.
Top 2 are going 100.
Brilliant. Good to see you. Yeah, they know. Giles just came to us, and I couldn't tell if he was joking or serious, adding or increasing
Going to
penalties.
change things.
Like, because they have changed things.
Yeah.
They've changed Jack Frost or Brad Frost. They've changed pyramid scheme for safety reasons.
Mm-hmm.
They could change literally whatever they want. It's their race.
Well, here's the thing. If it's Austin and they make the penalties more difficult, it will not affect
Doesn't
him
matter.
because he's not doing
It
anything.
helps.
Actually, that's true.
No, for real. It helps Austin. It helps the women like Morgan Mackay.
Well,
And if you're a person completing obstacles, man or woman, and the penalties get harder, it is 100% in your favor, like without a doubt.
he came in and told the race directors. He came in from a loop a couple hours ago. Told them that some of the penalties are shorter than the obstacles. He
We
felt
were
like
just
they
talking
needed to
about
know.
Good.
Yeah, we were just saying. I mean, they shouldn't be. They should be longer and harder.
World Toughest Mudder 2017 had a penalty for, I want to say it was for Kong Infinity. I'm going to get this wrong.
I need to make a correction. Derbyshire is not Scottish. He's English. It's Harvey who's Scottish. That's who I saw the Scottish flag on. I do apologize.
Oh, okay.
Will's giving me a face like, oh man, you screwed up.
Glad it's you and not me.
Listen, I'm just trying to identify people with the correct country. I make mistakes.
So World Toughest Mudder 2017, they had a penalty that was much shorter than the obstacle and much, not only in time, but in difficulty. And everyone's like, whoa, just take the penalty. Teammate Shu got wind of that, and they changed it immediately and made that penalty death. So it's happened in the past. It could easily happen again.
Look at that view.
Beautiful. Look at that sunset. Wow.
Starting to look pretty dark on camera, but it's not that dark in real life, is it?
No,
It's nearly 10 p.m.
we can see fine, but if we were to go drive somewhere, we would turn the lights on. The
Yeah,
headlights would
would
come
be
on.
Yeah.
But it's not dark.
It's not
You know?
dark.
Or are those torches?
Oh, that's great. Head torches on the car.
Car torches?
Car torch. What do you, right?
What did I call something the other day? I think I called the volume the sound temperature.
Have you gotten any feedback from other areas? Is that Austin?
That's Austin.
We've heard that's not a favorite obstacle on course.
He did not love the mud mile.
Oh, sure.
I don't think anyone's going to love
Tweaked his
that.
shoulder a little bit. He's not happy with that.
They are very deep pits, aren't they? And very tall.
His aunt and uncle made the comment, he never says he doesn't like an obstacle. So
Oh, and for him to say that, he really like I was there when he said that, and he just kind of, it sounded like he said it in passing, but he must have hated it.
something. Oh, it looks like he moved up into third.
Ooh.
He came in for his 50.
Look at that.
Oh, by quite a bit too.
He has
Almost
a
10 minutes.
9-minute lead. Almost 10 minutes on Craig Derbyshire. Craig Derbyshire from
England.
England.
Easy to remember because Derbyshire's in England.
And Derby is the capital. No, I asked what's the difference.
Man,
between...
you said that so confidently.
asked
I was
somebody
like, wow, how'd Chris know that?
I asked somebody what's the difference between York and Yorkshire, and he said York is the capital. Yorkshire is like the
Pudding.
county.
The county.
Yeah. So I thought that was across.
I mean,
the
that's
board.
fair. I just got confused. I was like, capital of, but yeah, of Derbyshire.
But then I also asked if there's a Londonshire, and he said, no.
Someone said that today.
So London itself is like the same as the Vatican and Washington DC, and it's its own little like
Country?
independent.
There's no Londonshire.
Like little state.
London's
thing.
an amazing. Have you been to London?
The
Yeah.
city
Yeah.
of London.
It's amazing. It's like New York, DC, and Hollywood all in one. It's incredible.
Anyway, let's talk about the results.
Joe Rucco, first place still. He's been in first place.
Or his wife and baby are cheering him on.
That's right. Well done.
So cute.
And I told you I talked to him before the race. Most friendliest, even-keeled guy I think I've ever met. Look at that view. Wow, that's beautiful. Get the results out. That's too pretty. We'll do the results in a second. Look at that.
Look at that.
Guys,
There it is.
you should be here. If you're not, I don't know where it is next year. If it's here, you got to get here. All right.
Yeah, these trails are beautiful.
Those trails are also 2-lane roads here.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Yep, all right.
First place, Joshua Fiore in second, Austin Azar in third place. There are 18 minutes between first and third right now. That's the finish of their 50-mile distance, their 10th lap. We don't know pit
That's almost
times.
30 minutes.
51,
28.
28 minutes. Is that what it said?
Closer to that, 27.
And then in
Right?
fourth,
Yeah. Okay.
Craig Derbyshire, Grant Thompson in fifth. Mike
Sorry, kudos to you, Will, for your pronunciation of Derbyshire descent.
Derbyshire, thank you.
Yeah, well done.
Derbyshire. I've been saying Derbyshire.
I had a trick. She told me pretend that the E is an A and the I is a U.
Derbyshire.
Derbyshire. That's right. Derbyshire. Yeah.
It's like me pronouncing Maryland.
How would you use
I
it?
used to say Maryland.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Have you seen like
Yep.
Kansas and Arkansas?
Oh, Arkansas.
Yeah.
huh?
Oh, I thought we had it.
You
there
can't
for a
say
minute.
Arkansas in an English accent, though. Arkansas. Arkansas. Carry
Got
on.
us on American.
Seventh place. All right, now headlamps are on every runner are turned on every runner coming past us. We are on the later stages of dusk, not quite dark.
Somebody's asked, what happened to Chris Rogloski? She's here in the booth with us,
You
chatting.
gonna ask her?
Chris Rogloski I'm in the middle of a competition in France. I ended up getting today and tomorrow, so I have to come hang in a couple fun laps and crew, but I have to be back in France to compete by Monday. So I am avoiding the 24 hours on the legs before I'm back.
That makes so much
pretty
sense.
high stakes there in France. So
is this just kind of a regular, probably a low volume training weekend for you?
yeah, it's pretty chill. I had some people like, don't run at all you should be doing is short runs with some strides. I was like, no, this is pretty
This is fun.
normal.
I can do this.
Yeah.
Seventh place, Harvey Mitchell Divers. Daniel Miska in eighth. John Herb in ninth.
Harvey and Daniel were running together.
Okay.
Now,
And,
is
yeah,
it
look at that.
John-
Second apart.
It's John Herb.
Herb. I would
Or
say
herb.
herb. I mean,
If it's a name, it's Herb.
I would
You know
think
how
so.
the British say herbs.
Yes, Herb.
They
So
say it with.
He is American.
They
with
say
a
it with an.
H.
Oh, you got me first. Yes, they say it with a H.
Canadians do that too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you get that a
I'm
lot.
familiar with
Yeah.
that.
And in 10th place, Patrick Coletta. Patrick has the largest fan base online watching.
He's
of
now moved
anyone.
into 10th. He was in 11th
Top
last time
10.
we checked in.
Top
He's now
10.
in 10th.
Must be all those online. That
Seriously,
online
I've never
crew.
seen people shouting someone out as much as this.
We love it. We love it.
Pole
if, you,
dancer.
if you're a Patrick fans, Patrick Coletta fans that are watching right now, what place do you think he'll finish in?
Oh, they're going to say first.
Let me know.
They're saying
France,
first.
France
They
says
better
you
leave
say
more
first.
comments. The more comments, the more
Drive that
comments.
engagement. Let's go.
Pole dancer opening in 5 minutes.
Oh yeah. Pole dance is a great obstacle. It's really fun. It's really simple, but it's still an obstacle. It's going to take it out of you.
Now, pole dancer will open. Pole dancer is our only new obstacle, opening at 10 p.m. Then at 11 p.m., we will have Electroshock Therapy finally opening. Lucifer's Luggage is open. Swings Both Ways is
It's
open.
open.
So Electroshock will be the last one not open
Yeah.
at 10 p.m.
That'll open at 11 p.m.
Although they've opened a few early, so we'll see what happens with Electroshock.
I love that Electroshock is right before the pit. So we can get a nice little jolt awake and come into the pit. I'm fine, I'm good. I'm good.
Also, you fall in the mud and you come in nasty. That's kind of
That too.
that wears on
All
you.
part of the vibe.
Like when you come into the pit, like the verse coming in clean versus coming in dirty.
So
like-
that's Patrick in top 5.
Top 5
Patrick in first.
first, Parzi.
Patrick in first.
All right. Looks like the first is winning. First it is.
Patrick will cross 100 miles top 3.
Sven,
Okay.
a lot of faith in Patrick. All right. Hey, if you are enjoying our coverage of Patrick, you should leave us a super chat. Hit that $sign at the bottom of the chat box. You can leave $1, $10. If you think Patrick's going to get first place, you can leave $50 to encourage him, and it'll support our coverage of World's Toughest Mudder.
Our Patrick coverage.
Patrick coverage.
All
get enough,
Patrick,
let's
all
just-
the time.
Change it to that. We need Libby to run a lap with him next.
Netflix and Patrick. If you want the chat note to watch it, yeah. We've actually seen him. He seems like a nice guy. Comes through here. We've got a purple top on. But a new name to us. But he brings the fan base with him. It's great.
He
Yeah.
really does.
He's the real deal.
You don't know. I think he's the only guy wearing a purple top.
Mm.
Very. Most of us wear black, maybe white,
I wear pink sometimes.
pink. I think he might be the only person out there with purple.
That's how we're recognizing him. Professional.
Shout out to Innovate Shoes there. Well done.
Great product placement.
Got to pay extra for that.
If Innovate want to support us, they can leave a super chat.
Innovate. Drop a super chat or email me, will@theocrreport.com. Let's talk. Love their shoes.
I love that we have some guys at Mutterhorn helping everybody out.
Minna Mutterhorn.
I know there was some talk leading up to it of like a lot of the U.S. based guys that normally do it weren't coming. We weren't sure if they were coming. So.
Yeah.
I have a question. Do we know if I should probably know his name, but I'm not sure that I do? Our bagpipes man is going to be out.
I don't believe so.
He's American.
John Copper is.
Then where has he been the 2 years I've been there?
He was there last year.
That was the year I was not there.
I'm seeing a
I think he's
correlation
avoiding me.
here.
I mean, correlation is not causation, but no, I
Look
don't
at that.
know.
Look at that view.
So his daughter used to run World's Toughest Mudder every year, and so he would come out for her.
So
and-
she's avoiding me.
that's Hannah Copper. But I don't think she's. It's been a few years. Carlo, exactly how many years it's been. Hey, we got another guest that wants to jump in here.
Oh my goodness. Yes. Hey, do you know what? I'll hand over my headphones. Come on in.
So, joining the booth right now, Michael Shoot.
Yes,
Michael, I need to apologize. I've said your name incorrectly probably 100 times.
I also think so. Yeah.
No, and Fran, yeah, no, you're not wrong. And if you need to take me to task for it, I'll own it. I deserve it. Fran gets on me. Fran, well, I'll take it's his name, so I'll take it from him. Anyway, Michael, congratulations, you won last year. Well
Yeah.
done.
Thanks.
Strong start this year.
Yeah.
You and I talked before the race started. You told me, hey, I have my right ankle's bothering me.
Yeah.
I saw 2 doctors. One of them told me it's broken. One of them said it's fine.
Yeah.
They both said not to run.
I said I think you need new doctors.
Yeah, I also think so. But yeah.
And then, so tell me about your race. What happened when you went out?
It started good. The race was nice. The weather was good. So we could just go fast. And after 5 rounds, I get something from my foot. I can feel something. And 6 rounds was just, passed.
So you were actually in the lead, first place, when you chose to call it.
Yeah, I was in the lead. And all things going good. The pace was nice. And it's just feeling good. But and the point is just changed.
Yeah.
You're the first person I've heard that says the weather is good.
Yeah,
You're
it's
excited about it?
very good.
Okay.
Warm and nice.
All right.
Yeah. I don't understand why people not like that.
Did you not? You weren't getting hot out there?
Yeah, of course, but it's just good for the body. Then you not need to warm up and so on.
Sure.
Yeah, so that's good.
Okay.
So we're watching camera cut in a little bit there.
Yeah.
Chris helping us with it. Well done. What was it? How did you make the decision that you had to stop?
When I'm not feeling I can run what I want to run. Every time I take a step, I need to get focused and not lean wrong and all the stuff. So it just make me not feel good. And,
Sure.
And I come to run, not to just to race.
Not to race.
So when you're not can run and that's what you want, then it's not fun for me. So I just like to go fast.
Sure.
In a long time.
And you've won the race. You won it. I mean, it's you know what it takes to win, and you know.
Yeah, it's
what,
take a lot.
So
but you know also that. Yeah.
We've got. I'm trying to figure out how many miles between the two of you are sitting here. 190.
5.
And then, Mark.
It's the same.
Michael, you ran 115 last year.
Yeah.
And the year before you ran 100, and you've run before though too, right?
Yeah.
215 plus.
Yeah.
So we got 400 something miles in here. That's impressive.
It's close to. Yeah.
Love it.
That's
Love
nice.
It.
We're still only half of what Trevor Sykes has.
Oh my
That's
Trevor
long way.
1,010.
Yeah, that's so amazing.
He wanted to get to 1,000, but he did the math wrong before last year. So he did 1,010.
Oh, that's stupid.
He did do that.
Can I just press this?
Yeah. Press another number there. So like maybe push. You're gonna do it. Push 4. Camera 4.
Oh.
Where is it?
Right here?
Yep. Do that.
Oh.
No.
Nope.
Done. Fixed it.
Beautiful.
You're hired.
Chris Glassy got a new job in the production booth here.
She did good.
Picking cameras for us. And we should have Pole Dancer opening 3 minutes ago. So we're going to want to check that out as soon as we get to it. So what's next? Do you need to? Is it okay for like tomorrow, or are you going to need to go to the doctor?
No, I need to go to the doctor just to see what is wrong with that.
Sure.
But yeah, I just think the doctor gonna say keep it in steady and
sure.
Yeah. So I think the last of the year is gonna be no races and just try to get the foot back and see what's gonna happen. Yeah.
I guess your next big race, whatever your next big race is, kind of depends on what the doctor says.
Yeah. So I just think it's gonna be next year. Yeah.
What do you think about? Oh, go ahead, sir.
125 miles.
Yeah, of course.
WTM 2026.
I don't know. Let's see. But yeah, it could be nice to come up there. I think it's possible to do. The right shape and So
Nice.
So why not?
It seems like we're getting closer every year, right?
Yeah,
you
exactly.
115, two laps shy of 125.
Yeah. So close to.
She's going to get 120 probably next time.
Why not?
Or 125.
Or not.
Why not?
Why stop at 120, right? You're right there.
Exactly.
Come on.
Take
Run another 5 while you're at it.
What's one more lap? What's 5 miles between friends?
It's a lot.
It is a lot. You got to run with your brother a little bit this time.
Yeah. He has run 5 rounds. Yeah.
Okay.
He's done.
What was that like running with your brother?
It's fun. It's always fun to run with him. He's a good boy, and it's just he's not in shape anymore. But we have run a lot of races together and been around the world together. And so it's nice. He is running with me, and he want to go out and try this. He was in my pit last year, so that's also the reason why it goes so good last year. So so that's nice.
What do you think about having World's Toughest in Europe? A lot closer to you this year.
Yeah, that's nice. I hope it's come back again. We have, I think, 2 hours and fly, and then we'll be here. So, yeah, not 2 trains and what we're gonna do from France to come up.
Have you been watching the stream? Have you
yeah,
listened?
exactly. Yeah. That's a little
awesome.
stupid. That's nice. Nice you did it. Yeah, so yeah, it's nice to have him with me, and this year he's gonna try the World Toughest.
Yeah.
I think it's the first tough mile race he's gonna run. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, why not?
That's awesome. That's
Yeah.
awesome. If everything comes out okay, we'll see you again next year. Let's say we don't know where it's going to be. Let's say it's somewhere closer to you.
I'll
Close to you.
say maybe.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I cannot end my World Toughest career like this. So maybe I'll come back. Yeah.
Yeah.
I say the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
time.
We cannot stop here.
I did 100 and I was like, I'm good.
Yeah.
No, I was back
Nope.
next year.
We
And then you
cannot
can't end.
No, exactly. It's like we need a little more. Yeah, every time. So
It is an addiction.
yeah, exactly. And the best thing about World Toughest is the community is just amazing to come back to, because I not see this in any other races. So it's also come back to the family, if you could say like that.
Sure. Yeah.
So yeah, we run long, but still the community is just amazing in World Toughest. It's, you go out now when it's dark, it's just all people is just cheering and a lot of them are smiling. But yeah, so nice. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
a lot of
fun.
smiles, a few tears. It's a good time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's awesome. Michael, any last thoughts? What else should we tell the people about this year?
This was a nice race. I hope we come to the 100 miles with 3 of them. but I hope people see this and want to go to World Toughest. I think this is a good race if you want to try run long and just try to go out and show what you can and see what you can. So every people need to come to World Toughest, I would say that. Yeah.
Awesome.
You heard it here first.
That's right, Michael.
Yeah.
Well,
Thank
man,
you.
Thanks so much, man.
No, thank
Congratulations on your win and last year.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
And I hope to see you again next year.
Let's see.
Let's do it again.
Yeah.
Let's
Thank
run
you.
it back with you and Chris.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Michael, shoot. Well done. So if you want to pull up a comment talking to Chris Orglowski, my production assistant, press that green button. It'll pop it up on the screen.
Let's go, Mama Robin.
11:45. It's your favorite monkey, Matilda. Run fast. Now, when Fran rejoins us in the booth, she can look up Mama Robin's number, 11:45. Oh, there you go. Use the mouse.
Yeah.
Okay. Chris is literally figuring this out. I just want to give a warning to the viewers. If the feed goes dead suddenly, I'm not blaming 100-mile runner Christopher Glosky. I'm just saying.
It's not working.
Is that her? Oh, and
Yeah.
then you can maybe. I'm not sure
I
how
do
you pop
not
it up
have-
there. Did you push? You should push submit. So Jason sets this up. Fran runs it. I sit next to Fran. That's kind of our role of responsibility.
Yeah, we
We'll have to
we
figure
need a
that out.
friend. But she is in 4th place. 11:45. 8 laps, 40 miles in.
Nice.
Go, Robin.
There's Libby, one of our rabbits, pacing with, or not pacing, but keeping pace with. I'm trying to who that is on the right behind Libby. Is she still with Austin? That's not Austin. Is that Austin? No.
All right, we've got update on Scott Crofts. I can't put it on the screen, but he's 4 miles in, 20 miles down. Last seen on Chunky Monkey.
So he
Group
has
number
20 miles
425.
completed?
20 miles completed, probably in the midst of completing his 25.
There you go. Just so you guys know, this is two-time world champion Chris Orglowski, first woman to ever run 100 miles, who's updating you on how your parents and the family and loved ones are doing. She's doing it for the love of the game.
Let's get a update here on
Stuart Pembleton, 4061.
I wish I could put it on the board. Oh, what did I do? There we go. Stuart Pemberton, 6 laps down, 30 miles completed. On lap 7, running for Great Britain.
Well done.
Not
well
to be
done, Stuart.
confused with whatever the other ones are.
Scotland. Oh, man, if Fran is listening, you're in trouble.
We've got we're looking for an update on Maxine Johnson, but we're going to need a number for that.
We can look it up by name.
Yeah.
I think you have to delete the bib number and then try that. There's a couple of Johnsons. You can see dark out there on course.
All right, looks like Maxine Johnson just went out on lap 6. 5 laps done, 25 miles completed.
She's looking good for 50 miles then.
Out on laps.
Well done.
It's getting dark. This did it. There you go.
Getting a good shot of Mud Mile here. Austin Azar is it fair to say this is his least favorite obstacle out there?
I would say so.
Now, we were thinking
If you get
that it would get some ditches dug into it, some grooves, as people continue to go on it, but it doesn't look like that's happened yet.
Oh my gosh, I love that Chris is like going full media here.
A request for Bill Weir.
Oh,
Fran, what button did you push?
I love how now Chris has come in and immediately up. You're like,
she's doing it.
Maybe should learn how.
She literally. No, I'm asking for Chris. Chris went over there, started popping comments on the screen.
4 years, he's never cared what.
Check this out. Check this out. Someone's like, "Hey, can I get an update on Maxine Johnson?" Chris starts putting numbers in. I'm like, I don't know what you're doing, Chris. She's been here 5 minutes.
I know you've been here 5 years.
Yeah, she's doing great.
We're giving updates right now. Oh, go Robin. Another one for Robin.
You are smashing it, sis. I love you.
Oh,
that's sweet. Well done. Hey, you know what? Why don't we do a ladies' booth for a minute while I throw on some clothes?
Sure, man.
Here we go. There's the stats on Robin. She's killing it.
4th place.
4th place.
Oh, look at that. We've got Piper over at Firefly. What do you think about Firefly?
Phew.
You know, there's fire coming
That actually
out
looks like a lot of fun.
There's gonna be flames.
That just upped the coolness level by quite a lot.
Everyone's the most excited about that.
That's awesome. That water would have been nice and cool during the day.
It would have been very nice and cool out the day, but Piper, who is our rabbit down there, she's like, it's pretty chilly over here. It's a big open field with wind. That water is going to hit hard. How is my twin brother doing? Gary Sweeney, 4462. Let's check out. Let's check out Gary Sweeney. There we go. Well, pole dancer is now open.
Gary Sweeney, 8 laps down, 40 miles.
40 miles in the bag. Let's see in a lap 9 Chunky Monkey, 2 miles. 9:16. Oh, 9:16. That was a while ago.
A bit ago. I think some people have been timing chips get stuck there, it seems. I've been seeing that in other.
Ooh, that was a swift of the bell. I think he got it. Got it. Are there
If
any
the wind from your
obstacles?
if the wind from your hand hits the bow, it's got to count, right?
If it dings, it dings. Are there any obstacles that you would not be keen to take on? Is there anything that plays on any fears that you've got?
Oh, no fears. But Mud Mile, from what I've heard, is just not it. Actually, cage crawl.
Cage crawl. Why is that?
Absolutely. I'm just not a big fan of the water. I'm not claustrophobic. And I'm kind of okay with water, but the two of them combined, it's a no-go.
I don't particularly like getting. I don't like getting cold, so getting into cold water is what bothers me.
Yeah, that's fair.
So it's just I hate getting my chest wet.
Yeah, that is so fair. You get to a point where everything is wet and cold. I feel like that's less of a factor. But like not being able to breathe,
Yeah, that kind of. I mean,
always
that's
a factor.
it's kind of vital to life.
You know,
being able to breathe.
some would say so.
Some would. Some may disagree. Not me.
Do we want to get a few more
Let's-
updates out there?
Yeah, let's look at Dave Taylor. 4357. So having people chat with us throughout the night kind of keeps us going because it gets kind of quiet from now on. The music quiets down, less athletes running through, people taking breaks. We absolutely love people chatting with us and getting a little bit of banter going.
Scott Crofts, 4285.
There we go.
Looks like he's out on course, out on
Full
lap
laps.
5. Probably further than that 2-mile mark.
Look at this camera here. That still looks like daylight.
That's looking very
Well,
light.
really depending where you are.
Yeah.
And let's have a quick look here. Mudderhorn doing his thing. Update on Patrick Collator. I think we just need a Patrick update at the bottom the whole way through.
Keep asking for it. All right. Patrick. 10th place. 9
Zero.
laps down.
He's climbing steadily.
Yeah.
Look what we got here. We got some Everest coverage for the first time. The signal's not great down there, so we've been struggling to get a picture from a few places on course. What does this Everest look like to you?
Just from running past it, and from what I've heard, it's a bit grippier than the one in the US.
Oh, interesting.
And shorter.
It's definitely shorter. I thought
Yeah.
it was slidier.
Yeah. Looks plenty slidey still. Slippery.
And then at the top,
slidey.
at the top, you've got it's about that
Very
deep
wide.
to
Yeah.
grab, which is tricky, isn't it?
So we always need our Everest Angels. Is that there? Yeah.
Look
I
how
think
dark
that's still
it is.
Austin.
Yeah.
Cruising
And in
along.
some places, yeah, the sun's really gone down.
The Austin cam, I think so.
Austin out. Libby's going to burn her legs out chasing Austin.
She's
She's
to be
not.
doing just
She's
fine.
not. Update on Jason Sutton. Please. Last seen at lap 4 start at 8:35. That was quite a long time ago. That could be a stuck timing chip. Hopefully not a stuck athlete.
Well, he's last seen at 8:35. He could just be chilling.
Well, the first marker is mile 2. And 8:35 was nearly 2 hours ago. Oh,
We're also seeing a last seen at 9:37.
9:37. Okay. That's weird.
I think he could be all right.
That's very weird that that's not updated on the screen. Oh, here we go. Look, we're getting some good pictures at this time of night. Swings both ways.
Yeah, I am liking this obstacle. And you know Austin's liking it.
Oh,
More
darn
than
it.
one.
Come on, there we go.
Has Nicole been at 50 miles for a while? Yeah, I think she has been. When did she come in for that?
Let's check that. I'm still here. Nicole started lap 11. I got a
Is that
feeling
new?
that our timing might not be catching up. She started lap 11 at 9:57.
Okay, so recently.
Oh no, we got that. Let's see if that goes up on the screen correctly. Yes, it does.
She's on lap 11. 25 minutes into lap 11.
Nice. We can have a look at her split times right there. Slowing down as expected.
First lap time of 39:02. Strong start. Sprint
And
lap.
Every hour, more obstacles are opening.
Yeah.
They've been steady
Yeah.
every hour.
I want to say as long as you stay below about 120, that's your
Really?
100-mile ticket.
Is that
Yeah. I want to say that's it.
Go Fury? Okay. So we just saw Fiore crossing the finish line, chatting with his girlfriend Liz. He is super focused on his race today.
Chris Rogloski
Chris Rogloski.
basically joining the booth as our third person.
She's part of the team now.
You know what? She's coming for both our jobs.
She can take him and we'll run.
There, and between the two of us, we still won't get as many miles.
Not even nearly. Do you think that's an insult to us, but it's actually not?
No, we are well aware. So, okay, so we just passed the 10 o'clock moment, 10 o'clock mark a
Yes,
few minutes ago,
sir.
about 20 minutes ago. 10 o'clock is where we generally say that whatever your mileage is right now, you can double it, and that's what you'll have at the end of the race.
Mhm.
So if that's the case, if that's true, that's 10:20. I know it's not 10 o'clock. That we will have 6 men and 1 woman that have 50 miles or more right now. That's 7 people. That if we were to double it, we call it 100 milers, 700 milers.
Mm.
That is a beautiful shot. It looks like it's kind of sunset there. Those are artificial lights, though. They're not. That's not the sun going down.
The sun has gone behind the castle.
Yeah,
The moon is showing.
I would say it's nighttime.
Yeah.
It's still like light enough. You don't need a headlamp to walk around here.
No.
But if you were running, you'd want one to see the ground.
Yeah, for sure. It's lighter earlier than I expected, but I'm going to put that down to the slight hill.
Hmm.
I mean, it's darker earlier than I expected.
And it's going to be dark for about 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And then we'll
And then
have
the sun will
sunrise
come
about 4 o'clock.
So what does this time of night feel like, Will,
I feel like as far as
as an athlete?
it is, so it's a little bit different this year because of the daylight thing. Generally, 10 o'clock and dark, 3 hours, right? Through maybe 4 even. It's only been dark 30 minutes. If I were running right now, this is easy for me to say, I think I would feel like it's like 6:30, 7 o'clock. Just the emotional feel of the time, right? Now, obviously, you've had 3 more hours than that on your legs, so it's not the case. But I think I feel like my brain, this is just me, I can't speak for anybody else, I think my brain would be trying to trick me into saying, like, it's a lot, it's only 7 o'clock. Like, you haven't been out here as long as you think you have. But your legs are telling you a different story. Now, the hard part, there's one of our crew, Carlo Piscatello there. They said we're looking at Firefly, and they said lights were fire was coming back at 10 o'clock. We haven't seen fire back yet. It'd be great to know what's going on there. The hardest part of the night generally is, I would say, 2 a.m. to 4 a.m.
It's usually when you take a nap.
That's usually when Carla comes in here and you guys talk about biscuits and crackers or whatever, pants and britches or whatever. I don't know your words, your English language over
Look at
here.
that finish line.
Beautiful. Team Issue has done. They have really done a good job.
They really have, haven't they?
It's a great production they put together. Well done to the whole team, top to bottom. TMUK, outstanding. There's some more running footage. Libby, that rabbit of ours right now, gosh, she is flying. I feel like she's chasing somebody down. Look at that. So generally, 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. is the hardest part of the race.
Yes.
Mentally and emotionally, you're out there. That's when a lot of people have gone to sleep.
Yes.
The course is you're more alone. And sometimes, depending on the course, you can feel alone out there. Now, this course is a little bit different because there's basically 2 giant fields that you spend a lot of time in on the course. So you will see a lot of headlamps out. You won't feel alone. There were places we talked to Atlanta a couple times. Libby, one of our camera people, come through crushing it. Well done, Libby. We compared the terrain to Atlanta a few times. What is not like Atlanta, and we have fire.
Woof.
Look at that! Outstanding. Well done. Love it. They have fired up the first one, and we're getting more. I fired it up. Hey.
There we go.
So middle of the night, racers start to go to bed. Like, people go to sleep. Like, the people who are like, hey, I got my 50. I want to go out for a finisher lap, and I'm done. The course can get lonely. Atlanta was one venue I noticed this a lot. You were out in the woods. And when you're out in the woods, the trees are blocking your view of all the other racers. Yeah. There are times when it seemed like you'd be out, you wouldn't see another racer for an hour, mile and a half, 2 miles. And you're out there by yourself.
Look at that. Fire.
They promised and they delivered. Look at this. I'd love to see a shot of what. Once all the fire, it looks like they have 2. The third one's lit now. All 3 are lit. Okay, man, look at that. Two great views of it from the left and from the right. It'll be fun to see it, an angle of it. Evan, your camera, we may need to reboot it. It's kind of locked on to an old clip. See what the athletes see as they're walking up to the fire. It looks ominous. I wonder. Oh man, even just like the temperature, climbing up that ladder. It's clearly. We see people doing this obstacle with the fire off. The physical obstacle is not super difficult. You're just jumping and tapping a bell. But the mental see, look at that. Someone got psyched out. I don't think they hit the bell. Just the whole mental part of this. This isn't a physical this is a mental obstacle. Yeah, you got to jump, and yeah, you're above water. Oh, and he hit that bell so hard it made it hard for the next guy. Next guy's got to unring that bell. You can't unring a bell, they say. Well, guy in lane 3 is going to have to. Anyway, back to time of day. 2 to 4 generally is the loneliest, most depressing time of the night. 4 a.m. This race is not going to be like that. I haven't been 4 a.m. here in the UK recently, but they're saying sunrise is 4:30, right? So if we start getting that, I don't know what you call that, pre-dawn sunlight, at 4 o'clock, what'll happen is there's a lot less time for people to get inside their heads in the middle of the night. And I've said this since the beginning. I think at the top level, people are going to get 1 to 2 more laps than they usually would, because it's not going to be as tough in the middle. And not that it's not tough. It's always tough. But there's less of that mental strain, less time for that mental strain to wear on you. That shot on the right may be one of the best shots we've ever live streamed.
It's pretty cool, huh?
Look at that.
That is so cool. Let's get a big picture of that, huh?
That looks like a Hunger Games style.
One of the camera crew from Tough Mudders in the back said it looks like a Hunger Games setup. That is exactly what it looks like. It looks like some kind of trial or some kind of test and like district test. You got to compete for a food or winner gets a spear or something. Eliminate your competition. Someone's gonna die. One of these is no one's dying, but
No one's dying.
it's that. Look at that.
Splash.
That is a
looks
scene.
So good. We were all excited about this.
Whoa. We got a little rescue going on.
Now, we were told in the briefing that 1 step and jump, no run up. But we are not the volunteers that are manning it.
I'm not exaggerating. We just saw someone save their life. Well done to that lifeguard.
This looks so good.
Pausing the obstacle right now to help the athlete to the side. Chris Rogloski rejoining us in the booth. We are watching Fire. Were you able to see any of this in the pit area?
In the what?
Over in the. Were you watching? Have you seen what we've seen?
No.
So-
I was talking in Crane.
So, this is this obstacle.
Yes.
Firefly. We just had an athlete jump in and have to be rescued. It looks like apparently they threw tubes to her or to him. We're not sure of the details yet.
Them.
Someone jumped in and brought them to the side. And we're going to check and make sure everyone's okay.
Oh.
But they paused jumpers off the obstacle for a minute.
Wow.
We just saw
Okay.
a new one jump in. This literally just happened in the last 5 to 10 minutes.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I missed all of that.
So we're
Theoretically, this would be somebody that's already been jumping in it.
It was someone who jumped in,
Possibly.
who did jump in. Well, yeah, that's
Yeah,
true. They might have
so-
already done it once. That's true. Maybe.
Yeah. I
'Cause
wonder
the
if
obstacle's been open for
fire
hours.
is getting in their head or...
Literally 5 minutes before this happened, we were talking about this. This isn't really a physical obstacle. It's when the fire was off, almost everyone did it successfully, right?
Yeah.
You leap out, you tap a bell. It's not that hard. It's not
Has it changed?
physically. It's not that hard. The only thing that's changed is they turned on
There's
the
a way.
fire,
Yeah.
and that gets in your head. You're walking up the stairs, you see it, you feel it, you smell it. It's a mental obstacle.
Interesting.
You're exposed to the heat for a fraction of a second, right? It's not going to burn you, but your brain doesn't know that. Your brain's telling you this is fire, this is bad. We don't play with fire. We run. We get out of it. Like if there's fire, you stop, drop, and roll. What are we doing? And you're running toward it. Get out of here. So it's 100% your body telling your brain, no, we're doing this. We're going to run through this fire, take a leap. We're going to fly through this fire for a second, half a second, fraction of a second. Tap that bell and get it. But that's what makes it a challenge. That's why it's a mental obstacle, not a physical one.
Something I saw not too long ago. Something about like with how much the stop, drop, and roll protocol for fire was stressed. I really thought I would be on fire more.
I've literally never stopped, dropped, or rolled.
But we all know it. We all know it.
Where'd you grow up?
Texas,
California.
Yeah.
They taught us it too.
Everybody, yeah.
How many times? Now, I'm sure it's helped somebody. It's one of those things where probably if you need it, you really need it. But you're not wrong.
Did we already move
Go
into
for it.
that? I don't know if this was already, but shout out to that fast-acting lifeguard for sure.
Eric Hicks, you are not wrong. What we just saw what we saw was scary, but it could have been much, much worse. We're going to get more information on that as it's available from Team
Definitely
HQ.
big shout out to the staff.
Great reaction time by staff. Hope the athlete does okay. Charlotte Engelman. We agree 100%. That was I have never seen that at a Tough Mudder or World Tough Mudder event. When I didn't get a chance to hear the entire start line briefing, but at regular Tough Mudders, it's one of the things they say. It's stressed multiple times. If you cannot swim, don't get in the water. And then Sean will wait a second and he'll say, I just want to say something else in case you didn't hear. If you cannot swim, do not get in the water.
There was a comment not too long ago about
Yeah.
maybe I will learn to swim and come to
Yeah.
WTM.
Now,
It's
there is a penalty option. You don't have to jump in the water
Oh.
here. You can take the penalty.
Yeah.
Some of the obstacles, like Funky Monkey, you need to get in the water and go across. But you can generally touch the bottom and
Mhm.
bobble your way across.
I think I would spend extra time standing up there, just getting a little bit warmed up. Maybe bring
It's
a
really funny.
marshmallow.
It's cold now, right? It was hot
Yeah, it was very
5
hot.
minutes ago.
No,
And now I'm in long pants and a jacket. You're in a
no,
sweatshirt.
Things have changed.
Yeah, it's Joe Rucco. Was it Joe? Yeah. Was that Joe Rucco? I don't know who that was. Did Joe Rucco just finish the lap?
No, it's a wait.
It was a white bib.
Yeah.
Someone just came up to our timing tin here just for a half a second and ran away. So
We're definitely getting mistaken for the
100%.
wrist.
It's the
what is that?
computers.
Bracelet.
The
We look official.
timing chip. We are official. Joined by Chris Orglowski here in the booth, 2-time champion, women's 100-miler. And we're looking at, and you're wondering why we have 2 shots of Firefly. Because it's cool. Because we can.
Do we have
How
an answer?
deep is
to
it?
this?
That's a great question, Samantha Thompson. You heard the UK courses usually have deeper pools than the US. I don't know the answer. I do know it has to be deep enough for this jump. Like
Yeah.
it's going to be deeper than the Funky Monkey, right? It's going to be deeper than, it's probably as deep as a Walk the Plank or a King of the Swingers or something like that. It has to be deep enough to cushion the blow of the fall. So
What mile is this obstacle at?
that's a great question.
Is that something?
Fran, where on the course is Firefly? Do we have a button for that map?
Sure. There we go. Thank you.
So,
Earlier on, 5.
okay, it's obstacle 5. We don't have. Oh, we can't do that.
Got another request for a wristband. The other one now, it's always been the other one, I promise.
An ETA on Kelly Glynn's arrival at that. She just left the pit. I just talked to her in the pit, so she will probably be there in 15, 20 minutes, maybe.
It's tough to tell from this angle who is who. And
Who
it looks
is
like
it?
lost some fire. I don't know what's...
Maybe that could be Kelly. Go, Kelly.
It's hard to see, isn't it, with the...
This one guy on the far left's like, why I got the fire?
Oh,
It's
we
really
lost
interesting to
some
see
fire.
how people's approach to it changes with the fire on, isn't it?
That's what we're just noticing.
Because without the fire, the way the obstacle was the first 2 hours, Jeff Lippert, I think 12-3 will be the struggle this year. That's a fair guess. That's. I think it'll be 2 hours. I think it might be like 12-2 or 1-3. I think it'll be shorter this year just because of the short. There's only, I think saying 6 hours of darkness is too much.
Yeah.
I think it's less than that. Yeah, friend, we were just talking about how they were doing this obstacle for 2 hours with the fire off, and 95% of people were passing it. You pop out there and blop. And it's probably, 50% now completion?
So Claudia is now moved up into 5th place.
Claudia Zubalata. We watched her successfully complete
Chunky Monkey, incredibly
Chunky
well.
Monkey, and that's an obstacle 95% of people are failing.
She's been steadily just moving up.
I think it is. I think a good obstacle course racing course rewards obstacle proficiency.
Yeah.
If you are good and if you're strong and you're good at obstacles, you should do better than someone who's fast and is poor at obstacles. And there's probably a middle ground where, like, if you're really, really slow but you're really, really strong, you shouldn't probably win either. You got to be both. A good obstacle
You
course
need a
race.
savage rig for that to work. Are we allowed to talk about that?
A good obstacle course race
Sorry.
does both. Rewards good running and obstacle strength and proficiency.
Nikki Cromber started her lap 11 at 10:30, which was about 11 minutes ago.
Those top 2 women, they put some space between third and the rest of the field. 10 miles, 2 laps. They are both, I guarantee you, I promise you, they both have 100 miles in the discussion.
I love that splash.
All right, if you're walking up to this obstacle right now, are you going to the flame side or the non-flame side?
Is there a queue on the non-flame side?
No cues, all equal.
It looks like there's a bit of a queue.
Oh my gosh.
Probably the flames to keep me warm, to be honest.
Exactly my approach. Warm up a little bit.
Right
And
before you
squish.
get wet.
I'm already going to be scared, so why not take the fire as well, huh?
Sure. Plus, it's a cool story for later. Brent, have we heard anything more from Team HQ about the rescue?
No.
Okay.
That's why we have safety guards. What are they called? Lifeguards there.
You call them that over here too?
Yeah.
Not like swimmy swams or something?
Swimmy swams.
Yeah, I don't know.
We don't call them swimmy swams.
Okay.
I'm a little disappointed.
That's why we got swimmy swams over there, you know?
I knew that's what you called them.
Jack was coming up with a new name for roundabouts the other day. I think he wanted to call them like Twirly Loos or something.
Almost Rex?
Almost Rex? No.
Yeah.
Not quite. Although, to be fair, I often struggle with them as well.
They're everywhere. Y'all don't like a 4-way stop, I'll tell you that. Crushing it. Shout out again to our camera crew. Libby just left the booth here. She's going to get more great footage of our athletes. Evan Preparis, Piper.
Piper doing a sterling job there over on Firefly.
Jack Goris, our photographer. Carlos
Just as she starts to leave. You've done great, Piper. You don't have to stay. It's fine.
And we can't forget Jason, who's one of our rabbits / everything else.
/ literally everything.
Every year something goes wrong.
And
When we do this.
Sam.
And Sam Hicks.
Who is sitting in the booth with us, and I've got to say, is a total gentleman. Every time I've left and come back, he's handed me my dry rope for my lap, like an old lady that I am.
That's my son.
He's doing a good job.
Yeah.
He must have pretty great parents.
I'm pretty proud of him.
Pretty proud.
You know what it looks like? I feel like more people are going to the non-flame side.
Why would you want to do that?
I wouldn't. I'd go.
I mean, I'm talking the big stuff. I've not done it once.
I
so.
heard this great term that I love called "do it for the plot." And it's like a more mature version of YOLO. Like, hey, you know what? I'm going to come to this obstacle. I don't know how many times. There's fire on one side, and I'm going to tell people about this weekend no matter what. Am I going to tell them, oh, yeah, there was this one obstacle with fire? Really? What was it like to jump through fire? Oh, well, I went to the...
what if they never brought it back? What if this is a one-time thing? And then people are like, did you actually try Firefly with the fire? No, I took the non-fire side.
Yeah, do it for the plot. You're already here. You might as well, right?
It's already bad. Make it worse.
Something must have happened with the flame or gone by. I don't know if someone splashed it or...
Someone splashed it. I mean, I hope it withstands a bit of splashing.
Or maybe they chose to do one just to save gas or the fuel. I don't know.
You know what? Gas is pretty expensive here.
Is it? I don't know.
Yeah.
You know what? I got gas in my car this morning, and I have no idea how much it costs because it was in
We do it by
liters.
liters.
I was like, I don't know
And
if that's a good price or not.
A British gallon is different from a US gallon.
Whoa, I didn't know that
It's
either.
a different amount.
It doesn't
The
matter
way I
because they were
like to
doing it in
explain
liters.
it is, California gas,
Yes.
cheaper.
But California gas is not cheaper. What are you talking about?
It's cheaper than UK gas.
Yeah, I'm staying in the U.S.
California gas is cheaper. California gas is so expensive. It's like
cheaper.
$6 a gallon.
That's why we don't drive gas guzzlers, because we can't afford to.
Also, your roads can't hold them.
That too. I saw someone the other day in like a kind of big American truck.
Yeah.
Completely
Here?
blocked the road up. Yeah. It was on
Oh.
the school run as well. I was like, no, man, no. This is just causing problems.
Yeah. I have a little SUV, rental SUV. It's
Mhm.
little, but it's still like a big car here.
Yeah.
And I was driving. I got turned around. Somehow I got stuck in the line in front of a school pickup.
Mm.
And I was like, I don't know how. I don't have any kids at this school. I don't know how I'm getting out of here.
Yeah.
Have you been driving over here, Chris?
I have driven here in the past, but not this trip yet.
I have to constantly tell myself, stay left, stay left, stay left, because I will just naturally drift right. Like I'm in the right lane. That's where you drive.
I've driven some in Thailand as well, and to me it was always hard making a turn. Like when you come up,
Mm-hmm.
when you're in the
You
right
have-
lane,
you
you
have to
quick glance
rethink
left and you're
every-
good. Yeah.
Yeah.
And this, you pull up, you're ready to make a left or right, and you look, and they're
And
in
you're
your lane. Like
Like I'm not even
wait a
sure which
second.
way to check. Like where are the cars going to come from?
We were driving yesterday, and the driver in our car was like, "Can I turn on a red?" And all the Americans were like, "Yeah." I was like, "No, stop!"
So, did you know this, Chris? You
No.
can't turn. So in
You can't do
America,
anything on a
you can
red.
turn right on a red.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, in the UK, can I turn left on a red?
No.
Yeah.
No, nothing. Red is red. But here's the deal. Here's what screws me up: is I'll be at a stop and like there's two of us, two lanes going straight ahead. There's two lights ahead. One will turn green and one will stay red.
Yeah, so you got a filter, and it tells you where you can go with the green.
Yeah. Well, thanks for telling me that. Like.
I mean, it's got a green
It's
arrow.
basically like if you come to an intersection in the U.S., half the lights are green, half the lights are red.
Yeah, but they
Figure
point,
it out.
They point in the direction that you're allowed to travel. There'll be two lanes, and it'll say,
Oh, God
green.
help you if you miss the skinny little lines you guys draw on the roads.
I didn't see any lines.
They're so
There's like
small.
a couple dashes.
Little like
every
arrows.
once
It looks
in a
like
while.
someone like spray painted.
At least we've got cat's eyes. Try driving in France. They don't have that. You drive through a storm, you're like, I don't know where the lane is.
So I did some research. I was like, why are they even doing this? Like, why
Why
come
do
on.
they bother?
Why are you driving on the left side? What's that about? And it's because back in the day,
The day.
they'd ride their wagons, and you had to have the right hand free for swords. So your left hand you're driving with. So like which side of the road would you be on? You'd be on the left side of the road, so you could defend yourself with the sword. Because if you're on the right side
Oh,
of the
of
road,
course.
they can just get you, and you're right-handed, so you need to be able to fight off the brigands or whatever. What do you call them over here? Hoodlums, hooligans. So I'm like, well, okay, I'll buy that, whatever.
So we are still living in the. I don't even
why?
know what century that is?
Yeah, right. So why do we in the U.S. drive on the right side of the road? What's that about? It's because of our horse culture. Our like the old West, you'd have a wagon, like a team of horses. The guy driving that would use a whip to drive the horses, right? Well, he's right-handed, so that whip is in his right hand. So the horses have to be. You drive like four horses. The horses are in front, to the right, to the So he's in the back left horse. So to control those horses, he's basically that car has to be
Gotta
on the
be in the
right side
left.
on the road.
Oh,
So
it all makes sense.
got word from our crew, Piper. Shout out to Piper and Piper's mom. They're going to be rotating through flames every 20 minutes or so. The platform is getting toasty and saving the fuel to have flames longer.
The platform's
I might be
getting
going for the non.
toasty.
Can you imagine being up there and you can feel the heat through your shoes? Love that. That is gonna mess with your head. So you're not gonna stand there and wait. You're not gonna think about it like Arctic Enema. Like you get up there, it's hot. I gotta roll. Okay, yes, look at that. So they've actually moved the flames to the middle platform now because the left one was getting too hot. Good job, Piper. Jeff Lippert. Jeff Lippert, you are a legend. $4.99 from Jeff Lippert. Thanks for the amazing coverage. This is the first time Missing World since 2019. Major FOMO this year. Jeff, thank you for the super chat. Jeff just donated $5.
And he will be back for his 6th Worlds next year.
Outstanding, Jeff. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Well done. They've done an amazing. I don't know where it is next year. If it is here, they've done an amazing. Looking forward to it.
We've got people asking about the standings specifically for the women, but let's look at the women and the men. We have 2 women, first and second place, both with 50 miles in the bag.
We've got Chris Rogloski here in the booth with us as we look at these women's results. What do you think when you see Nicole and Nikki with 50 each right now?
50 miles coming up on 11. They're looking good.
What do you?
I'm a little curious what their last laps are.
Okay, we can look that up. While you look up their splits, I'll go through the rest of them. Jillian Heller in 3rd with 40 miles. Robin Costa in 4th with 40. In fact, all of the rest of the top 10 with 40 miles. In 5th place, Claudia Zubalata. In 6th, Mindy Archer. In 7th, Morgan Mackay. In 8th, Nadine Wint. In 9th, Heather Olson. And in 10th, Louise Markham. 3rd place through 10th place right now all have 40 miles. On the men's side, top 4 men, all with 55 miles.
Nice.
We have some men gunning for another orange jacket. Those top 3, let's see how many of these men already have an orange jacket. Grant Thompson already has an orange jacket. He won it last year. Craig Derbyshire, not an orange jacket. Mike Strobel, not an orange jacket. So our top 4 men already have an orange jacket. They're going for another one. And not some of them are going for a multiple one. Josh Fiore has like 3 already. Josh Fiore has 3 orange jackets already. This will be his 4th if he keeps going. Joe Recco already has, I have a number I want to say. I don't want to get it wrong, though. Yeah, Joe Recco already has 2 orange jackets from 23 and 24. Joe Recco is on, here's a little bit, let's talk about some streaks for a second. 100-mile streaks. Joshua Fiore has a 3-year active streak of 100-mile finishes.
Nice.
There are 3 men with.
Speaking of him,
There.
is that
That's
Austin?
that's your boy.
That is Austin Azar.
To be fair, Liz saw our live stream. It's like, oh, there's Josh. No, that's Austin. So nice.
Just want to make note that Austin shows the.
He was very excited. Fire. He came in and he said, "There's going to be fire out there." So
Carlo Piscatello just walked in the tent. Carlo was just at Firefly. What do you think?
I think it's great. It's like really, really fun.
Really, really fun?
Yeah.
Is it as good as Twin Peaks? Remember Twin Peaks?
I do. No. Twin Peaks had way more action and water flowing, and yeah, that was the dual A-frame, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites.
This is
pretty. I mean, this is pretty. I wish I could do that.
looking forward to seeing Jack's pictures from this obstacle. This looks great.
Oh, this is going to be amazing.
There's some fun slow-mo stuff on the socials too.
I saw actually we've shared that one post.
I just did another one.
Oh, brilliant.
Other stuff, but anyway, it's cool.
Keep up the top 10 minutes. We didn't finish on the men. I'm sorry. Can you imagine being in line for a platform that isn't on fire and they turn it on when you're in line?
Listen, all day, World's Toughest Mudder, WTM HQ have been saying expect the unexpected.
That stuff makes them happy. They would
just
love
be
to
like,
do that.
look, these guys are waiting for it. Let's turn the fire on. If you want to avoid something, they're going to give it to you.
Again, we're looking at Firefly down there. All right, so these top 4 men already have 100-mile finishes. They all know how to do it already. Austin Azar is the only one of those 4 who has won World's Toughest Mudder in the past.
Mm-hmm.
So top 4, Joe Recco in first with 55, Josh Fiore in second with 55, Austin Azar in third with 55, and Grant Thompson in fourth with 55 miles. A hair shy of an hour between first and fourth place, all with 55 miles. And the rest of the top 10, all with the shot, a legitimate strong shot at 100 miles. It's 5 minutes to 11 here, and these men already have 50 miles.
It's 5 to 11. That
Great.
means the race starts in an hour and 6 minutes.
I was just telling Josh.
Do you know what they're talking about?
the race starts at midnight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've heard that?
Yeah.
All right.
That's what they all say.
That's the thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. And in fifth place, Craig Derbyshire with 50, Mike Strobel with 50, Daniel Miska with 50, Harvey Mitchell Divers with 50, John Herb with 50, and in 10th place, your number one in our hearts, Patrick Coletta with 50 miles. Well done. Look at these top men. Patrick Coletta has the – Carlos like, what's Patrick Coletta's deal?
That's the guy.
Yes.
That's the guy from.
Hi.
Won the
the 24-hour Ultimate Warrior. He has the most online fans of any athlete we've ever had at World's Toughest Mudder. They are
He's
all over the chat.
Europe, as they say. He's big in Japan.
He's big in Beaver Castle right now too. So Patrick Coletta in 10th place at 50 mile. Patrick fans, jump in the chat. Is he going to get 100 miles? Let me know.
And this also means that EST opens in 6 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. 11 p.m. will be from 11 till the end of the race. Every obstacle will be open. The final obstacle to open opens in 5 minutes. Let's drop that top 10 and look at some fire. Brilliant.
I'd quite like to be there pressing the fire button. A little bit for you, a little bit for you, a little bit for you.
Look at those flames. Oh, that's such a great idea. What a great idea.
A great idea.
Carlo, you were up there when there was fire? Like on the platform?
Yeah.
I heard the platforms were getting hot from the flame.
That's why. Yeah. That's why they don't know if they leave all of them on the whole time.
Right.
What it'll actually do.
Sure.
That's why they're going to start every 20 minutes. They're going to
rotate them.
Let something cool off. Let something heat up. Let something cool off.
As athletes walk up, they get to choose which lane, fire, non-fire. Is there any incentive to do one or the other? Doesn't matter. Okay.
No, I mean, and they aren't even looking really. Sometimes you'll. Yeah. But the thing is, once you're up, there's separate ladders.
Mm-hmm.
Once you're up, you can't really cut over to the other one.
So if they change it, you're committed.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. All right.
I love that.
Outstanding. Chris, you got the point downstream wave done. Down. I've been working on my air check. Being here in Europe, they like the air check. I'm ready to go.
Oh,
check please. That's basically the same thing we're doing. Just no. All right, 2 minutes and 2 minutes change till our last obstacles are open.
Woof.
Yeah, this obstacle is cool.
Electroshock will be fun to watch. They've made it a little spicier than usual.
With the hay bale. That hay bale is really naughty. So there's a hay bale right in the middle, which means you can't just crawl all the way through.
Yeah.
And the wind has dropped. So yesterday when we were checking it out, the wind was blowing so much that it was sending all of the electrodes to the right, and you could kind of just walk through.
Yeah.
Now, it's actually got pretty still.
Yeah.
This is the lowest wind we've seen.
That's
all
true.
day.
The wind's kind of died. Weather got cold and the wind died. It's like gratefully though, like our
God, if we had wind now,
TV monitors aren't falling in our laps now.
Oh, they were. We don't have to hold them up anymore. All this time watching Firefly and no mention of the Team Squid Hats volunteer. I was not aware there was a Team Squid Hats volunteer there, so let's give a shout out to them.
All this time watching Firefly and no mention of the Team Squid Hats volunteer. Shout out to the Team Squid Hats volunteer. Well done. There he is. Squid Hats.
Oh, there he is. Hey, Team Squid Hats.
Mentioned the hay bale in Electroshock Therapy. We're going to see this in about a minute and change. There's a farming supply store about a mile from my house that when I go to the freeway, the expressway, Autobahn, whatever you call it.
Neither of those words mean anything to me, but okay.
They have a bunch of hay bales that they store in the parking lot. It's literally right by the road. You see them when I'm driving my daughter to school. I see them every single time. And we have this running joke where I'll be like, Katrina, hey. And she'll look at me like, what are you going to say, Dad? And I'm like, hey. And she smiles. She shakes her head and she says, so stupid.
I know what she has to deal with. If you want to take it one step further, hey, horses eat it. I got that one was a 9. It stuck with me for a long time.
All right, we are seconds away from Electroshock Therapy.
We are.
I wonder.
Do we have a camera there? I'm not sure we do.
Doesn't
We've
like
got
it
the
yet.
finish line. But also, Firefly's so cool.
If you can't hear me, but if you're close to Electroshock, you better get past it quick. You got 9 seconds.
No one can hear you.
Go, go, go. Well, too late. Did that timer speed up at the end? Did you see that? I would be annoyed if I thought I had 3 seconds and it went to 0.
What is 11 09. So I don't think time changed just to annoy you.
All right.
We're already losing the moon. Look how low it's got. That was up way high not that long ago.
You know, with the moon, okay,
Oh my god, what?
it kind of looked like a haunted castle for a second.
It's pretty cool, isn't it?
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I wish I had a castle. I don't want to live in
You
it
could
because
buy
like
one.
the plumbings are all bad. Like I don't want to live in it. I just like.
It's a lot of maintenance. It really is.
I want to say. Here's what I want to say. I want to say. Oh, should we summer at the castle?
I mean, you can.
I
say
want
it.
the answer to be no.
You can say it anyway.
You know what? That's a great point. Maybe I just
We just
Say it.
lie.
maybe I mean sandcastle.
I think
when
your
say
daughter
it.
would appreciate that.
Yeah. She'd love it for 5 minutes until she realizes there's no air conditioning like every other building on her.
The sun is going to rise at 4:40 today
4.
or tomorrow. Tomorrow. That's not much time in the dark at
It's
all.
not.
That means it'll start getting light at 4:00.
Yeah.
Yeah. First light will be
So that
early.
Oh my gosh, I can see a rainbow person. In the pit, we just had someone
Cloak.
walking. Yeah, a rainbow cloak.
That was impressive.
It was nice. I wish we kind of had some eyes on that. Yeah, it's going to be a weirdly short night, which
Yeah.
I think will impact our, the prediction at 10, because the night's going to be totally different.
That's
But
true.
we also don't know what TMHQ is going to do to combat that.
I don't
If-
think the night being shorter makes it any easier. I would argue it's possibly harder.
Why is that?
Because at the night, as much as it's dark and cold, but at the same time, that makes it easier to just kind of shut off and go.
So I've always said, and this is just my feeling being in the booth, once the sun comes up, it feels like
It
the
should
end of the
be
race is
over.
coming. And last year with the race starting later, and then we were in the booth for longer after the sun came up, I really started to flag because I was like, well, it feels like the race is nearly over. So if the sun's coming up a couple of earlier than people are used to, is the same kind of thing going to happen?
Now, the weather tomorrow, though, looks like it's going to be cloudy, overcast.
That's a
the
win.
Entire day.
That's
so
a win for the athletes.
I take that back. This may actually be great.
We're looking at Firefly, a new obstacle for World Toughest
Ooh, look.
2025.
We're actually going to look at electroshock
And here is
therapy.
Electroshock Therapy now open. Look at that. Hey, look at that.
They're
As
not going to
Fran
be
would
happy.
say that is a naughty hay bale.
It is a very naughty hay bale.
So we would say like nasty, annoying.
Man, they got it in there. You're not going around that hay bale.
Uh-uh.
There's no wiggle room for you there.
There's the- We've got somebody mentioned in the comments, we've got a very special volunteer.
They're just powering
At the-
through ST, aren't they?
You know, we lost power here for about 15 minutes earlier.
We did. It was quite a nice enforced break, wasn't it?
Unfortunately, Electroshock wasn't open yet, so no one could benefit.
That was literally my thought. I was like, well, if Electroshock shuts down, no complaints there.
That is terrifying. Look at that. Terrifying.
Well, when they all blow up like that.
Yeah, but they look like tendrils of some
He
monster.
really hates it. I'm not sure if you saw the video of him doing it last year. He squealed.
Okay. Whatever. I might have.
And then fell over.
Oh my gosh. You've never gone through it. I don't want to hear it. Yelp.
I went through the OG.
Squealed. The OG. Wait, what do you mean?
The OG one.
I
Sure, you
don't-
must know the OG one.
What race was that?
Viet Cong tunnels.
Oh my gosh. Are you telling me you did Tough Guy?
Yeah, I did.
That oh man, that is a Oh, got him.
Oh!
Oh man, you were almost done. You know what's difficult about this obstacle
What?
is not every one of those strands is electrified. So last year at the end of the race, Fran and I had a deal. One of us was going to run through Electroshock, and I ended up being the one chosen to run. And I got about halfway through it, and because we asked him, we're like, "Hey, we're going to do a thing for social media. Can you leave Electroshock on so we can run through it?" You're crushing it, man.
That was Claudia that just did that
Oh,
roll
incredible.
through and came through, completing lap.
Oh, look at
9.
this. Look at this. Do you see that? This guy is taking advantage of the wind. I don't think he got hit once.
Nice. Yeah, the breeze picked up after you
perfect time.
mentioned it.
Go,
Didn't
go
it?
do it, Will.
Yeah. But I was running through Electroshock at the end and I was kind of disappointed because we asked him to turn it on, and I got about halfway through, and I was like, oh, it's not even. And as soon as I said on, literally the word is in my mouth. It like caught me and just drove me not quite to my knees, but it surprised me. It wasn't that it hurt so much, although it did hurt so much. It surprised me. And I don't believe there was any squealing or yelping, just for the record.
There was.
I don't think I've squealed in my life.
Baby squealed last year. Sorry, bro. You squealed last year.
Okay, this guy's ducking. Well done. Okay, so the play is stay left. If pit crew, I know we have pit crew watching right now. Tell your athletes if the wind is blowing right now, the move is to stay left. Claudia from Poland, Claudia Zubalata, 45 miles. Well done.
Somebody asking, is there a way to see below the top 10? Yeah, absolutely. All the results are live online.
Toughhunter.com has a link to other results. Great question, Bruce. Is that Jack?
That's our Jack.
Okay, so that's our photographer, the OCR photographer.
The second best photographer in OCR.
He's actually the best,
He's
but
the best.
that's a running joke that he's annoyed by. Go to photos.theocrreport.com and you can see a lot of Jack's work. And you can also see photos from this race after they're uploaded.
Yeah, he's amazing.
You can see a selection of them already at our Instagram.
It's saying it's still 21 degrees, which I think is about 70 Fahrenheit.
Yeah, no, that's almost exactly 70 Fahrenheit.
It does not feel 21.
No, it feels way colder. Is there a chance like we're getting the weather for like, I don't know, Nottingham instead of Grantham? Or
No, my watch says it's 20.
What if we're getting the weather for like Worcestershire or something?
I mean, it's not going to be that different.
Right?
Worcestershire.
Is that a place?
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire is a place?
Worcestershire.
Like the sauce?
Yeah, it's a place. What do you think the sauce is named after?
I just
we've
thought
got
it
a
was
camera
made
with,
up. Oh my gosh. Look at
Worcestershire.
that.
What do you think it's named after?
You guys have a Heinz?
No, that's a family name.
I guess that's what I thought Worcestershire was.
It's got a shire on
Mr. Worcestershire? How do you say it? I don't even know how to say it.
Try and get an Italian to say it.
Oh, you know my favorite thing? Oh, what do you call that that silver stuff you put on top of your leftovers?
Aluminum.
No.
Aluminum.
No. Lies.
Aluminium.
Thank you. That's my favorite
Is
British
it spelled
word.
different? Yeah. Oh, okay.
There's a song that I like by a Scottish band, which is it's not a stupid song. It's a very good song. But the first line is, I pronounce it aluminium because there's an I next to the U and M. Aluminum.
That's given some real
and-
principal is your pal energy.
But I just like it. We spell it different.
Yeah. I didn't know you spelled it different. I thought you just said it different.
That was one
was
of
a
our
potato-potato
first
situation.
conversations we ever had.
Really?
When I met you,
Aluminium?
the first we went around that store like the first time around. I think it was Target,
Right.
and like I got really excited about oat milk, and you were like, "Oh, she's a bit weird." And then you saw the aluminum, and you were like, "Oh, what do you call that?" And I was like, "Aluminium," because we spell it different. And you were like, "Oh, really?"
That sounds just like me.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
And you were like, "Oh, so good."
Spot on.
Spot on. I need to. Have you heard a lot of Haya since you've been here, Chris?
I heard that in France.
Haya in France?
Yeah.
I thought that was British.
It probably is. I don't know. I was not expecting it at all.
I've been using a lot of Haya, Brilliant, and You're a Legend.
Yeah.
My wife gets annoyed because I keep every time someone helps me, I'm
Just
like,
there's
oh,
no because.
thanks,
needed.
you're a legend. Yeah, no because needed.
My wife goes.
She's like, you can't say everyone's a legend. You're devaluing the term legend.
Against the rules.
Maybe
Bruce
she's
Lee
just
was a
sad 'cause
legend.
You didn't call her a legend yet.
She is a legend. She's brilliant.
There we go.
Spot on. Now I got to get
Brilliant.
spot on mixed in.
Ruko is at 60 miles.
60 mile. He's run past us 12 times, Fran. I think I've seen him
We've not
once.
seen him once.
I think once I saw
Faster
him.
than
Yeah,
speed
we've
light.
seen Charlie Boa every time.
That's wild.
That happens though. There's always some
Oh, he
people that
just
you've seen
came
multiple
through.
times.
Less than a minute ago.
Although, you know what? I don't think I've only seen Josh Fiore 3 times. Of
I've seen him every time.
course you have.
I know.
Big,
hey, y'all.
big Fiore fan club in this tent. Half this tent.
Sound like I'm having fun.
Sure are.
Got our producer extraordinaire coming back in. Jason, that's a great camera on Electroshock. Come up to Electroshock. Look at these horrifying tendrils of death. There's so much cool stuff to look at right now. I love Firefly.
That's what he means by the horrifying tentacles.
Look at that. It looks like a What do you call those monsters from the Dark Dimension? No, it's like the guy that wrote about them. Not. Gosh, if I put it in Google, I'll find it. It's not Pavlovian is the wrong word, but it's trying to get close to what I want.
That's completely the wrong word.
Who's the guy that wrote about these monsters from the? Chris is looking at me like I have two heads, which would also be one of those monsters, probably. I can see it in my head, and it's killing me. I got to Google it. Sometimes when I can't think of something, I just like not knowing it.
Oh, the
Look at that.
slow-mo jump.
Can we see that again?
Absolutely. There we go. Here it comes.
Nice. Hit that bell.
Sploosh.
It looks much more graceful in slow motion.
Most things do.
Is it where the wild things are?
Oh, those are sweet.
Oh, okay.
Kind of, right? Aren't they?
I'm not sure that you know what you're talking about.
I don't think he has any
my
idea what he's
gosh.
talking about.
I'm going to find this, you guys.
Will is on Reddit currently trying to track down these monsters.
Oh my gosh, this is the most obvious. There are people in the comments scream. Okay, so this is what I've heard from another podcast I listen to. When you are talking about something on a podcast or like on a live stream, and you don't know exactly what you're talking about, and you're like, I know people listening are like screaming at the radio right now.
I've been that person.
Those people, that's the closest you'll ever be to being a ghost. Because no one can hear you, and you know the answer to the question, and you're like screaming it. It's this, but no one can hear you.
We've got a Harry Potter Lovecraft.
Lovecraftian. Thank you. That is exactly the term I was looking for. Not Harry Potter. Lovecraftian. Who said that?
Or
You're a legend.
we've got several.
Oh my gosh. No, Lovecraftian was what I was
here.
looking for.
Andy. I think Andy got you.
H.P. Lovecraft. Thank you, Andy H. You guys are brilliant. I mean, was H.P. Lovecraft British? Lovecraftian. That looks like a Lovecraftian monster, the tendrils of a mouth that will electrocute you before it feeds on you.
Fun fact. Andy is on it. Aluminium is the correct term, according to Wikipedia, which I don't know if I should believe that. Aluminum started as a brand.
Wait, how's the spelling different? Alumina. Oh, you guys have an extra I.
Yeah.
I mean, I've said that like 4 times.
Well,
Thanks for listening, buddy.
well, Andy H just told me, so now I believe it.
I know. No one believes me when I say something.
So, according to Wikipedia, aluminium was the original. Is this like a
Of
spa?
course it was the original because it came from the UK.
Is this like a spa jacuzzi situation?
So American spellings, this is a true fact. A lot of language evolution comes from the printing press. So a lot of things happen because of printing.
Because we kind of crushed that, right?
So American spellings have fewer letters than the original English because don't shake your head at me.
Because we don't need all those stupid U's. What are we doing with them?
May I finish?
Absolutely.
Thank you. American
We don't even need them.
No language is worse than French. They have 3 or 4 extra vowels, but they only say 1 or 2. They leave off the consonant at the end of almost every word.
You just got to figure it
Austin's
out.
name in French is Osti.
Austin.
Literally everything.
The N is silent.
Their numbers just leaves off the last consonant. It's Spanish. It's like Latin roots. You
Right.
have
Sure.
sounds like Spanish numbers, but instead of uno, dos, tres,
Right.
it's un, deux, trois. Literally,
What do they do with
like-
all that extra time they save?
You're asking a great question.
Fred, were you saying something?
No.
Makes you feel better. One of the UK ambassadors just sat here on the feed with lots of FOMO. Andy, you should be here. Come out for the finish line tomorrow morning, tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. No, wrong. Yeah, you got it. Producer Rogloski jumping on the camera feed here.
Wrong. Well, we're not.
No dice?
No.
Where'd your assistant go?
Oh, not that one.
That's actually getting worse.
Oh,
There we go.
not sure what. Oh, is that the?
That's the Netflix and chill. What if you hit one main?
Oh, you want to go back to your tendrils of death?
There it is. Tell me I'm wrong.
I mean, they don't look very.
I mean, you can say
threatening to me.
I'm wrong.
I'm not.
You
I'm
like
not too
electricity?
scared by them. It's kind of like, yeah, it's a little bit of a. Oh, is this guy trying to sneak around then?
Oh.
Oh,
If you get
I hope one swings and gets him.
Yeah,
Oh,
if you-
I got it. Nice
well
try.
done. The wind kind of died down on him. Yeah, if you get too cute trying to avoid them, sometimes you think you like go through the middle, you see, oh, there's a gap. I can just, if I turn my body sideways, but then it bumps like the back of your leg,
Yep.
so you
Yep.
jerk forward, and then you get like shocked 3 times, so you jerk backward, and then it's just over. You just got to run for it. It's over.
It's a good little jolt of electricity. Like, yeah, I'm alive or almost dead or still alive, but
Okay.
somewhere in there.
So I like a little, a little pain lets you remember you're alive, right?
Right.
But electroshock therapy makes my elbows feel like they're gonna explode. I don't like that feeling. Like
You should probably see a doctor.
well, it's only if I'm sure my doctor would say, don't run through electroshock therapy. Like, great advice. Thanks. Let's just say I'm gonna.
That's exactly what Michael Shoot would say.
I love it that he had 2 doctors tell him not to run. So the solution is get a new doctor. So we're keeping an eye, especially on the top 2 women. They're both at 50. Look at this, though. We have 3 women at 45 now. And Costa has continued to move up. Jill Heller's dropped from 3rd to 4th.
Yeah, Robin. Must be all these shout outs on the live feed. She's had a few.
Heather Bodie back up to 9th. She's been kind of bouncing around 8th to 8th to 10th in there. Morgan Mackay's been pretty steadily there in 7th place.
She's actually looks like about 3 minutes off of 6th place.
Morgan
is, yeah.
All right, don't get too cute. Just go for it. Oh, he didn't even care. I think he got hit once, and he's like, I don't even care. We've never seen a hay bale that big in the middle. They sometimes have small hay bales that are kind of designed to trip you up as you run through, and so that once you start getting shocked, your brain just turns off and forgets that there's a hay bale in front. So you trip over it, you fall in the mud. Everyone gets a good laugh. But these hay bales are designed just like, no, you're getting shocked. You're not getting shocked. We Piper, we might need to reset your camera there, and Evan, we're locked on one shot from you guys. So we're getting into the toward the middle of the night, 11:18 p.m. local time. It's definitely quieter here in the pit area.
Yeah, very quiet actually.
And you know what? I'm kind of surprised. At 11 o'clock at a regular World's Toughest Mudder with a regular kind of daylight hours, this would probably be normal. But it just went from literally an hour ago, full daylight, almost full daylight, 10 o'clock, to now it feels like it's 2 in the morning. You can hear them. They're not loving that obstacle.
Yeah, I think that's a favorite obstacle for sure. Lots of cheers, happy sounds.
A lot of grunts and under breath swears. Men's top 10. Joe Rucco still in first place with 60 miles, not slowing down. Joshua Fiore in second, 55. Austin in third with 55. 2 more men with 55. Grant Thompson and
Derbyshire.
Derbyshire. Well
Look
done.
at that.
55.
Catching on.
You got it.
Top 10 men are all past 50.
6th through 10th, exactly at 50 miles. When you're running in the middle of the night, you get to this time, 11, 12 o'clock at night. What are you thinking out there?
Probably not a whole lot, honest.
You said it. A minute ago, you said it. You just kind of because you just can just go.
Zone out.
Yeah.
You can't look around. You see the course. All it is just kind of like a little circle of light in front. Just go.
Yeah. I guess it kind of makes you focus, right?
Yeah.
You have one problem, and you get to just focus on that. Your brain gets. You can turn your brain off because the only problem is
nothing else going on.
Nothing happening. You just got to follow that circle of light and not step on anything weird.
Got
Look at that. Got all three on again.
all three.
It's definitely one of the most visually striking obstacles they've ever had. Like, look at that shot. Oh, they turned off. Well, now it looks like eyes. That's worse. Talk about monsters.
Now it's a one-eyed monster.
Now it's, yeah. Guys coming up are like, oh, thank you. They turned it off. In the booth with Chris Rogloski, two-time champ, women's 100-mile winner. Watching athletes on Firefly. Can I please have an update on Andrew Armstrong 4270, please? Absolutely. Let me get. I have a two-time world champion who's gonna look at that.
There we go.
Chris Rogloski.
5 laps down, 25 miles.
You guys think I'm joking? She's doing this. I am literally sitting here with my hands in my pockets. Chris Rogloski running the board. Well done. He's got 5 laps done. He's done 25 miles. Well done. Come on, Mike Strobel. Rebecca Ann, you've been with us hours now, huh? How long have you been watching, Rebecca? You can jump in the comments, too. We'd love to hear from you. You got a question, a comment, thought, favorite obstacle?
Mike Strobel, 50 miles.
Well done. He's got – okay, so it's tougher now, but mathematically he 100% has a chance at 100 miles. We're not to midnight yet. He's got 50.
Yeah.
That's pretty easy math, mathematically. Now, we like to say usually at 10 o'clock we look at that number, but
Well, it looks like at 10 o'clock.
Look at that, 10:05.
I don't know what that means.
Anyway, yeah, Mike Strobel.
Finished 50 at 10:05.
Doing well. There you go. Another successful fire jump. 5 stars.
Rebecca says she's been here all day.
Love it. Love it, Rebecca. You're a legend.
Looking for an update on Matt Eames.
4233. Matt Eames.
There we go.
20 miles down. Matt has a shot at 50 miles. He might need to pick up the pace a little bit overnight here, but he's doing good. 4 laps, 20 miles. Well done, Matt.
Well, what do you think about this? Do they really need
Andy
to
H.
sleep?
No. What are you talking about, Andy H? First of all, you're here in the UK with us, right? Didn't he already say that?
Mm-hmm.
So, absolutely not. Fran and I aren't sleeping. Chris isn't sleeping. Austin and Joe Rucco and Nicole Kocha aren't sleeping. Nikki Karamba's not sleeping. No, you're not going to have to sleep. If you're in the U.S., you guys are in the U.S. right now. It's 11:24 local time here. It's in California. It's 2:30 in the afternoon. No, 3:30 in the afternoon. Like, you guys are in for the duration. You're here. You're watching the good stuff in the middle of the night here, and you're sitting, eating Cheetos on your couch, middle of the day. 3:30.
Mike Strobel's grandma is not slacking. She's the
Aw.
one that's been here all day.
Love it. Okay, so
Right.
first of all, Rebecca, you're a legend. Second of all, Mike H., Rebecca's here all night, so you are too. No one's going to bed. What are you talking about? That's a very distinctive cowbell sound that Spartan Tough
Okay.
Mudders kind of put together.
We've got another shout out for Strobel. It says 100 miles. It's written in the stars.
There we go. Paul Henry.
Actually, I think according to that math, we're going 105. If we went from 60 to 75, it's time to go
Brilliant.
from 90 to 105.
Update on Matthew and Tracy Sullivan. 42:32 and 42:40. 42:32. Oop,
Is it there? Oh.
lost it. And 42:32. All right. 30 miles. Well done, Tracy. Good shot at 50. On pace. $42.40. I wonder. I'd imagine they're running together.
If I had to guess,
Well done. 30 miles
something
also.
says they're running together.
Well done. Absolutely, we are. Bubbles, how are we doing on miles?
Kevin Given. Oh,
Kevin Gregory.
there's
Oh,
another.
sorry. Oh, what did Kevin Given just say?
Kevin Given in Colorado.
What? Can we pull up Kevin's comment? I missed it. I'm sorry. Kevin Given is a longtime member of the World's Toughest community. Loving the coverage. Fun to hear the European versus American ways of thinking. Yep. One straight. I mean, they're pretty close to right, Kevin. I don't want to as anybody.
Huh? All right. Andy says he's staying awake as long as he can.
There we go, Andy. Brilliant. Spot on. You're a legend. All right, here's our teams. We just saw Kevin Gregory come by. Kevin from Underdog Fitness. The Bark Knight Rises
That's pretty good.
in second place. Kevin was going by. I said, hey, Kevin, how many miles you got? He's like, I don't know. You tell me. Teams is confusing. So his team is in second place with 60 miles. First place, Team Triple X with 60 miles also. They're about, call it a half hour ahead of Underdog. Mudders Without Borders, 55 in third. Tacticians in fourth with 55. Fifth place is Joel Birch. That might be Joel Bear here in fifth place, 55. Sixth place, Mudstickle Sheep Tough. Fran, Mudsticle's pretty big over here, huh? Seventh place, Weldmar's Toughest Brothers. Chris, does Weldmar sound like a British location, like a city to you? Oh, I'm from Weldmar.
Well, there you go. I was
Right?
like, I need it with an English accent.
That's a terrible English accent. Yeah, and down to 10th place, Mudders in Paris. Got a comment watching the WTM coverage. You look good. Like the facial hair. From my mom.
Aww.
Shout out to Betty Hicks.
Wait, are we on camera?
We were at the very beginning.
Oh.
No. That camera there toward the finish line was our booth camera. We use it the first 5 minutes of the cover. Literally the first 5 minutes.
Okay.
And then We haven't been on. I don't think we've been on since.
Nobody's here to see our faces.
They're here to see fire.
They're here to see fire.
Firefly. I think Firefly is. Carlo and I were talking about this while you were gone, Fran. There was an obstacle in 2018 in Atlanta called Twin Peaks. It was 2 A-frames. You went up one A-frame and down another, and in the middle there was a gap. You had to cross. And if you fell, you kind of did like a plinko and like boom, 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 fell down. And there were ropes, so you could hang off of one rope. So you'd come down one, and you're hanging off of one rope, and you're like reaching out for the other, and there's this like half a second where you're crossing this gap in the middle where you feel pretty awesome. And you're like standing like this.
I bet I got some good pictures.
Amazing. And there's water spraying you from everywhere.
Oh, God.
So Jack got us some good. So that was the obstacle. That's, in my mind, is the best obstacle I think Tough Mudder's ever had.
Really?
One time at World's Toughest Mudder, one event. It's only ever been there. I think Firefly is in that category, kind of one of the top obstacles. Jeff Lippert, detailed split question. What are current average lap times for Joe, Rucco, and Austin? Joe's in first, Austin's in third. Josh Fiore is right in there in second as well.
Joe's laps 8, 9, 10, and 11 were all 1 hour and some change, but lap 12 was 1 hour and 13. Or lap 11, or is that? Yeah. The most recent one was an hour and 13. Austin has been the last 5 laps right at 1 hour and some change. 2 1:08 laps. And those are his slowest laps so far. And Josh Fiore did a 1:02 5 laps ago, but then back to a 59, and now last 2 laps have been 1:03, 1:07, and 1:12. I think Josh consistently has some of the fastest pit times. His pit times none of them have been over 3 minutes. So he is not spending much time here.
I saw you, Austin, and Josh are two that have noticeably fast pit times. That just by, without looking at numbers, just by kind of the eyeball evaluation.
Austin's are definitely
Nicole's have all been just over a minute, apart from one.
Nicole's are so fast I haven't seen them.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where she's pitting at, but she's not there long.
Looks like her last one was a 5 minute. That means probably some wetsuit layers would be my guess. Yeah, Nicole's not spending any time in here.
We've asked if we can have an update on Matthew Sullivan and Tracy Sullivan. So here's Matthew. He's got 6 laps in the bag. Oh, thank you.
My son is discovering the glory of the dry robe. I have 2 dry robes, but I didn't bring either of them because
I told you it was going to be dry robe weather.
No, but I couldn't tote them around Europe for 3 weeks. They're too big. They're great. They're the best.
I permanently have a dry robe in the boot of my car.
Oh,
in
the boot.
What of your car?
We were at the hotel, and we're going out for the day, kind of a family activity, and have the rental car. And the guy at the door, he's like, "Hey, do you guys want umbrellas for the day?" And I was like, "I don't know. I don't know if it's going to rain or not. Do I really want to bring umbrellas?" He's like, "I can just put them in the boot." I'm like, "All right, let's just put them in the boot," just because I wanted to say boot.
You just wanted to say boot.
Didn't rain. Didn't need them. Got back and pulled them right out of the boot.
I took my daughter to Disney World a couple of weeks ago. And you can definitely tell, not just the English people, but the Mancunians there. Mancunians. The people from Manchester, where it notoriously rains every day.
Mancunians?
Mancunians.
From Manchester?
From Manchester.
Are called Mancunians.
Yes, sir.
That doesn't...
That makes 0 sense.
I feel like you're making that up.
Okay.
Because you guys carry your umbrellas a lot?
No, we don't bother because it rains all the time.
Oh, you don't care?
No. So you get to a point where you just don't care anymore.
Oh, Kevin Givens, good call. Don't forget Double Rainbow 2016. That was an epic one as well. So there is an obstacle called King of the Swingers, which I think you might have seen. It's oh, this is the penalty for Piper. Which obstacle are you near? Which is the penalty? What is this penalty for this? This is brutal. Having to bear crawl with that ball there.
Oh, Netflix and
Netflix
chill.
and chill. That's why people hate it, because it also has a death penalty.
Yeah, that's a horrible penalty.
So you have that's a great. This is what a penalty should do.
Mm-hmm.
Is it makes you want to do the obstacle.
Yeah.
Even if it's hard, even if it sucks, I'd rather do the obstacle than that penalty. Now, Double Rainbow, there's an obstacle called King of the Swingers where you would jump off a platform. Say goodbye for a minute, for a bit. Christopher Glasky, always a pleasure. So Double Rainbow, King of the Swingers was the kind of origin obstacle for it. You would jump off a platform similar to Firefly here and swing out and hit a bell. And that bell was kind of far out. It was very difficult. But even if you'd hit the bell, a successful completion of the obstacle, like Firefly, hitting the bell. Here's the problem with that obstacle. Even if you were successful, you get wet. And that's not, they were like, how can we make it so you can swing, but you don't get wet? The solution was a second bar to swing from. And then basically a giant pad at the end. So if you'd swing out, you grab the first bar. That bar would then pivot and swing to the second bar, which would then pivot and deliver you to the giant pad where you could exit dry. If you failed, if you reach out and you miss the first thing, or if you mess up the transfer, you'd fall in the water, you get wet, you have to go do a penalty. But King of the Swingers was the origin. Double Rainbow, because it was the two.
They had Double Rainbow, I think the first year I was here.
No, I've never had it since. That your first year was
22.
22.
What did we try there? I remember swinging on one and nearly getting the bell.
That was so. I think they called it was that obstacle was based on King of the Swingers. But even you remember, even if you hit the bell, you fell in the water.
Yeah, true. You were always going in the water.
They made a smaller version of King of the Swingers. I'm blanking on the name of it, but it's out there. Someone in the comments, one of the ghosts will yell in the comments and let me know.
Yeah. This is a beautiful thing about this job. You actually don't need to know anything because people will tell us. Jason Rulo.
Jason Rulo's here. Well done, Jason, from America.
30 miles, as I like to say, in the bag.
Crushing it.
5 stars.
What are you at? You got it, man. Let's go.
It's starting to get into the quiet time of the night, but you know what?
Tell me.
The race starts in 22 minutes.
I cannot wait for 22 minutes because we are going to talk about the race. The race begins at midnight.
I cannot believe it's claiming to be 20 degrees.
20 degrees. That's like 68.
It's cold.
The race begins at midnight.
That's a good calf there we see at EST.
Well done.
Well done, calf person.
Gonna say it's a guy.
Oh, they've put tape on as well, so no one saw. It's fine. Look at that. That was a great technique. That was brilliant.
That was funny.
can just imagine the calf cramping going on there at Netflix and chill.
Tough Mudder said, "We will have no shenanigans of you walking out the sides of electroshock therapy. Stay inside the tape, sir, ma'am." When you are tired and you are cold and you are sore and you walk up to and you've done 45 miles and you walk up to electroshock therapy and you know no matter what you do, you're gonna get electrocuted, you're gonna get shocked, and it is just mentally painful. I'm gonna get shocked.
So Mark Wake is powering through for Cancer this year. He's got 7 laps down, 35 miles in. I think we just saw Fiore passes again. Fiore just finished. Well, finished a lap.
Joshua Fiore, another lap down. Well done, Joshua. Josh. Call him Josh.
Josh.
Just Josh.
Joshy.
Josh Fiore. Is this his year? Joe Rucco's got something to say about it.
Well, Joe Rocco might have something to say about it, but Fiore's got something to say. He's full of Fiore.
I say we let them both talk it out.
I say we let them run it
Did
out.
you just say he's full of Fiore?
Mm-hmm. You cannot shake your head at me with the dross you come out with.
What are you talking about, Dross?
Dross.
I want to give a special shout out to the TMHQ member putting up this tape while Electroshock is on. So to go put this tape out on the Electroshock Therapy to keep people from going outside the boundaries.
I love it. I love it. I
Oh.
love that commitment to rules.
Okay, yeah, cool. I'll do that. Are you going to turn off Electroshock for me? Nah,
Nah, have fun, buddy.
you got it. All right. Bet, as the kids say.
Do it for the plot.
Do it for the plot, as the kids say.
Someone very happy running through. I won't repeat what they said.
Very excited.
Very excited with that last lap, and I'm pleased for them. gotta
Profanely
say.
excited.
Profanely excited.
Let's say. Got Evan Prepares joining us here in the tent after crushing it out there on course. Well done, Evan. Jason Dupree.
Jason Dupree just found my jacket. That is big news.
Where were you hiding it?
I wasn't hiding it anywhere. I couldn't find it.
Just tuning in. We've got Electroshock Therapy. That is our most recently opened obstacle. It's the last obstacle to open. Now, as of 11 p.m. local time, about 45 minutes ago, every obstacle is open for Mutter for the last 13 official hours of the race, plus the last 90 minutes before the finish line closes. We are nearly at the halfway point of the 24 hours. Can you believe we've been here for 12 hours already, friend?
Oh, it feels like 2.
And then on the right, we have a brand new obstacle this year from Tough Mudder and World's Toughest Mudder.
Oh, it is incredible.
Firefly.
Woof.
So you can see the fire there. You see the bells. There's 3 bells, 3 lanes. All you got to do for the obstacle is hit the bell. Pop, hit the bell, fall in the water, swim out. You're done. But the fire, crushing it.
Here is a great bit of information from last year, and Paul Henry, what a legend for sending this. For reference, Michael Schutt hit 65 miles at 11:40, and Josh Fiore hit 60 miles at 11:37. So look at the men; none of them have 65 miles yet.
Pull that up one more time. That's great data there.
That is
Paul. Thank
beautiful
you.
data,
Almost
and the
halfway.
kind of data I like to see.
Joshua Fiore hit 60 miles at 11:37. Well, we have 3 guys that already have 60 miles at 11:37. So Joshua Fiore last year finished with 110 miles. Michael Schutt last year finished with 115.
Joe Rucco got 60 miles at 11:37.
That's exactly the time.
Fiore at 60 miles at 11:43, and Austin Azar Oh, so he actually started lap 13 at 11:43. Austin Azar was hit 60 miles at 11:43. Let's have a look at the women. 55 miles, Finnicol Kocha at 11:29. She's doing good.
Outstanding.
She's slowing down. Her last lap was 1:28. With the length of her pits, and her last pit has been 5 minutes and 8, her pits have been so short. Then she had one slightly longer one, and then they shortened down and got long again, but she's definitely slowed down considerably.
Folks,
Chris
I feel like
said
I'm
if you
beating the
can
drum.
stay under 120, she's aiming for 100 miles.
Yeah.
Her last lap was not under 120, it was 128.
I feel like I'm beating the drum here, but the faster your pits are, the more miles you'll have. And that seems obvious.
But
I
you
know.
also need to do the necessary stuff in the pits. You need to
do.
make sure you fuel enough. You need to make sure it's not worth not putting on the right clothes or not eating the right food to
100%.
get back out there.
Get the wetsuit on. Get your gear on. But don't lollygag.
But
There's
no lollygagging.
that's a British term, right? No putzing around, we call it.
Don't you putz.
Get what you need and get out of there. The pit is not your friend. You think it's your friend. Oh, I can rest. That is a lie.
That's a nasty voice in your head trying to ruin it for you.
And no, it's true. Yeah, you can rest, but you can rest tomorrow. Get the miles now. It's 24 hours. It's a long race, but you've only got 24 hours. It's only 24 hours long.
Half of it is gone already.
We're close. We're close to midnight.
We'll have a good look at the rankings when we hit the midway point, which is officially the race start, according to Mr. William Hicks.
Some people are like, "What are you talking about? I'm watching hours. What are you talking about? The race starts at midnight. World Stuff's Motor begins at noon." But those first 12 hours, especially for the elite athletes, is not about what other people are doing. It's about what you're doing. The focus for those first 12 hours is on you running your race and just getting as many miles as you can. After midnight is when the jockeying for position begins. The worrying about other people's pit times begins. Like, how far in front of me are they? How far behind? Like, that's when that thought process starts. The first 12 hours, and Chris said it when she was in here, race begins at midnight.
For those not jostling for a top 10 spot, let's say.
Sure.
What happens to them at midnight?
Nothing happens to anyone at midnight. But you know what? Even among, I would say, most people that aren't jostling for a top 10 spot, aren't the person who's going to get 75 miles isn't necessarily thinking, I want to be the fastest 75-mile finisher. They're thinking, I make 80.
Here comes Caitlin Ritter.
Caitlin Ritter, how many miles?
25 miles for Caitlin Ritter.
You can get 50, Caitlin. Let's go.
She can definitely get 40. She's getting a puppy.
Caitlin Ritter has a bet with her husband. If she gets 40 miles, they get a puppy.
Uh-huh.
So
if she gets 25 and not over, she takes his last name.
Which is an honor.
That is going to be spurring her on. She don't want to do that.
Well, she definitely wants a puppy.
She does. Who doesn't want a puppy?
Piper returning to the booth, one of our camera women extraordinaire.
Piper is crushing it out there. Piper just tripped over Hicks Jr.
Keep going. Oh, gosh, sorry. That was my point. Obstacle. What are some obstacles we have not gotten on camera a lot yet?
Potentially the ones that have pretty bad signal, to be honest.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, that's rough, right? Everest was fun when we got it, but
It wasn't consistent.
Yeah.
How about some? Oh no, we have a static camera at Mudderhorn. How about some Chunky Monkey? We've not seen that for a while.
you know what? If we have people completing it, if it's just people falling in the water,
That's no fun.
It's kind of boring. Although maybe we get some good penalty stuff for somewhere.
Mhm,
What's a good penalty we haven't seen much yet? I was surprised to see the penalty for.
We've not seen Grand National much.
Oh, that's fun.
Grand National. That's for Twinkle Toes.
Oh, that's what we're talking about right now. Evan Prepare is about to head out for another round of camera work. Well done, Evan.
Just also on trying to scoot past those tentacles of doom.
Thank you for recognizing the tentacles of doom.
That's not a problem.
Brilliant. Been watching all day. Disappointed I couldn't travel this year. How's Scott McDonald? 21. Josh Sawyer. Missing you. Wish you were here.
Oh, that's kind of as Jack D. Oh, that's 4109. I don't know my numbers.
Jack Dean's doing good too, though.
Jack
well
Dean's
done,
doing
Jack.
really well. Well done, Jack Dean.
Nation UMI. No idea. Jack Dean. Scott McDonald's doing good. Even better. 35 miles. He's got a shot at 75.
Ooh, I mean, you're just like adding mileage onto people here.
Well, I'm kind
You
of like
said
looking
double
at
it
it.
at 10 o'clock.
I'd say double. I mean, mathematically, he's got a shot.
Mathematically,
isn't it? According to the mathematics, he's got a shot. Well done, Scott. You're doing good. Look at that shot. Well done. Love that. Job, Libby. So we got about 10 minutes, 8 minutes till the halfway point of World's Toughest Mudder. If you've been with us for all 12 hours, you're brilliant. You're a legend. Thank you.
if you've been with us for less than 12 hours,
Also brilliant.
a legend?
Give you a few more hours. Stick with us till 6 a.m.
Then we'll see. How's the laser beam obstacle?
Oh, that's a penalty.
Yeah, we've not really seen that penalty, have we?
What was that the penalty for?
EST.
Most people are just taking EST.
Yeah.
Great question, Jeff Lippert. When we see some folks taking that penalty, we'll get that. Now, not everyone can go through electric obstacles. Some people have a pacemaker,
And what happens in that
some
case?
kind of heart condition. There's always a non-electrical option. So either if electroshock is a obstacle at World's Toughest Mudder, then there is a penalty option. If electroshock, sometimes in the past it has been used as a penalty, but only for obstacles like the cliff, where maybe you don't want to take it, but if it's the cliff or electroshock, and you're like, I don't want to do lift, well, but I have a pacemaker, I can't do the penalty. Well, then you're doing the cliff. It's your call.
Fair. You can't say I can't do everything. It reminds me how little we're moving when I see our rabbits wearing t-shirts and shorts and being totally fine. But even if I was moving, I wouldn't be able to move at the pace that the young Libby Joyce is doing.
Very impressed with Libby's pace out there. She was tracking with
Chris was impressed with you keeping up with Austin.
100%.
Yeah. And just to make a comment, she's been at work all day as well. She came straight from work to here and is going back in the morning.
Libby Joyce, at her job, comes over here. She's going to rap it for us all night long. I'm going to leave here, go back to work.
Mm-hmm.
She works at one of the local gyms here in the area.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look at those little hop, skips, and a jumps crossing the finish line. I love seeing this. I love seeing people running together and just having a really good time.
So I have run World Series Better multiple times, and I'm telling you, the most fun, and they also have matching headbands.
That's cute.
Light bands.
They're really nice.
The most fun I've ever had running the race, for multiple reasons, is running it as part of a team.
Really?
Because, first of all, when I did it, it was with three guys. We called ourselves Team Fat Boys. We knew each other from work, and we'd see each other once a year. If this is 20 years ago, we knew each other or went to school together. So we'd see each other once a year, and we'd literally just get caught up like the whole 24 hours. Like, hey, how's your wife doing? How are your kids?
That's super cute.
And here's the best part: is you knew when you got to a wall or you got to Everest, you had someone to pick you up or to pull you up. Like you had a built-in support crew. You didn't have to worry about Mutterhorn. Let's go. What do you say? You had a built-in support crew of strong guys that you brought with you.
That was Dave Peters. He is perked up. I think he got very, very hot earlier.
He was
really hot.
not looking great.
No, and now that was a lively boy, wasn't it?
A lot of energy. Just ran past.
So what I loved about ETM was running on my own in the dark.
Okay.
Something that women don't really get a chance to do safely or
Sure.
feel safe doing. And I loved running in a rural area on my own. What I didn't love was being at obstacles on my own.
Sure.
And that's what was contributed towards me not continuing.
What would happen when you came up to an obstacle and you were by yourself? Something like a wall you couldn't get over?
I just had to wait until somebody could help me. Because some of the walls were so big that I just could not get over them.
Yeah.
On my own. Good evening, sir. And yeah, I really get scared of getting very cold. But there's so many people here for this event. This is totally different. The chances of getting stuck somewhere are a lot smaller.
Can we look at the number info and see how many runners started the race? Do we have a total?
Let's have a look. Maybe on the timing.
Just like scroll to the bottom kind of thing? I know I've heard the number more than 1,000 multiple times. I've heard the most in the last 10 years. And I wonder what the...
This must be a first.
Tell me.
Chris Rogloski in last place.
That's amazing. And what if she does one more lap?
She'll still be in last place. Will we ever have had someone that was a first place finisher and a last place finisher?
Absolutely not.
There's just 2 more laps.
Okay.
She'll...
If you're going to run World's Toughest Mudder, you want to do it the year you can say, yo, that's the year I beat Chris Rogloski. Like my story about beating Amelia Boone at World's Toughest Mudder? But this is real.
Come on, Ollie. Literally.
11:59. 11:59. 8 seconds. We have 50 seconds until the race begins at midnight. I have members of my team showing me their watch around them. Everyone's excited. This is when Carlo Piscatello, Jason Dupree, Libby Joyce, Jack Goris, everyone except Fran Curando has their watch out. She has a watch too. Look at that. And it works. We are 23 seconds away from midnight. I wish I had some music I could play when we hit midnight. I am so excited. Counting it down. I need some water before we start.
What's happening?
4, 3, 2, 1. Yay!
Welcome to
The
midnight
race has begun.
at
Woo!
World's Toughest Mudder 2025.
2025.
The race begins
The
at
race
midnight.
has begun.
Welcome to the race at World's Toughest Mudder. The first 12 hours have been leading up to this.
What?
You paid for the whole seat, but you'll only need the edge. Welcome to the last 12 hours of the greatest race
Woo-hoo!
of 2025. Let's talk about the top 10 men. Joe Rucco in first place with 60 miles. Joshua Fiore in second with 60 miles. Austin Azar, third place with 60 miles. Grant Thompson in fourth with 60 miles. In fifth place, Craig Derbyshire with 55 miles. In sixth, Mike Strobel, 55 miles. Rocketing up to sixth place, Patrick Coletta with 55
They have been telling
miles.
us. Carlo is pointing like, I told you so. You did.
Our chat has
My
been telling
buddy,
you.
I know, and our chat has. We have never had an athlete as popular as Patrick Coletta, and they have been telling us all day he's gonna climb the rankings.
And they're not wrong.
They're not wrong.
In eighth place, Daniel Miska with 50 miles. Ninth place, Harvey Mitchell Divers with 50 miles. And in 10th place for the men at World's Toughest Mudder 2025, John Herb with 50 miles.
Oh,
Let's look at
my
the
God.
women. In first place for the women, Nicole Kocha with 55 miles. In second place for the women, Nikki Karamba, 55 miles. In third, Robin Costa with 45 miles. In fourth place, Jill Heller with 45 miles. In fifth place for women, Claudia Zalata with 45 miles. Mindy Archer in sixth place with 45 miles. In seventh place, Morgan with 45 miles. In eighth place, Nadine Went with 45 miles. And in ninth, Heather Olson, 45 miles. In 10th place for the women, Louise Markham with 45 miles. And for the teams, in first place, XXX, 60 miles. In second place, Underdog Fitness, The Bark Knight Rises with 60 miles. In third place, Mudders Without Borders, 60 miles. In fourth place, Tacticians with 60 miles. In fifth place for the teams, Joel Burt with 60 miles. In sixth place, Mudstickle Sheep Tough with 50 miles. In seventh place, Weldmar's Toughest Bruddas, 50 miles. In eighth place, HMOG with 45 miles. Ninth place for the teams, Tough Bruddas with 45 miles. And in 10th place, Mudders in Paris with 35 miles. Well done. It is now 12:03. There are less than 12 hours in World's Toughest Mudder 2025. For the elites, the race has begun.
Is that correct, though? Doesn't the race go for longer than 24 hours?
Great question, Fran.
Thank you. What's the answer?
At 12 noon, the start line
Hi, Jason.
will close. You have up until 12 o'clock to start in as many laps as you can finish until 12 o'clock, 24 hours after the start of the race, 12 hours ago.
Mhm.
So at 12 noon, 12 p.m. on Sunday, the start line will close. As long as you are on the course before 12 noon on Sunday, you will have until 1:30 p.m. on Sunday to finish that last lap. So your race,
So what happens if you're out and you're in the middle of a lap?
great
What
question.
happens if you're out and you're 2 minutes from the finish
Great
line?
question, Fran.
And what's the answer?
at World's Toughest Mudder, you get each lap.
Oh, look at this.
Here we go. We're on the walls.
We're on the walls.
Is this Brexit?
Our men of Mudderhorn have moved to the Brexit barriers.
The Brexit barrier. I heard that was pretty popular over here. So you will have at 12 o'clock, the start line closes. At 1:30, the finish line closes. You have to get back to the finish line before 1:30. You will get credit for 5 miles or you will get credit for 0 miles. There is no partial credit at World's Toughest Mudder. If you want credit for that final lap, you must finish that lap before 1:30 p.m.
Here's some inside intel for you from Paul Henry. Paul Henry, I think we need you on the team, Mr. Statistician.
Paul Henry, the Nickies performing better than last year. Karamba had 55. Oh, bring them back up. 55 miles at 12:28. Kocha had 45 at 11:55. They're going to push each other, and we see the second ever 100. Okay, Paul
We
Henry,
think so.
I got a question for you. Do you think we see the third ever 100 as well?
I think one.
You think one of the two?
I think one.
I think we get 2 or 0.
Deal. No. One. Yeah. One. Yeah. One. Yeah. One. Ah! I was going to say Chris plus one other.
Okay.
That doesn't just pass over to the next 2 women. But I'm happy to be proven wrong. Rarely, but happy. I say, I don't know. One. One.
I'm pretty sure I said 2 when we talked about this.
I'm just.
What time
I
do we
did,
talk about that?
I
6
said
o'clock?
9 men and 2 women, and I'm still unsure. But it's a bit. I like making bold claims.
I feel like your 12 is not going to be far off.
Yeah.
You predicted 1,200 milers this year. We had 9 last year, which was by far that's 150% more than we've ever had before.
Mm-hmm. So that was based on the additional European athletes, some of whom are no longer running.
Mm-hmm.
Not even additional, just European athletes, some of whom are not running any longer, and was also based on Chris running, who is no longer running. So it's tricky.
Yeah.
But that's the whole point, isn't it? It's tricky.
That's why they run the race.
That's why these predictions mean absolutely nothing to nobody.
So I'm excited about Caitlin. She's having a good race.
She is having a great. Is that our Caitlin right there?
I thought it might have been. I'm not sure.
Hey Evan, is that Caitlin? I think it might be.
Might have been. She was doing good. Yeah.
I can't see what the.
Yeah, that's her.
Yeah.
Well done, Caitlin.
Go Caitlin. Go Caitlin.
Helping people over, going back to help more.
I did not like that wall last year.
This wall specifically?
Yeah, I never minded walls of that height, but when I learned to do them, you're allowed to use the sides, and that's how I learned.
Oh.
You brace your foot against the side,
Sure,
and then
yeah.
heel, hook, knee, and
Yeah.
then over the top.
You're learning technique. That's how you do it. No, what you described 100% is
Technique.
yeah.
Yeah.
You get a roll instead of like throwing your whole body over it.
Yeah.
You essentially roll over
But
the top.
without being able to brace your foot against that side. So you go, your foot goes, and your other foot goes over the top.
Mhm.
Without being able to do that, it makes
No,
it
they
very
have a little.
difficult.
They had a little. You saw that little step there, which is helpful. See,
If there was something to brace your foot on the side, technically, yeah.
see what the guys are doing right now. They're going all the way over, and it's effective, but it's tiring. Like you literally, the way you described it is you're getting like the minimum of your body. Like your whole body has to get over the wall, 100%. But you're essentially like rolling over the top. So if there was like a 2-foot gap above the wall, you could be able to get. That's what you want to do. Like you don't want your whole vertical body over you want to just like shimmer over the
I'm
top.
looking for old school obstacle videos. That's a tiny young Fran.
Push off the side. Then
Boom.
there you go.
Easy.
Easy peasy lemonade.
Easy peasy lemonade. Look at that. That is not a bad that is not a bad cargo net, is it?
I don't know if I'd say it's a good one.
It's not a heavy,
Yeah. It's kind of a creative use. I don't know if
Thanks,
it's
Beth, for keeping track. Fran said 11. No, Will said 9. Yeah.
Beth, you're brilliant. Beth, I'm going to need you to be around when the race is over. All right?
Promise.
We're going to need you to remind us again.
Evan out there on course. It suddenly feels very quiet, doesn't it? The music stopped. The race started.
The race
and
started
everything
and the
stopped.
music stopped. I wonder if there are
We got pumped and hyped.
sound restrictions. Is that possible?
Well, there's music down there. Maybe people are resting in the pits or something. Maybe they just decide not to pump it all night long.
Our hotel is very close to where the bar crawl is.
Oof, we just saw a beautiful jump there at Firefly, which I'm gonna.
Is that our contest winner right there?
Yeah, it surely is. Oh, we've just lost Evan. Oh, he's back. He's back. Phew. Oh, is Evan wanting to chat to us?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's go to Evan. Hang on, Evan. We're coming to you, buddy.
Yeah.
Hey.
So why the stretch? You were mother horn, help people over. Why did we switch to the Brexit barriers?
Because I knew anyone here.
Are still people at Mudderhorn helping people?
As far as I know, there were when I left. It's 8:30, so 4 hours ago.
Yeah. What percentage of people do you say are getting up, and what percentage are just kind of flying over on their own?
About 80% are taking help. There's the one that can still do it on their own. I'm just on help and, helping if I can.
It seemed like some of the people absolutely needed it, so...
Absolutely. We're getting to the point of even somebody needed it. But,
It's been a long race. We're 12 hours in.
your body doesn't respond the way you want to.
Speaking of your body, how is yours holding up? Your shoulders, your knee, the knee pads, everything?
I'm alright, yeah.
A little more, I'll be fine. Yeah, a little sore in the morning, but it's all good.
Okay. Everything's holding up. Got some more people helping up over. There we go.
Yeah, no worries.
It's a good system down here. Stepping on the knee, stepping on the shoulder,
It'll help.
and a boost over. You staying warm?
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got loads of changes of clothes with me if I need it.
I've even got my wetsuit with me.
Want it.
Nice.
But at the moment I'm all good. So.
Well, how many people have you seen wearing suits? Percentage? Ish.
Fairly small to be honest. Like, let's say 25% of most.
Okay.
It's still warm, especially
It's summer, and it's like 18, 20 degrees at the moment, which
Yeah.
sounds great. I don't know what that is Fahrenheit, sorry. But, this is quite warm for us.
Yeah.
gentle breeze. So yeah,
We're doing
Nice.
honestly cold.
Nice.
So,
Good. Well, keep it up. You're making a huge contribution to the people going for the bibs, and we appreciate you here.
Thank you.
All right, to you guys.
Thanks so much, Evan. I'm going to show you something pretty cool, Will.
Tell me. Show
Put
me.
your eyes on the screen.
Got it.
That's some drone shots from earlier in the day.
Lovely. Look at this. Where did we get these shots from?
These are from Mr. Dustin Duro, Last Sun Media.
Last Sun Media on Instagram.
He should have been, due to some technical issues, we've not had a live feed of the drone, unfortunately. But thanks to Jason's ingenuity, we're able to see stuff that's posted elsewhere.
Look at that. Look at that massive humanity. That's great.
Look at that. Start line. It's like a little mid-race recap.
Kiss of mud. Look at that. Look at those lanes. Look at that roll. It's giant. That is a long kiss
You
of mud.
are loving the Euro roll, aren't you?
I'm a big fan. Big fan of the Euro roll. Is that what we call it? Euro roll?
Let's call it the Euro roll. I didn't realize it
Loch
was
Ness Monster. Everest. Well done.
Everest,
And Firefly. This is Firefly.
Look at that. It's amazing how quickly it changes and how much it changes once it gets dark, isn't it?
Yeah, we just had. I don't know if it's a UK thing or what. We were able to get video from the drones, obviously, but it just weren't able to live stream it.
Unfortunately.
But yeah, beautiful shots, Dustin. Well done. This is an interesting and look at. Friend, remind me the name of this obstacle. What we're calling this? Is this all part of Brexit barrier?
Yes, I think so.
Going under the cargo net to then go under the wall.
Oh, it's mean, isn't it?
It's not quite a traditional like up, under, and through or OUT, over, under, and through obstacle, but it kind of that flavor. Oh, just saw a 50-mile bib. Love seeing those out there.
Nice.
Well done. Man, if you like cargo nets, I got some obstacles for you.
What you got?
I got Brexit barrier.
Mm-hmm.
I got Lazarus's purse.
Mm-hmm.
Or what do we call that?
Lucifer's luggage.
Lucifer's luggage. What did I say?
Lazarus's purse. Check that out.
Well done, fellas.
Lucifer's luggage. Woof.
Boom. Great shot.
That's from
Firefly.
Carlo Piscatello, our on-course social media correspondent. If you can't be following along with the entire live stream, I don't know why, because it's so easy and so enjoyable. You can also catch up on social. Or maybe you could do both.
Carlo is if you want to watch the entire thing, this is the place to be. If you're like, hey, I just need to cut in and out like seconds at a time, jump on Instagram at the OCR report. You can follow us. You can subscribe for $4.99 a month to support the coverage, and send Carlo to more races for us.
So we did have someone asking if we could see Pole Dancer. Now, unfortunately, the signal down at Pole Dancer is not good enough to be live streaming from down there. It's kind of in a little bit of a dip, but this is a little bit of social from down there. So you can see what it's all about. It's a mean obstacle, isn't it? It's not horribly difficult, but it actually is pretty darn hard. I remember the first time I ever did this, I think was in 2014 at Pippington Park with Spartan, and I couldn't do it at all. Not in the slightest. Not a jot.
What's counterintuitive is you got to get your legs into it.
Oh, you got to like cycle.
Like it's
like
absolutely
doing monkey bars. Sometimes you got to cycle.
Yeah, it's absolutely a an arm or a shoulder exercise, but you got to get your legs into it.
Yeah. Here we go. That's some examples of the Euro roll.
This is live from Mud Mile.
Not quite a mile, but probably feels like it.
Is that our photographer in there?
That is.
Young Master Goris. He had his birthday on Thursday.
He did, and we celebrated, and it was great fun.
Turned 18. That's not true. He's much older than that. And Firefly, always beautiful there on the right.
Go, Robin. 1145. You are doing so well.
Just want to see what it looks like.
Oh, yeah.
Shit.
Got a crew.
Imagine how hard it is with the small screen. It's just cool to see because I never get to see it. All of our wives get to see it.
Oh.
But I don't.
What are you doing in dry rope? What's going on?
Oh, I'm just gonna wait one lap and go back out with camper. I'll still be at 70, I think, but
70 for a total?
probably. I'm hoping. I mean, worst case I walk at 50, but my fucking foot is killing me.
It's ugly.
It's really ugly.
Well,
I don't want to see it.
no.
Tell me later.
It's a flap of skin flopped over and hurting like that.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
Good for her.
she came in crying.
Oh, I love it. I mean, I don't love it.
Yeah, no. Chris swooped in.
Ooh.
And, like, really helped with that.
There is so much going on out there. We currently have so many good pictures. It's really hard to choose who to look at.
Do you guys have a leaderboard over here or no? Just from the internet.
I'm trying to get the leaderboard up and I keep pressing the wrong button. There we go. If you want to check the results, you can see them online. The World's Toughest Mudder. They got them all there. So we can see Joe Rucco was last seen at 12:13 at Stairway to Heaven at mile 4. Fiore was last seen at lap 13 Chunky Monkey at 12:14. So he's about 2 miles behind Rucco right now. A bigger gap than we've seen from Fiore in the past. He's gunning for first place, but
He got zapped by
yeah, that heat was rough. I've been saying this for so long that the weather here is going to send people west, and it's different. Thank you.
It's not Florida. It's not. Florida was different too, but this was different.
It's
Like,
England.
I like the heat in Florida, and I didn't mind this, but it's just it's not.
I think we saw a lot of people struggling with the heat today. Oh, here we go. Twinkle Toes.
That's interesting.
Hey guys,
Because wait,
is there any chance you can play Happy Birthday for my boyfriend? He just
I can't.
no chance. Sorry.
I just can't. I don't have the option to.
it's not on that side. This is on
Oh
media.
right, I don't mind the teacher.
How you holding up?
This is Grand National penalty for Twinkle Toes. It's amazing how it kind of got to midnight and suddenly everything quietened down dramatically. And you think, when there's no sound, when there's no music playing, this is what it must be like for the athletes out on course, and that's silence. And I think this is Caitlin Ritter here on the penalty for Twinkle Toes. Wife of Mike Stefano of Obstacle Running Adventures. Both members of the OCR report team. Ooh. Oh, we got Evan. Evan, I'm going to come to you. Hang on, my friend. There we go.
See if we get the audio.
Can they hear us?
We're with you, Evan.
All right, we're here with Kate Ritter. Just finished the penalty on Twinkle Toes.
Yeah.
How's that penalty?
It's actually one of the more fun ones.
Really? Not burning lines yet?
No, thank goodness. We learned the bigger the ball, the better rounds. And when you're on the ones, you just kind of like drag. Oh yeah, there's Ann Carolyn Clifford. But Twinkle Toes is high, and I think I fell off once, and I just decided like it's not worth it.
Yeah.
There's nothing. What am I gonna land on? Nothing.
Yeah, it's a fair decision because you twist an ankle off Twinkle Toes, right? And,
Yeah, and then
there goes your race.
Miles
Of glimping. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. How you feeling? How you feeling so far doing this?
I had a sad lap, but I ate some food, talked to some people. We met up, Ann and I met up with some British people who helped us get over some walls. I'm feeling better about that. Her body though, shot.
Yeah.
Like I am unable to do anything. My
Oh.
legs feel good though.
Good. Like you sound like you're in high spirit, even if you're faking it for the camera.
No, I am much higher spirits, and will tell you I was silent crying last lap. So mom, you're listening to this. I'm good. I'm alive. I'm happy.
That's normal. That's part of the whole OCR experience. You have hot highs, you have low, you bounce back though.
Yes. That's
All
what
right.
I've been told. So.
We'll let you go.
Thank you.
And I'll head back to Twinkle Toes to get you a little more video back from back there.
Thank you, Evan. What a treat catching up with Caitlin out on course. Evan doing a stellar job out there, catching some incredible footage, talking through the obstacles, and doing athlete interviews. He's doing it all. Jason chasing down an athlete. Can't quite see who, but he's not wearing a top, so potentially Austin. Not Austin. 1112. That is Corey Edwards that Jason is running with. He has 9 laps in the bag, 45 miles. And somehow that is 49, place 49. That is how crazy the mileage is. We are seeing a lot of high miles at the minute.
Yeah, she seems well introduced herself. I saw her at Lucifer. Love it.
You. Just like Caitlin on camera, a little interview, put Evan out on course.
Good.
It was nice.
Yeah. I think she's gonna be doing better now. So.
Here's Evan. Oopsie. Evan here at Twinkle Toes. I'm going to keep saying it like that. Twinkle Toes. What's kind of crazy is this whole time that we're sitting there, people are just moving and moving and moving and moving, and they ain't stopping. They ain't stopping. Shout out to Gary Sweeney for just passing the 50-mile mark. Gary, that's incredible. Yeah, for Caitlin. Awesome work, Caitlin. Keep it up. And for Anne, go Anne. Caitlin and Anne running together right now. Go, Caitlin. Get that puppy.
Samantha Thompson on Team Puppy. Who's not on Team Puppy?
Well,
maybe
Mike, apparently, because she's got to word it, you know?
anything good. Nothing worthwhile comes easy. But you know what? I promise you, she's going to value that puppy.
She always value a puppy.
What is it good? Does she have a name for that puppy already?
Well, she's not met the puppy. You can't name something until you've met it.
Oh, okay. What if she named it something World's Toughest Mudder theme? She could name it 40.
She could name it 40. She could name it Firefly. Firefly.
She could name it Kissa. Short for Kiss of Mud.
She could just call it Muddy.
Muddy. If it's like brown and
she wants a golden retriever.
Okay.
Like a yellow lab.
Okay.
So I was gonna say otherwise Mudder would be good for a chocolate lab.
Oh, that would be. Not Electroshock. Not
Lucifer.
Twinkle Toes. Not Lucifer.
Not pole dancer.
Not pole dancer.
Not swings both ways.
Some of these are very bad dog names.
Yeah. None of those things. Coach your clan strong. Anyone see that hot pit guy in Nicole's camp? Is that you, Joe? Are you the hot guy
I don't
in
know.
Nicole's camp?
I don't know if Joe is Nicole's husband, but I talked to Nicole's husband, and he's watching the feed out there. He thanked us for our coverage.
I love that.
If you have a good World's Toughest Mudder themed puppy name,
Send him in.
for Caitlin's puppy, let us know.
So, can you tell us what nationalities are represented? Rough Mudder, Barktic, Enema.
Oh,
I don't think you want to call a dog Enema, though.
That's true. That's good.
Barktic is good. If you've got a golden retriever, you'll know that Muddy is pretty apt. I like Muddy. All right, can you tell us what nationalities are represented in the top 10?
Absolutely.
Surely, I surely will. So we have the USA, South Africa, Australia, Poland, Canada, Germany, and the UK for the women. And for the men, we have the USA, Canada, UK, Netherlands, Poland, UK we've already had. Slightly fewer, but still plenty. A nice spread for the women. I love seeing people take on Twinkle Toes. The concentration whilst they're trying to do that. Such a seemingly simple obstacle. And do you know what? I really do believe that some of the best obstacles are the simplest ones. You know, not where you need a million pages of rules on how to complete it. Just where you know, from here to here, you do this. You don't need to do anything. An athlete doesn't need to think. An athlete shouldn't need to think. Just do it.
Just don't touch the ground.
Just don't touch the ground. Or just whatever it is. You get
Ring
from here
this
to
bell.
here.
Start, finish.
Boom. Done.
Love it.
Ooh, that's the first bit of breeze we've had in a while.
In a bit, right?
So we're probably going to have sun starting to show its face in about 3.5 hours.
It's been dark for like 5 minutes. Here's a good look at our bouncy ball penalty. Remind us of the penalty name here, friend.
Grand National.
Grand National. I was going to say Grand Central Station. I knew that was wrong.
That wouldn't be a very British name, would it?
I'm glad they've leaned into the Britishness of it.
I am too.
Like when they were in Vegas and they leaned into the Vegas kind of gambly dice, card games.
I guess it probably makes it quite fun to make the event as well.
Yeah.
When you've got the option to just be really silly.
You have a little theme.
Not saying anything about this event isn't serious.
It's It's a serious race. 100 miles is not a joke. You don't get to 100 miles by accident, right? But it's like we've said before, the fun is baked into the DNA of it.
I mean, even 50 miles, that's a long way to run. 25 miles is a long way to run.
First thing, when you tell someone you ran 50 miles, the first thing they say, someone who's not in the community, who doesn't kind of get it, someone at work, right? Family members. Oh, yeah, no, last week I did that race I was talking about. Ran 50 miles. I don't even like to drive that far. Yeah. It's literally the first joke everyone. I don't know how everyone who's not a distance runner knows the same joke.
Ooh, I thought I could smell gas, and I could. They are lighting little fire pits.
There we go. Got Firefly Pit Edition.
Let's check in on Firefly. We've got that on a static camera. There we go. That's Firefly.
It's just everything about it. The
super cool,
steam, you can see the smoke coming off the fire, and the cloud of smoke in the dark. That light in the background, the reflection in the water. It's a great looking obstacle.
It's such a good obstacle. I think they should call the puppy Firefly.
That's a great name. That is a great.
And then they can shorten it to FIFA.
FIFA.
FIFA. You don't get it, do you?
FIFA. Like
No, not FIFA. FIFA. Come on, somebody in the comments, you get it. FIFA from FIFA, the like Federation International Ball something. FIFA. It's called FIFA.
FIFA.
No, I'm calling it FIFA.
I heard she said fever, which apparently is a writing that I'm too adult to understand.
I'm too adult to understand.
I heard FIFA.
Need more Nicole on the cam. We are trying to catch whoever we can catch out there.
Yeah, no, we'd love. Yeah,
How close
love
are the top two females? Seems like the race of the night. Not massively close. Just as a reminder for anyone at home, you can see all the results of everyone, not just the top people. We're looking at 21-minute gap between the top two women, Nicole Kocher, and Nikki Karumba. 22 minutes. But yeah, you can see all results online at myraceresult.com. There we go. FIFA. Fran, how much cold brew concentrate did you drink? Quite a lot, actually. I'm not tired at all.
You drink about half that bottle of old-timey Western snake oil salesman elixir.
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to sleep for another 48 hours.
Yeah.
I just talked to my son. He said, I can't believe the race just started. It feels like we've been here forever.
He's having so much fun.
He's a good sport.
He is a good sport. I don't think he wants to come next year.
He wants to run it.
Or they ask, did you win?
Oh. Yeah, that's all. Yeah. I ran a marathon this last weekend. Did you win?
No, sir. You've seen me.
I don't think when they ask that, they know you didn't win, right?
I think they're just trying to be mean.
They're trying to like drag you down.
They're just trying to make you
they
feel
didn't run
bad.
It, so
yeah, like, well, I didn't do that, therefore, how can I make this suck for you? Sploosh. Imagine if you did win, though. Did you win? Yeah. I actually did. Thank you for asking. It's a really big achievement. I'm really proud of myself. I worked really hard for that.
next time I run a race, and I tell my coworkers,
when's the next time you're going to run a race?
I don't know. I like to run. I like to run races.
Okay.
Like
What's on the calendar?
Top 100's not a run, like race run. It's
Okay.
a run. And I did I don't know. Last month I was on a Disney half marathon.
I'm not judging you. I'm asking you what's the next on the calendar.
Oh, that's a great question. Tough Mudder, SoCal. No, not SoCal. Big Bear.
Bear.
Call it LA or SoCal. It's the In and Out. Tough Mudder. Next time someone says, "Oh, did you win?" I'm just gonna say, "Yeah."
Yeah.
And like, maybe it was my age group. Maybe it was my family group.
Maybe it was
just
my
guys'
people's
name.
hearts.
Hearts and minds.
Hearts and minds.
Hearts and minds. That's a great. Did I win? Yes, I did win. Actually, I'm winning at life. I think. This is why. Yeah. You don't want to be mean to the guy.
My is already exploding with love and happiness.
Beth, why is who's talking to you?
It's the amount of cold brew.
Oh, I thought it was like from like emotion or something.
Come on, someone else has got to get FIFA.
Dustin does not count.
He does.
You guys watch the same movies. You guys watch the same movies all the time.
Imagine this being in the Olympics. I'm hoping you saying because it's epic. Sploosh. Imagine this commentary being in the Olympics. So for those of you who are kind of hoping for a bit more of like race coverage, that comes in a few hours. Once things start to really hot up, our rabbits start to follow the front runners. We get a bit silly on lap timings. That's when we see the competition really, really hot up. Right now, we're just getting through the night.
But those elites, they're out there taking it seriously.
Of course they are.
But it'll be...
I'm taking it seriously.
It'll be the daylight hours when we see the time finishers.
Yeah.
9 a.m. is when you have to finish a lap after to count as a official finisher. That's actually changed from the past. Traditionally, it's been 8 a.m. for a while. 9 a.m. this year.
And the reason some people might say, I thought it was a 24-hour race. Why can you finish a lap at 9 a.m. and be done? Well, what happened, it used to be you had to be on the course at noon on Sunday to count as a finisher. Or sometimes you had to finish a lap. So what would happen is but there was also a rule where you had to be continuously making forward progress or you could be removed from the course.
So that would impede the Meta-Mudderhorn, etc.
Exactly. Like the Meta-Mudderhorn technically would not have been allowed back then.
Oof. Well, I don't like that.
Yeah, so what would happen is people are like, well, I don't want to, if I finish a lap at 11:50, I have to go back out for another lap? I don't like that.
I don't like that.
So they would literally basically hide around the corner from the finish line. 12:01 would hit, they'd ring a bell or blow an air horn, and a giant group of people would surprise.
Oh, look!
Oh, wow!
Oh, what a coincidence!
So they wanted to encourage people to, run the race and finish and be able to celebrate instead of have like kind of a sheepish finish.
I got that. Rocco on 65 miles.
He's on a mission.
He is. They are working hard to get those fire pits going. What's been the largest range of temperature between day and night that you've experienced?
Well, that's actually a great question, Fran. Let me think. You know what? I'll tell you exactly.
My first year.
Yep.
Which was at Moore, Alabama. It was hot during the day. I remember getting very, very, very cold at night, but I think that was potentially because we got overexcited. I was wearing shorts. I didn't put clothes on until I was actually cold.
Right.
So I didn't, pre-game the warm clothes.
Sure.
And I never really warmed up. I was colder then than I am now.
This is exactly what we talk about with wetsuits, right?
Yeah, and that's why when I was like, right, the wind's starting to come up, I'm going to start putting my warm clothes on before I get cold.
Yeah.
So that felt like a big difference in weather, but that really could be down to me getting cold.
I think the biggest difference I can think of, just off the top of my head, is probably 2018.
Okay.
2018 was the ice storm year. It got into the 30s.
But is that a big difference from what it was during the day?
It was. When we started the race, it was shorts and t-shirts.
Wow.
So,
okay, that's extreme.
And I don't know exactly. I could look at the date and figure out the exact numbers. But it was so cold overnight. That's the coldest I've been since I was, in 20 years probably.
Really?
So.
And were you out running that year?
Yeah. Well, before?
Oof.
Oh yeah, that's another life. But yeah, 100%. So.
How many lives have you lived, Mr. Hicks?
You know what, man? If I knock on wood, if I'd passed away tomorrow, I'd had the best life in the world.
Same.
I can't complain.
Same.
It's been a ride.
It's been a darn ride.
Still some things I want to do. I want to play on the ground with my grandkids. I want to visit a few more places I haven't been to yet. And, but yeah, no, it's been a good run.
Yeah.
No complaints. No one wants to hear me complain anyway. You know what? One thing I'd love to do in my life still is jump off a Firefly.
Maybe you should go do it.
I can't do it right now.
You could.
I don't have a bib. I'm a
I'm
commentator.
pretty sure Giles would give you some permission.
Yeah.
He's right there. We can ask him.
Evans looks like Evans.
Oh, Evan! Look, you've just saved Will. Hang on, Evan. I'll just put you onto the main screen.
It's a surprise, yeah. That's what we were talking about.
All right, am I on?
Yeah, you're on, sir.
We got Evan talking. Like a bit. So we added the new.
How's it going? All right, I am on. We're here at Skidmark. So Skidmark, like I've talked about before, just a simple slanted wall. Shouldn't be a major issue. That being said, again, some of these athletes have covered a very far distance. Everyone's 12 out into the race at this point. So doing something simple, getting over a wall, sometimes is a lot more challenging. That being said, most people seem to be going over pretty easy. You can see on the back side of the wall, there's these three metal bars, have good grips on them. So each one acts as like a little lip on there. It allows you to grab it and allows you to climb to the top relatively easily. And then on the back side, pretty simple. It just slide down to the other side of the wall.
Yeah, you can just like add news and
Just sliding down on, as you can see that, climbing over. Big thing with all these wall obstacles, any obstacle with a little jump there to get you back onto the ground. The big thing is you want to exit safely and you want to balance speed with essentially security of coming on wall. As we saw last year, athletes like Ryan Atkins, even the best can slip in a hole and actually end their race due to a one single misstep. So the real possibility, and one of the cool things about ultra-distance obstacle course racing or obstacle racing in general, you know, it's never over until it's over. And with 12 hours of racing, some would even say that the race has just begun. I don't know who would say that. Some might say that. All right, I'll send it back to you guys in the booth and give you a couple
Thank you so much, Evan.
skid mark before I head over to Firefly and give you a little insight from over there.
Thank you.
All right. Let me think about it.
Love it. Thank you, buddy.
Make sure I haven't changed clothes.
That is Evan out on course, doing a stellar job as always. Not just a rabbit, also a commentator. So, what did we learn whilst Evan was chatting?
Surprise obstacle? What?
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 Giles Chater just came by. We have a brand new obstacle. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Kill a gorilla. Kill a gorilla, I feel like, is more of a unique British thing. We don't really do this obstacle in the U.S., but I've seen it on multiple UK Top Mudder maps.
Okay.
It's essentially extra mileage.
Oh, lovely.
So
exactly what people want.
That's right. But it's an obstacle, so the
what
mileage
did they say?
doesn't count.
Expect the unexpected.
I don't know if we've ever had a surprise obstacle.
How much mileage are we talking?
The quote I heard was, "It's an obstacle. It doesn't matter."
How much time are we talking?
Great question. We're going to get Giles in here in a minute, and we're going to ask him about it.
And I think they're also doing some challenges over at HQ.
They are. Oh, we should get a camera over to challenges. You and Carla want to go do some challenges?
So I was chatting to Matt before about them, and he was like, "You're probably not really going to be able to do any of them."
Oh, all right.
Unfortunately. Which is fair. What did you say? I don't think anyone could. Like, it's not appropriate. There's some kids opposite us toasting marshmallows over a fire pit, and it's super cute.
Carla Piscatello is in the tent here with us. We used to have campfires at the. That's not the first. This is the first time they've had fires.
No,
right?
there's been fires.
Yeah, that's a common thing. That's a lot of smoke, and it's all heading our direction.
When there's smoke, there's fire, I believe.
You know what's interesting is they say when there's smoke, there's fire, but really,
When there's smoke, there's smolder.
where there's fire, there's smoke.
Not always.
And we didn't start the fire. There can be smoke without fire, according to Billy Joel.
There could be smoke without fire.
There's no smoke without fire.
The saying is where there's smoke, there's fire. So I think the saying
Stay with us for
is
this
a liar.
thrilling World's Toughest Mudder coverage. Whilst we discuss
What do you guys call
idioms.
fire over here?
Fire.
What?
Fire.
I don't know. Oh, I like tires. That's
you
good.
are here as a guest, and I would advise you to watch your mouth, Mr. Hicks.
Wait, me?
Yes.
I thought you were talking to Carlo.
We have had enough of your UK and Europe slander.
I
Thank you
love the
very
U. What are you
much.
talking? I basically live here.
You
I
don't
love
basically
the
live
UK.
here.
What are you talking about?
We have
my
had
slander.
enough.
I love the UK.
We have had
Get out
enough.
of town. Get out of town.
Feel about the roadways.
Oh, we've talked about this.
Dustin says he'll give you a lift to Firefly if you don't want to walk it.
Dustin's got to go.
You jumping not Firefly?
I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about
I'm
it.
thinking about it. Just thinking
I'm trying to
about
think
it.
if I have a
Just
change of
thinking
clothes
about
there. I
it.
don't know if I have everything I need. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm thinking about it. So, well, I don't know. I'm commentating with my partner over here. Yeah, I know. I know I have socks and shoes.
That's all you need.
You don't even need socks and shoes.
No, but to change into, like, afterwards.
Just don't wear socks and shoes when you go in.
I'm going to climb up on that fire thing with no...
you need shoes on.
I feel like I need shoes. I don't want to burn my feet
But
off.
shoes are the only thing he's got to change into.
Yeah.
Fine. I'll let you guys continue with your weird excuses.
No, you know what? I tell my kids every morning when we're on vacation in like Tokyo, or like last summer was Tokyo, and this year we're in the UK. That sounds like a really weird flex. The only reason we're here this year as a family vacation is because of world stuff.
It was a weird flex.
It was a weird flex.
Yeah.
Anyway, I say
You started with. I tell my kids sometimes when we're in Tokyo.
I've been there once. I say like I'm there like every other weekend. I've been there once in my life. Anyway, especially in Tokyo though, we are guests in this country. Like, we are going to use our best manners. This is their country, not ours. If something's weird, it's not because it's weird. It's because we're not from here.
And how's that translated to being in the UK?
About the same. I mean,
Mm.
in Japan is obviously very different than the U.S. The UK is much more similar. Being able to read the language is kind of makes tourism on easy mode.
Evan here. Is this Fury? One. It's John Herb.
Oh, nice. 10th place, man. First time I think we've seen him extended on camera. Well done, John.
It is the first time. Loving getting some athlete pictures. People are asking, like, can we see more of? It really depends if we find them, to be perfectly honest.
Piper's going to kill a gorilla.
Ooh, Piper is heading over to kill a gorilla to get some footage from there.
Our surprise new obstacle that's open.
With our surprise new member.
One more time?
With our surprise new member.
Piper?
Yeah.
Been a pleasant addition to the team.
A very pleasant addition.
Hard worker. Her mom seems nice.
Even if she does say that she doesn't do any dishes. It's getting to that time of night where we start to get snoozy.
Joe Rucco, 65 miles before 1 a.m.
Let's look at the top tens.
Joe Rucco, 65, 12:26. He finished that last lap. The next four men, all with 60 miles.
Joseph Rucco started lap 14 at 12:29.
So,
good morning.
Well done. Just under 3-minute pit stop.
And Fiore was seen at lap 13, Chunky Monkey, 12:14. Azar, lap 13, Chunky Monkey at 12:19. Austin Azar just 5 minutes behind Fiore.
Wow. That's going to be a race. Second and third there. Rucco, how far ahead of Fiore is Rucco right now?
He started lap 14 at 12:29.
Okay. He started lap 14 at 12:29.
And we last saw Fiore at lap 13, 2 mile, Chunky Monkey at 12:14. So he's 3 miles behind.
Joe Rucco.
Well, no. He's like maybe 2 miles behind Joe Rucco.
and then Austin Azar is like
Austin
5
is on
minutes
his
behind.
tail.
Okay, so those two are going to drive each other faster.
Yeah.
And Joe Recco, he doesn't know where they are. They're 2.5 miles behind him. I mean, he knows he can
And
find
then
out.
Grant Thompson was also seen at Chunky Monkey at 12:31. So then he was 11 minutes behind Austin, which is not
Man, those top.
not slow.
Wow.
Mhm.
What about Craig Derbyshire?
Lap 13, stall 45.
So a little more space.
Let's look at the women.
Nicole Kocha, 55 miles.
She was last seen at Mudderhorn at 12:53, so she should be
She's
crossing the
about
finish
to.
line
All right,
soon.
Nicole. Let's catch Nicole Kocha crossing the finish line there. Any minute, right?
Any minute. And Nikki Karamba was last seen at mile 2, Chunky Monkey, at 12:22, which is about just over half an hour ago.
Justin said you couldn't pull up his Instagram stuff. Is that good?
So looking for Nicole Kocha any minute here. Cross the finish line. First place woman. She'll be finishing her 60th mile.
It'll be interesting to see how long this lap took, because her lap 11 was her slowest lap yet.
There's someone running there. It's hard, tough to sell the headlamps, right? You can't see any face.
Her last lap was lap 11 was an hour 28, and then she took a long pit for 5 minutes.
How long? 5. Okay, 5 minutes. We think that's probably a wetsuit pit stop, right?
Sometimes what happens is we see the same athletes over and over again as they pass us, and sometimes we're watching out for athletes.
Job, Nicole!
And we never see them, but you got her there. Lap 12 finish. Ooh, she slowed down another 4 minutes. That lap was 1 hour 32. Now, the words of wisdom from Chris were if you can stick to under an hour 20 a lap, you're on course for 100 miles. She's not done that, but some of her laps have been very fast. So are we looking at an average of under an hour and 20 a lap? Potentially. In which case, she's there.
Now, it is typical. It is, in fact, expected. It's normal.
To slow down.
Slow down overnight.
And then speed up a little bit as the sun starts to come up.
Exactly.
So if the sun comes up earlier than they used to, will it be the sun coming up that speeds them up? And then can they maintain that speed? Or will we see more slowing down?
We're going to have so much sunlight post, like in the morning, like 7.5 hours of daylight, where usually we would have 6.
Oh, I think we've got Evan. Go for it, Evan.
Hey, what's up, guys? So, hey, we're here at Pyramid Scheme 2.0, and as we've talked about before, it started with the net over top, which was much slower obstacle. At that point, you had lots of people on the obstacle at once, 6 to 12 at a time, because it took a lot longer. They've switched to just the ropes, a much easier, much faster obstacle. One of the things I want to talk about with the ropes, some of it's a little counterintuitive because you actually lean back a little bit, so you become perpendicular to the wall. Being perpendicular to the wall will help prevent some slip. So you can see the athletes here leaning back a little bit. That's going to create more traction on your feet and to make it easier to get to the top. However, once you get to the top, you do have to lean into the wall a little bit, which can cause slipping because you're no longer perpendicular, you're no longer leaning back. One of the tips I like to talk about when we're talking about choosing a lane for obstacle course racing is natural line drift. So a natural line of drift, we're coming off of a turn right into Pyramid Scheme. Because you're coming off left turn, more athletes will naturally go to these first 2 ropes because they're the shortest point from point A to point B. What that means is this first lane here, if we can get it on camera, look very wet, right? You see a lot of hay that's kind of pushed up onto the wall versus the far right lanes tend to be a little bit drier because less people are walking over there because it's a farther path to walk, even though we're taking a right turn after this, so in the long run it doesn't really matter. But the right lanes tend to be a little bit drier on something like this that's coming off of a left turn. Sometimes we get issues with the roofs being very wet. Not really an issue for this one because the previous obstacle was dry and athletes had time to get their hands dry through the natural air or actually drying it on something. So the ropes tend to be pretty dry this one, so we haven't had too much mud problems on the ropes. That being said, you know, still have to be careful coming up the wall. That's Pyramid Scheme 2.0. We'll send it back to Fran and Will to share more insights about the race.
Thank you so much, Evan.
Good stuff, Evan. We can see that girl on the right side there. She is squeaking and slipping. But that's actually a great take. Look for the high traffic areas, and if I would imagine there are some times when it's advantageous to take the high traffic areas because they're more worn down or they're more a mud mile, for example.
Yeah.
But then there's other obstacles like this one, like Evan just talked about, where if it's that far left, the rope is much more likely to be used by more people. So go for where it hasn't been as used and where there might be some more traction for you to use. Good stuff. Good insight, Evan. Thank you. So we have a camera on its way to kill a gorilla.
We do. Not seeing much yet. We've got Piper. Let's see what it's looking like. Dark, that's what it's looking like. Someone asked if we had an updated map to show it. Unfortunately, we don't.
They are at Kill a Gorilla.
Oh, they are at Kill a Gorilla. There we go.
We can show the original map.
We can show the original map after we've looked at this.
It doesn't have Kill a Gorilla. So Kill a Gorilla. What is Kill a Gorilla? Kill a Gorilla is just distance.
It's just distance. Somebody said it's usually in the shape of TM, and it's always almost on a steep hill. So people asking about where it's going to be, I'm figuring it's going to be towards the end of the course.
It was literally, Giles said you could see it from here. I'll have to stand up and see it, but he pointed at it.
We have a hill not too far back.
I thought he was joking. He said, oh yeah, we're going to put an obstacle up there. But he told me that at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I was like, you've already, we've got a map. Like, what are you talking about, man? And then about a half hour ago,
so you knew about this?
Well, what I say when I knew about it, he said, I told you about it. And I was like, I thought you were joking. Anyway, we'll ask Giles about this when he comes back. Evan just had a great point. When they took that net off of Pyramid Scheme, it was basically made it a lot faster.
And that's absolutely. That was everyone hated that obstacle last year.
And you can see how much faster it is to just go up the rope versus climb under the rope. Different. So I think what the thought process was, hey, we gave every racer an extra 10 minutes per lap or 8 minutes, however long it was taking to do that.
I think they were planning to open it anyway.
You think that?
I think they were just going to say, ha ha.
Neener.
FIFA.
Not a word. FIFA.
We've got about 3.5 hours till the sun comes up. Can you believe that?
I can't believe the sun comes up at 4:30 here. That's just blowing my mind.
It's crazy, isn't it? Try living here, man.
I basically do.
Oh, yeah, of course. You're local.
Oi. Yeah.
Ooh, I hate oi.
Oh, really? I've been working on it. No? Oh, that's a shame.
No. I really don't like oi.
You don't like oi or you don't like the way I said it?
I just don't like oi.
Oh, okay. I was behind from the go.
Oh, look, some music.
Here we go.
Oh, Rocky.
Survive.
Having music out on course is amazing.
This is probably going to ding us on YouTube. Too bad. Eye of the Tiger. Great song. In fact, Eye of the Tiger is probably the best song. If you're trying to hype yourself up for a workout, and you have to make a playlist of 10 songs. What's the number one song?
It's actually not Eye of the Tiger, but I would put a song from Rocky on there. We had it in the car this morning, myself and Caitlin Ritter.
Oh, the other one?
Going the Distance. No, so it's like Gonna Fly now, but it's a version of called Going the Distance. And it's a bit more... That was my crossing the finish line at the marathon song.
Man, that is so close to the right answer. That's really good.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Eye of the Tiger is actually the right answer. I feel like I was going to give it to you.
You were telling me what you wanted me to say. Unfortunately, I did not do that, and I actually gave you my answer.
So if you want to get pumped up, you put on Eye of the Tiger. I tell you what, you're going to run through a brick wall. You're going to be pumped.
You want to get pumped up, you drink a bottle of concentrated caffeine.
Oh my gosh, I still can't believe you did that. I hope you're okay. I hope you're here.
That's probably why I've burnt so many calories.
Maybe it's a little life hack. I don't know. But here's the thing: is you need a playlist. You need 10 songs, right?
Do you?
So,
is that the minimum amount for a playlist? 10 songs?
Yep.
Okay.
That's what the. I mean, don't talk to me. It's the law.
Thomas Lemon is asking, how do we send donations to this video? Are you guys taking
Absolutely.
donations?
Thomas Lemon, you are a legend. Hit that super chat button. Brilliant for asking, Thomas. In the chat, or at the bottom of the chat, there's a $sign. Hit that $sign, and you can leave any dollar amount you want. $1, $5, $50. Fran wanted $500.
I'd take it.
Every dollar goes to support our coverage of World's Toughest Mudder. You'll see the money on screen. It's in equipment. It's in team to where they need to be. It's every
pretty
single
incredible the amount of equipment Jason packs to do this live stream. I'm pretty sure including chairs. Maybe not, but it always seems to be the same chairs that we use.
The same what?
Chairs? Chairs.
Oh, chairs.
Come on, you don't have a different word for that. Don't give me that.
I thought you said Chaz. I was like, who's Chaz? I don't know. Maybe I'm tired, Fran. I'm sorry. Maybe we're both tired.
The ice is so thin right now.
Are you really mad at me? You're annoyed with me. But anyway, so your first song on your playlist is Eye of the Tiger, and you're like, I need a second song. I'm going to go straight from Eye of the Tiger. What's the second best song to get me pumped up after Eye of the Tiger? And the answer, Eye of the Tiger. It's the first song. It should absolutely be the second best song.
Yeah, I think you need to extend your exploration into the Rocky score, because when you hear Going the Distance, you'll be like, holy heck, this girl was right. That's incredible. That's the best song. And not overdone.
But here's the thing. So you've already listened to two versions of Eye of the Tiger, and now you need to you need to continue that momentum. You are so pumped up. You listened to Eye of the Tiger twice through.
So now you listen to War.
What's the third
Vince
song on your
DiCola
playlist?
From Rocky IV soundtrack.
Eye of the Tiger. Now you are getting fired
So
up.
what we're discussing here is your very basic level knowledge of the Rocky soundtrack versus my embarrassingly in-depth version. And I'm telling you, there's a lot to experience.
It's the thrill of the fight.
I think he's looking for it. Yeah, I've heard the song a few times.
No, I'm looking for a playlist.
I'm going to see if anyone in the chat has any better chat than this. How's Stuart Addy doing? Let's find out.
So here's the thing. If you go to Spotify right now.
Or any generic music player.
No, specifically on Spotify.
Okay.
And search for Tough Mudder Hype playlists from the OCR report.
Mm-hmm.
You can search for yourself. Click on that.
That looks really good.
No, I'm sorry, not that one. The fourth one there. Tough Mudder Hype playlist. Let's scroll through this.
Oh my god.
What's this Tough Mudder Hype playlist look like?
It's just Rocky IV, Eye of the Tiger.
How long is the playlist?
Did you really waste your time doing this?
6 hours and 50 minutes of probably the best playlist you can get to get yourself hyped up for Tough Mudder or World's Toughest Mudder. It's
a little bit weird, but I'm not against it.
Eye of the Tiger.
But I do want you to extend your
50 times.
I do want you to extend your Rocky repertoire a little bit, because there's some absolute bangers out there.
Honestly, it was worth it just for your reaction. This is like 6 years old. I've had this for a long time.
Does anyone listen to it?
How do you tell? I don't know.
I don't know. I'm sure you get stats right.
Search up Tough Mudder Hype playlist by the OCR report. It's good stuff.
Post it in the social media. In the social media. How old am I?
On the internets?
Post it on the internet. That's a Fiore just passing us.
Copy link.
Josh Fiore just
I'm going to post it in the YouTube comments.
Let's talk about the race. Josh Fiore just finishing a lap.
Behind Joe Rucco?
Well, of course.
So 65 miles each.
65 miles each. It's too early for me to be getting my notepad out. And Austin Azar also just finishing lap 13. 40 seconds behind Fiore. There he goes. Buddy,
Well done.
40 seconds behind Fiore.
Joshua
Austin
Fiore.
Azar.
Okay, first of all, Austin Azar, third place. He's been there third place for a minute, but he's literally 40 seconds behind.
Yeah. Place change could happen with a pit. What happens now could see places changing.
Let's see how and we saw both of them have fast pits.
Fiore's last lap was 1 hour, 28 minutes. Azar's last lap was 1 hour, 25 minutes.
Say that one more time.
Maybe put the playlist down. It's great, but put the playlist down and listen
Tell me
to
that
it.
one more time.
Fiore's last lap was 1 hour, 28.
Fiore's last lap was 1 hour 28.
Azar's last lap was 1 hour, 25.
Azar's last lap was 3 minutes faster than Fiore's last lap. And Azar is now 3 minutes behind Joshua
Between
Fiore.
lap 12 and 13, Fiore slowed down by 10 minutes.
Between lap 12 and 13,
Fiore slowed down by 10 minutes. Between lap 12 and 13, Austin slowed down by 8 minutes.
Wow.
So he slowed down at a slower pace.
Yeah.
So let's see how long they're spending in the pits. Azar's also has been spending actually a little bit more time in the pit.
Thomas Lemon, brilliant. Thank you for that super chat. You're a legend. You can hit that $ at the bottom of the chat, bottom right on mobile.
Thank you, Michael Badowski. Going the Distance is the #1 pump song of all time. I had my pit crew play it for me to get energy out of the pits. Correct. Michael, you could not be more correct. Going the Distance is the #1 pump song of all time.
Is that by Cake? Or by Rocky? This isn't
This
Rocky?
is Rocky. This is still the Rocky soundtrack. Listen, you need to take yourself off.
She's going the distance.
No.
He's going for speed.
No. There's no words in it. It's going to fly now, but a different version. Take yourself off for 2 minutes and listen to it, then come back and say you're sorry.
I believe you. I'll accept your apology later.
What happened to Sean Merriweather? I can't see any results from now. It's like he's vanished. Correct, because he pulled out the race. We spoke to him earlier. He recognized he'd had enough, and enough was enough, and it was time to stop. He's been running a lot of miles lately, and he was not in it to continue. Fiore has started lap 14. He's out.
Fiore is still in second place. Let's go!
All right. LFG! Swings both ways in the smaller picture, with Evan at Firefly in the main picture. Let's take the standings down. Oh, we lost Evan. Oh, Evan's back. Evan, are you going to chat with us? Let's shoot to you, Evan.
All right, so we're here at Firefly. The pace of the ass coming through has definitely slowed down. You can see they got one flame going, the other two out. People are choosing usually not to go with the flame. I think that's a mistake. I think the flame's fun, but everyone made their own choice here. What I found interesting was, the performance is high, but it's not like lift level high from Vegas or anything like that. That being said, when I was here earlier, like in the first hour open, there was a surprising number of athletes that would get up here and just completely freeze. They would just stare, and staring doesn't make the umps any easier. It just makes it harder because you start getting in your head. While I was here earlier, I would say most of the men were hitting it. Probably like 80% of the men were hitting it. When I was here earlier, though, the number of females, I think I saw one female hit the bell the entire time I was here, and I was here for like 45 minutes. And that was Nikki Carumba, right? She's taller, she's athletic, She's got that explosive power. She's able to jump out and touch the bell. The bell, when you get out here, it feels very far. That being said, but most of the men were able to hit it. Is the highest obstacle against short people? A little bit. You need to be able to reach to actually get out and hit that bell. As athletes begin to fatigue, one of the first things that goes is your ability to use your fast twitch muscles. So when you lose the ability for your fast twitch muscles, it means your explosive power is gone, and things like doing explosive leaps, there we go, no problem there. Things like explosive leaps suddenly become a lot harder. I know there was some concern about people falling in weird. That being said, I haven't seen anyone take any like bad spills. There are, lifeguards with inner tubes too right there, and we've got a diver there who's dry. I don't think they've jumped in once yet. But I haven't seen anyone take any bad spills. The way the ball is, you jump out and you basically fall very much like a pencil. Very unlike anyone who remembers King of Swingers or Double Rainbow or any like the big swinging obstacles, where when you hit the bell, you end up almost parallel to the ground and like backfall into the water. One of the rules they did say is you don't have to take a running start, but you can take a step or two to kind of build that momentum to hit the bell. Got a female going. Oh, just shy.
Woof.
Just shy of the bell there. Does look like a obstacle. Does feel a little bit higher than maybe it looks. But yeah. Back to Fran and Will in the booth.
I have a question for you, Evan. We saw somebody earlier getting help from one of the lifeguards. We've had a lot of questions come through about that person. One, whether they're okay, but two, whether getting that assistance means they then are disqualified. Have you any idea?
I do not have the answer to that. I would guess it depends on the level of help. Like if they just kind of like pull them over, like the level of feet, I would guess that's fine. If they like straight up had to jump in and like rest them, I would guess they are not. Like then at that point it's disqualified. Just like how you can go into the tent for like being cold for 30 minutes and come out.
Yeah.
But if you're there for like an hour or whatever, then you get disqualified. That's just my
Fair
2
enough.
cents from my decade of running World's Toughest Mudder. I do not have the official rule book in front of me.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Well done, Evan. Good stuff.
Just saw someone coming through past the finish line and leaping, and I was like, who is this jolly little goat? Turns out it's Jason Dupree.
Jolly little goat.
Jolly little goat. Well, he leapt like a goat.
A lot of energy. There's a guy.
Woof. Look at
President.
him leaping like a goat.
That male hit that bell.
So it's interesting. I find it interesting when there's a big difference in completions between males and women.
Tell me about it. Why is that?
Because if it comes down to average size, such as reach, is that a fair obstacle? If men are more likely to complete it just because they're on average bigger? On average. Or, as he said, Nikki was very strong and athletic and had the power to be able to jump far enough. And let's be honest, me and Jason are the same size. He's a heck of a lot stronger than me, so he's got more power to jump. Is that fair? If it's going to be equitable, there needs to be an equal opportunity to be able to complete the obstacle, not based on what the average stats are for your gender.
Well,
Bringing you the big questions at 1:20 in the morning.
I know, right? Also, I'm halfway tired, so I need to be careful what I say. I don't know if fair is something we strive for. I've told my kids since the day they were born, life is not fair. We can't expect life to be fair. No, I say that. This is a competition. This is not life. But there are multiple obstacles out here. You're not going to like what I say at first. Let me get around the corner and I'll come back to you. I promise. Almost every single obstacle out here is unfair in the fact that the stronger you are, the easier it is to complete.
Strength is something that you can change to an extent. Height is not.
No,
And
okay.
so if we're not if an obstacle, if he's saying on the whole this is something that women are less likely to be able to complete because the reach is so far, the average height of a woman, and especially the women tend to be quite small, the kind of athletes that we see. Is that fair? Is that encouraging more women into the sport?
Francesca, you do have to just watch how you phrase it, because when you compare me and you, while not be a put down on you, I wouldn't say that you are a comparable woman as far as strength and athleticism, because you don't race as much as I do. That's okay, but just saying comparison.
That's why I said we're the same size, but you're a lot stronger.
Right. So
you could say, well, Jason's the same size and he manages to do it.
But
my
there could
argument
be
would
a woman that's my size that could do it just as well, and I feel confident that there are. So that's just what I'm saying. Like the way you word it, like comparing us isn't right. But there are some women out there I think we compare with.
Yeah, so Nikki Karumba could do it because, as Evan said, she's very strong and athletic. But there'll be men who are the same athleticism as I am who have the benefit of their height. Therefore, they're more able to do it.
I'm trying to think clearly while we're at 1:20 in the morning. I don't disagree with anything you said. Let's take gender out of it. Let's just say short people, tall people.
But that's okay.
No?
No, because you can't take gender out of it.
Okay.
Because that is a massive contributing factor.
To height and wingspan.
To height and strength and ratio and the way your body moves.
Are there obstacles that women have an advantage on?
Women tend to be better at things like rock climbing because of the position of their pelvis. They're able to get closer to the wall. So if there's an obstacle that involved something like that, they would generally have potentially a biological advantage on it. But then also...
Swings both ways? No?
No.
Not the walls. Mud mile should be about the same. Electroshock.
So let's say, so Jason said, obviously we're the same height, but they were not comparable because of, but there'll be women who are comparable because of athleticism. But if you took, for swings both ways, a man of comparable athleticism to myself, who's 6 foot, he would have much less difficulty because he could reach across and reach the board a lot easier than I could.
I don't know
and
why.
Now I can hang there, and I can hang there and try and reach the board, but I can't because I don't have the span.
I don't know why, but the way you just said that, I understood it.
Thank you.
Because I say you and I are probably comparable athleticism. I might probably be stronger, but that's,
But with the amount of work we do, et cetera,
yeah.
And you are stronger. Oh, you're going to be much stronger than me. And that's just. But if we talk about,
I'll tell you what though, watching Evan do that, I'm like, I don't know if I could hit that bell. King of the Swingers. Did you ever see King of the Swingers? That obstacle?
Yeah, I think so.
I've done that obstacle 20 times. I've hit the bell once. Carlos never hit it.
It takes a lot of power, though. But then you've got
Carlos-
the argument of, well, if you are, you're a big guy. How much power to strength ratio do you need to hit it? But if we talk about wanting to get more women into this sport, which we do, we shouldn't
100%.
be arguing against, is this equitable? We shouldn't be coming up with excuses to why it's okay. We should be saying, how do we make this an equal challenge on catering to the average? Then someone will hear that word average and go, but there is no average. That's not the point. You're missing the point.
Average. What are you talking
Yeah,
about? That's math.
but what they'll be saying is this isn't an average sport, and this isn't people who are doing this on average. They'll decide entirely. If we want more women in the sport, which we do,
Sure, 100%.
is it fair to make obstacles that will cater to the average man, but not to the average woman?
I think what's raising my hackles is the word fair. Because I agree with everything you said, but every time you say the word fair,
Yeah,
I'm like,
because you have a stick up your butt about the word fair, but you're a man. You are
Right.
not a woman.
Sure.
So I need you to take that hat off for a second and
Well,
think
when you
about
say
it from a different
when you say
point
equal
of view.
challenge, I 100% agree with that.
Equitable challenge.
What's the difference between that? What's the difference? That's okay. Let me ask you a question.
We're in a debate about equality and
Well, I think words are important.
equitable.
Absolutely.
Oh, what's that?
Let's bring Giles in. You want to talk? Do you have 2 minutes? Okay. Beautiful.
What was the? Okay.
Oh, beautiful. All right. Love it. Love it. So Giles Shader just came by the tent to let us know Skidmark is closed and Killer Gorilla, as we already knew, is open. But
there goes Melissa Linden.
And as Giles was walking out, one of the guys finishing a lap, he said, "Oh, Killer Gorilla was a good idea. Thanks for that."
Beth Y says she's 1,000% right.
I don't think I disagree with the thing you said, Fran. I just maybe I'm tired. Is the answer like for that obstacle, for example, Firefly? Is the answer men's lanes and women's lanes? Is it as simple as that?
Well, then this is a conversation that we've had. The problem is because the female participation is lower. There's not it would cost too much money to build 2 lanes because you'd have to technically sometimes build the obstacle twice, and there isn't enough people going through it in order to fund that. But
True.
Is it a chicken and egg situation of if you did it actually then, or is it kind of just...
Well, for example, today, or not today, but this weekend, Firefly has 3 lanes. Could you make one of them?
Yeah.
Now, is it a two boys lanes, 1 girl lane?
Yeah.
Is it? What about tall women and short men? Do they have to?
Then it gets iffy. It starts to get difficult, but then we're talking about just catering to the average.
Right.
And I mean, I'm taller than the average woman.
Sure.
And Jason's shorter than the average man. So if we're talking about catering to the average, I mean, maybe he would use the female lane and maybe I would use the male lane, and I'm just weak and not very athletic. Who knows?
Sure.
I love Michael Badowski's Rocky knowledge. Going the Distance is a song played during the climatic round 14, round 50 scene of Rocky's fight with Apollo. Listen, Michael, I could chat Rocky all day with you. There's nothing better than that song in my mind.
I'm getting no support.
Here we go.
I'm getting no support.
Thank you,
chats.
Andy, for... I'm too late and it's too tired for me to explain this. I have the image in my mind of the box.
Right.
Equality is everyone gets the same starting point. Equity is about everyone being able to get to the same finish line, even if they need a different baseline to get there, like par in golf. So there's a nice picture that shows this, where it's like 3 people standing there, and one is equality, and it's just 3 people standing there with the same opportunity to look over a fence. And equity is they have a box to stand on depending on their height, so their heads are all at the same level.
Oh, okay.
So they all actually receive the same opportunity to look over the fence.
Sure.
Anyway, that's always a big question that I have. Austin Azar closing the gap with Josh Fury. Absolutely he is. Let's stop chattering rubbish and let's start talking about what's going on out there. So what's going on out there? Lap 4, Chunky Monkey, Joe Rucco was last seen at mile 2 at 12:55, which was half an hour ago.
Yeah. Wow. Look at who we have here. Is this one of our ladies? Is that Nikki or Nicole?
Josh Fiore spent 3 minutes and 11 seconds in the pit. And Austin Azar spent 8 minutes and 17 seconds in the pit.
Wow.
So he made up on Josh. He was chasing him down, but then spent a lot longer in the pit.
I wonder
So he's running faster, but resting longer.
Well, we say resting. Maybe that was a wet stop.
I'm using that term lightly.
Sure. Okay. Here's a scenario.
Recouping longer.
Austin stopped. Austin's pit stop was 5 minutes longer, correct? 3 minutes, 8 minutes? Maybe Austin put his wetsuit on. Maybe Josh did not put his wetsuit on.
Maybe he didn't.
Maybe that has to get worked out now. Maybe it's flipped next rest stop is what I'm saying.
Is the
Next pit
female
stop.
leader currently on screen? We think so.
That's a green bib. That is your female leader.
She's still the female leader. Have we ever seen this? Have we ever
One-
seen the female, the sprint lap winner continue to be the leader throughout the whole race so far?
It has happened one time in the history of World's Toughest Mudder Ray Coble in 2017 led wire to wire. Right now is the second time it's even been possible with Nicole Kocha. Nicole Kocha has the chance to go wire to wire, like Ray Coble did in 2017, be the second person, man, woman, or child, second person ever to lead World Subs Motor wire to wire, win the sprint lap, and then win the race.
Jeff Lipper asking a question. I had to step away and put the kiddo to bed. What's the surprise obstacle on course? Well, two things have happened on course, haven't they?
So we have Kill a Gorilla. You're mentioning the surprise obstacle, which surprise, like total surprise.
Total surprise.
Now we're gonna have Giles here in the booth in a minute, and we're gonna ask him. Okay, was this planned the whole time, or is this in reaction to? Did you have to do it because of what happened at? I'm blanking on obstacle.
Pyramid Squeeze.
Pyramid
Scheme.
Scheme.
Pyramid 2.0.
Pyramid Scheme 2.0 had to have the rope removed for safety reasons, which made it a much easier obstacle. So is that why you added Kill a Gorilla? So there's been another obstacle change since they added Kill a Gorilla as a 21st obstacle.
Mm-hmm.
They removed
Skid Mart.
So there
that
are
is now closed to balance things out a little bit.
20 obstacles still. So minus, for you keeping score at home, you can delete Skid Mart and you can add Kill a Gorilla.
Kill a Gorilla, which is kind of added distance, isn't it, on a hill, usually in the shape of TM.
Yes, and we briefly had Giles, just talking to Giles on the side of our booth here, said, hey, how much distance does this add to the course? He said, it's an obstacle. It doesn't count. And he's not wrong. Now, your legs have to move that distance. It counts for your legs.
It just can't for your legs.
But it does not count as far as distance traveled on a...
I'm pretty sure once the event is over, we'll see some stats from people on their Strava to tell us the difference in distance.
So they were very specific during the rules briefing, Tough Mudder was, that every lap is 5.03 miles.
Oh, really? That's very precise.
Very precise. And they said they've done it multiple times, and they've come out with that is the answer. How long? Now, you get 5 miles. Every lap is every Tough Mudder, World Tough Mudder lap, it's 5 miles. It doesn't matter if it's 5.03 or 5 whatever with your penalties. You get credit for 5 miles.
Yes.
But we will start to see, especially laps that finish after, 1 o'clock or so, we will see a distance change in that 5.03.
Oh, that's a bright headlamp.
Some bright headlamps.
And some lovely hats.
Christmas lights? Christmas hats, I believe. I have a Christmas hat.
Do you?
It's you imagine like a black stovepipe hat, like Abe Lincoln, except it's red, and it's got white stripes on it, so it looks like a chimney.
Aww.
And Santa Claus's feet are sticking out of it. And you push a little button, it says, "Ho ho ho! I got myself into some trouble here."
Oh my god!
Why do I own it? I don't know.
Nicole crushing it. She absolutely is crushing it.
Josie, you are not wrong. Josie, is that your wife? That's fine.
Paul Massey,
We'll
I think if Austin can bring those pit times down, he'll start to gain on Joe Rucco by morning light. Bold claim, bold claim. How you feeling about that?
Well, it's just the math is correct. If he cuts those pit times down, he will start to gain on them.
Well, yeah. Of course the math is correct.
It's just
is it going to
can he catch him? I wish I knew if Fiore was wearing his wetsuit already, because I feel like if he needs to, I feel like if Austin already stopped and put his wetsuit on, and if Fiore has to do it next time, that 5-minute advantage is gone instantly.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's Jack, little Jack,
taking his underwater photo pictures.
Oh my gosh, he's soaking wet.
Jack Goris, our photographer, just climbed out of the water. He recently bought an underwater camera. I don't know if it's underwater camera housing. And he's very proud of it. He's very excited about taking photos with it.
Some lucky people are going to get some really special pictures of themselves up.
These are all 100% free. Too. You can see him. Is that him in the water right in the middle?
No, I think he just got out of the water. So.
You can get him. Photos.theocrreport.com. Just download them for free.
It's crazy. I think
It's a steal.
They're incredible pictures.
Just tag us when you post them on there at the OCR report.
We don't ask for much.
They're not official. They're not. We may not have photos of everybody.
No, but
so if they're there, we'd
so someone's asking for an update of
non-commercial use.
the top 10
Absolutely.
nations.
Top 10 nations
in the male and female. Not much changes really. We've got USA, Canada, the UK, Netherlands, Poland for the men. And then for the women nations, we have USA, South Africa, Australia, Poland, Canada, Germany, and the UK.
I counted 7 for the women.
I wasn't counting.
I didn't get the count on the men, but at least 6 or 7 for the women.
And whilst I'm here looking at the women, let's give a quick update because Nicole Kocha headed out for her lap 13 start at 1:03 a.m. and Nikki Karamba headed out for her lap 13 start at 1:25 a.m. 22 minutes behind.
20 minutes.
22
minutes.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good lead, but it's not insurmountable.
It's not an insane lead.
Like she's like that's it's.
It's going to be one of those when it comes to finishing. If Nikki Karamba wants to carry on, Nicole's going to have to carry on. They can both choose to finish at a certain time if they've hit their mileage goal, or
Sure.
But if
are you going out again? Because I don't want to go out again. I'm going out again. Oh, well, I've got to go. Yep.
Well, I don't want to, but.
And if they're both in the pit area having that conversation, we could have a legit 1 lap race.
That would be
for
fun,
all the marbles. That would be great. And then it'll come down to who has more wristbands and who uses which wristband on which lap. So, back to Jack, our photographer right there. He has an underwater camera housing, and he told me, he's like, I'm excited about getting some underwater photos at World's Toughest this year. And I said, Jack, I used to be a scuba instructor. I was like, Jack, there's 0 visibility in that water. You will not see a single, like literally a single thing. He's like, I don't care. So what are you doing that? He's like, there's this effect, I guess, when you get to half in, half out, and he wants to get photos with that
that's
effect.
cool.
So I'm looking forward to seeing those. $20 from Dwayne Sheets. Go, Nikki, go. Making great time. Fantastic job in the pit, Marco. You know you got this. Thank you again, OCR Report.
Thank you.
That is brilliant, Dwayne Sheets. Thank you so much for that super chat. You can leave a super chat also. Click that $sign in the bottom right or the bottom of the chat box, and you can leave $1, $5, $20. Dwayne Sheets just left. Thank you, Dwayne. Very kind. Every dollar goes to support World's Toughest Motor coverage.
Let's head over to Evan. Evan, we are with you.
I'm over here at Kiss of Mud. As you can see, all the water from the previous ice obstacle is now getting to the Kiss of Mud obstacle. It is truly turned into a muddy mess. Before it was basically those big chunks of dirt. Now it's very muddy. You can see athletes coming out on the far side, completely covered in mud. We got Mike Strobel coming through right now. I'm going to spin the camera around. Image of as I talk. That's Mike Strobel going in on the right at the center of the screen right now, sliding on his stick. Most of the athletes are rolling and try to preserve some energy. And we got a thumbs up there coming out of there. Rolling to the far side. I did get run with first place female Nicole for a little bit, and not surprisingly, she did not like the new obstacle that's open, the gorilla. She was like, yeah. She's like, if we had another one of that would be great, like in a very heavy, sarcastic tone, which was pretty amusing. So, not surprisingly, the athletes do not like additional mileage. It's going to get them further away from their goals, and as an athlete, I'm sure they feel like being penalized without failing an obstacle, which is always frustrating. And anytime the race course is slightly longer than 5 miles, people just generally get upset because it's not true to distance. But 5.03, that's pretty close for a World Toughest course. Although the additional killer gorilla miles is less good. Talking to some of the open waivers earlier, I was talking to Abby Perez, who's done this is her second World's Toughest Mud, and she said she was upset when they first heard it was going to the K, just because of all the additional expenses, travel, etc., of coming over here. But she thought the UK was just doing an absolute amazing job. Mud HQ UK. She said she's like, I love the obstacles. They seem to be very well made. They're doing
The volunteers are very locked in. They're paying attention. The ones that are having to monitor penalties are enforced penalties. So she had a lot of really good things to say about the overall run of the course and how things were going. From the breaks I was taking in between laps, I was looking at a lot of their social media, and I thought their social media is, again, Tough Mudder Europe's social media is doing very good. So overall, it seems like they're doing really well. I believe I have Josh Fiore coming through without a wetsuit. I know there were some talks about what was he wearing.
Whoa.
Yes, let's see.
Is that Josh?
I see a lot of arm there,
is.
and I see some. Yeah, that's not a wetsuit. So one of two things. Evan, don't go. I have two questions for you in a second, but looking at Fiore,
and not surprising, I wouldn't expect.
So Evan, three questions. One, we ask after Fiore's out of here? Can we ask him if he's going to put a wetsuit on at all? Because if he doesn't have one on by now, I doubt he's going to. Two, were you able to? When you were running following Nicole, was there any conversation? Did she say anything about how she's feeling, or plans, or goals, or is it just kind of pedal to the full speed ahead kind of thing? And so Josh, Nicole, and then three. Can you remember, because for me the answer is no, can you remember Kill a Gorilla ever being on a World Toughest Mudder course? I can't think of one. Anyway, if you could track down that information, it'd be great.
So I'll let them backwards. No, I don't. I'm tracking Kill a Gorilla ever being on a course. That being said, some of the penalties were really long on some of the obstacles, but Kill a Gorilla as like a pure mileage suck as part of course, no. I don't. They're going to put on wetsuits. I'm going to ask in a second once he dries his hands. You can see this is a very good technique, wiping the muddy hands on the pole, because up next is Funky Monkey. Josh, any plans to put on a wetsuit?
No, not at all.
No plan to put on a wetsuit. Not surprising. I don't think see wetsuits out of any of the 10 men. It's just pace they're moving at. They're going to generate heat, and the night is honestly not long. And then once the sun comes out, it will warm up. Absolutely a problem.
A couple more hours a night.
From talking to
Sun is up in 3
Nicole,
hours.
I did not ask any specific plans. She's just kind of pedal to the metal, moving forward. Not necessarily concerned about other people's placement and anything else at this point. Just moving forward and getting confirmation. Sun to be up in about 3 hours. Just some information for you, Josh. We're going to watch Josh coming through Funky Monkey. Yeah, and you see him trying to dry some of his hands, get some of that mud off of. Wiping it on dirt works, as long as the dirt doesn't get too me. Wiping it on, I like to use the side of the obstacle, these banners and these poles. Typically, the poles that are right next to the obstacle are going to be muddy. So you want to reach to the inside poles, like ones that are kind of, again, out of the path to reach. Josh is there in the middle lane. He's going to use the backwards technique. Josh is an experienced Spartan racer, right? So this twister obstacle is right in wheelhouse. Ultra World Champion. He's used to this obstacle twister, so no problems there, not surprising. He gets onto the ring there, rotates through it, he'll reach over. Nice. And making that look easy. Nice, good wing spin. And he is on his way. There he goes into the
Whoa.
Nice.
I'm going to hang out at the monkey for a little while. See what we're doing.
That was
See
great.
if
Azar should be coming through quite soon.
Very top.
We should be seeing Austin Azar also coming through Chunky Monkey not too far behind Fiore. Thank you, Evan.
Great stuff, Evan. Well done. So Josh Fiore still looking strong.
Looking so strong. Looking focused.
14 hours into the race.
14
Had no
hours.
problem. Cruised through that like it was 40 minutes into the race. Hmm. Yeah, we started this one like 8 o'clock, so it's like 5 hours in.
So when I'm sitting here and I look at the elites running through, I'm like, God, this looks good. This looks really good. And then I see somebody who's potentially more comparable with my level of athleticism, and I'm like, oh God, this looks hard. This looks really hard.
You know,
I don't think I've got it in me to do that.
You know, I was thinking when I was watching Josh go through Kiss of Mud. Right? We were talking about FOMO, like, oh man, I love Kiss of Mud undoes that for me. It turns
Yeah, just like I don't remember that. I don't want to do
like
that.
I get like Mo. Like
The plot.
oh man, I hate Kiss of Mud. It's just gross. I'm too old to be.
I've never liked them.
Ugh.
Yeah.
But like,
It's like there's a difference between trying really hard to do something and just suffering.
like Kill a Gorilla, Kiss of Mud is Kiss of Mud, Mud Mile. There's some obstacles that are designed just anything with the cargo net just to suck.
Yeah.
Just to Devil's Beard or Lucifer's Pantry or whatever you're calling it. If it's got a cargo net and you got to crawl under it, it's gonna suck. Doesn't matter how much you train. Like, oh man, I've been doing bear crawls. Okay, great. Well, here's a cargo net on top of you.
Let's look up the Sullivans.
All right, here we go.
Wait for Austin Azar to be coming through on Chunky Monkey.
Looking strong, friend. Here we go. Twister.
Oof, very nice, sir.
I don't know if he's going backwards or sideways.
Maybe a bit of both.
Yeah, looks like, right?
Kind of sideways.
Oh man, he's getting tired.
Yeah.
I don't blame him a single bit.
He was looking so strong, though.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a tough obstacle. I would say we did the race preview video yesterday, and as Jason's doing this, it kind of the intro is you saying, "I've never seen Jason fail an obstacle."
Yeah.
I think our friend Evan might have something to say here. Go for it, Evan.
Yeah, so he's going sideways. One of the things I noticed after watching people get a little more tired is when they go to transition on the twister to the wheel, a lot of them are using like the monk bars as a transition point. The problem with that is I'm going to get underneath it right here. There's a gap, right? So if you're on twister, your head's down here, and you essentially have to do a pull-up and then grab high. Speaking of amazing athletes, I got Austin Azar coming.
Whoop.
So you can see him in all of his glory. There he is.
Here we go. Not far behind
Good.
Fury.
Look at Austin.
That's a green jacket Austin's wearing. It's covered in mud.
Pull up onto that. He's got this big reach.
Yeah.
Yeah, shortly after Mud Mile. I'm not Mile, Kiss of Mud. Hence the complete in mud.
Man, Austin looked strong.
Looking very strong.
Like as good as Fury looked, I think Austin looked as good. Like they're both looking strong. I don't know who looked better.
I'm interested to see what time he's hitting. Chunky Monkey.
Yeah, but if you see Joe Rucco coming through, we'd love to see some Joe Rucco coverage as well.
Joe Rucco's finished lap 14 just 1 minute ago.
Unfortunately.
So we just missed. No, that's all right. We just missed Joe Rucco. No worries. At the.
We have missed him every time he's come through. It happens sometimes, doesn't it?
I don't know. He's a tall guy. It's not like he's like sneaking past us. He's not in disguise. Actually, you know what? I think not a disguise. I think he came through the same time as B.
B
Wood.
Woods. So we
came
just saw
through.
B Woods. They're finishing their 4th lap.
20 mile. They are 1 lap away from earning their adaptive athlete silver bib.
Love that.
Love that. Good job, B. Wood and team. Now, she was watching us all 24 hours last year, wasn't she?
She was super supportive.
Let me tell you something. If you are watching right now and you are like, maybe you're watching all 24 hours right now, and you're like, oh, that looks cool, man. Those guys are impressive. I could never do that.
Well, let me tell you something.
I promise you, 90% of you have more ability to finish it than B. Wood. B. Wood is in a wheelchair. She has 4 friends. They have an all-woman team that's
I love that.
pulling them through. I'm not really interested in hearing your excuses for why you can't do World's Toughest Mudder. If you don't want to do it, I'll hear that.
That's fine.
I'll listen to that.
I don't wanna. It's an absolutely fine.
This is the same feeling I get when I watch the Barclays Marathon. We were talking to Chris Rulowski earlier. She ran the Barclays Marathons earlier. It's a legendarily difficult trail race in the backwoods of the Tennessee mountains. And every time it comes around, there's no live stream of it, but there's footage or coverage on Twitter. I'm impressed.
The coverage is about as difficult to fathom as the race itself, I think.
Yeah, the press is the coverage is one dude with a Twitter account.
It's brilliant.
It's anyway. I'm impressed and in awe and inspired, but I have zero desire to ever do that race.
Zero desire.
And if you have zero desire to ever do the race, that's fine. To ever do World's Toughest, I'm not going to talk you into it. No one's going to try and talk you into it.
Don't want to do it. Don't do it.
But if you're like, man, I could do that. I wish I could do that. I'm just not strong enough, or I'm just not fast enough, or I'm just not tall enough, or I just don't. My weights. I don't like the weight. With there's literally none of those excuses hold water with me. I've seen literally all body shapes and sizes, and I see them this year, and I see them every year from the ripped like Joshua Fiore and Nikki Caramba and. All the way to any extreme you want to go from there. There's, you will find people out here. You will find community. You'll find people to help you over a wall. We're watching a guy come through, and he's limping hard.
Can we see his number and give him a shout out? 4-0. Oh, I'm looking.
He's moving fast enough. It's hard to get his number.
4. Oh, his bib was folded over. The results are not updating with Azar passing Chunky Monkey, so I'm not getting an accurate time on when he did that, and I really want to know.
And if you're like, oh, I can't do all the obstacles, listen to me. I promise you,
Very few people can.
We're seeing Austin Azar and Joshua Fiore cross them. They're among, and then there's. I promise you, for every one time Austin Azar crosses an obstacle, 20 other people are falling in.
Listen, Nikki Caramba has not got a bad distance. Nikki Caramba started her lap 13. Both her and Nicole are on lap 13. Everyone else is still on lap 11. She started lap 13 at 125, and Nicole was at Chunky Monkey on lap 13 at 135.
Wait, hold up.
We're not listening.
I need you to say it twice. I don't know why that is. I hear you say it the first time, and I recognize it, and I'm like, all right, cool. Now I'm listening. Nicole Kosha started at the 2-mile mark at 135. Nikki Caramba is at the 0-mile mark at 125. So she's... Oh, man, it's too early for this.
Nikki started
2
10
miles
minutes.
ahead, basically.
Yeah.
2 miles ahead, give or take, Nicole? They're on the same lap. If the time is the same, they're 2 miles apart, no?
Which is not. She's not terribly far behind her. It'll be nice to see at what point Nikki hits Chunky Monkey. But you know what? It ain't late enough for doing this kind of math yet. We do this much closer to the end of the race.
Here's a great example of, athletes helping other athletes. So when you are a World Toughest Mudder participant, B. Wood's adaptive adjustment rules are a great example of team doing equity too.
Exactly.
Well done. Yep. That was actually a question I asked them. I was like, hey, what about Firefly? Like,
I don't know what. And they said they made adjustments for
Okay,
her
that's
specifically
cool.
because she can't go
Can't
too
get up
far.
that.
Like now, but we've seen Jesse Strawham, who's in a wheelchair. They would lower her down like the cliff. Like I talked about. I don't think you were in the booth when I talked about it, but just I don't know B Woods at all. I've talked to her a couple times, but it's a unique kind of bravery to ask for your friends, hey, can you help me do this thing? It's going to be really hard for you, and you're going to help me reach my goal. And then we get to kiss the mud, and I need to get out of my wheelchair, and my friends are going to drag me through this under the barbed wire, through the mud, while I'm wearing a helmet, and they're like,
and you know what
it's
else?
so much trust.
This sounds
and-
crazy, but like one of my worst parts of racing is the getting cold.
Mhm.
If you're spending the majority of the race sat in the chair as she is, but she's still getting wet and muddy.
Yeah.
That means she's getting wet and muddy and then sitting down to just get cold.
Yeah.
That's really tough. I'd rather be running than getting cold.
But even like every obstacle, like there's this vulnerability that she's willingly subjecting herself to. With anyway, it's like Barkley's Marathon. I admire it, and I don't ever want to do it.
So you don't want to put your life in my hands?
I don't want you to drag me through Mud Mile or Kiss of Mud.
I thought we were friends. Still not getting an update of Azar at Chunky Monkey.
We're seeing some limping and or chafing coming
I think
through.
sometimes the results take a few minutes to catch up.
A little bit of one, a little bit of both, maybe.
We just saw someone run through incredibly quickly. Should we look at the top 10s? We've not done that for a while.
Let's do it. 70 miles, Joe Rucco.
Woof, woof, woof.
70 miles.
Someone was asking on the chat, can we see more of Joe Rucco? He is being very elusive tonight. We have not managed to catch him, but don't worry. Towards the end of the race, we will be having direct eyes on the leaders. We will be getting those people in our sights, and we will be chasing them down.
Joe Rucco, first place, 70 miles. Joshua Fiore.
I have a question.
I've got an answer. Let's see if they match.
Why is Joseph shortened to Joe, but Joshua isn't shortened to Joe?
Joseph is shortened to Joe because it sounds like Joe. Joseph.
And Joshua.
Joshua.
You could shorten it to Jo.
Is shortened to Josh.
But you could shorten it to
Are
Jo.
you legit? I feel like you're taking the
I mean, they're the same.
Why
stuff.
is Joseph shortened to Joe? Shortened to Joe. And why is Joshua shortened to Josh? Was that? I just want to make sure I understand the question.
Why is Joseph shortened to Joe and Joshua isn't shortened to Joe?
Because Joshua is shortened to Josh.
Fine. Carry on with your results as if that's more interesting.
Ost Azar. And why is Michael shortened to Mike?
Do the results.
All right. Joe Rucco, 70 miles in first place. Joshua Fiore in second. We're just going to skip nicknames, I guess, from now on. I don't want to confuse anybody. 65 miles. Austin Azar in third, 65. Grant Thompson, Scotland's finest, with 65. Craig Derbyshire, 60 miles in fifth place.
He was our sprint lap winner.
Yeah. Mike, and we have a great picture of him at the OCR report on Instagram. Mike Strobel, sixth place with 60 miles. Patrick Coletta, seventh on the boards, number one in your hearts, 60 miles.
Yeah.
Daniel Miska, eighth place, 60 miles. Paul Wood, ninth, 60 miles. Harvey Mitchell Divers, 55. Harvey's dropped down the board a little bit. He was up higher
He has
earlier
a little.
with 55 miles. For the ladies, Nicole Kocha, 60 miles, first place. Oh, this is the comparison times here. Nikki Karamba in first place, 60 miles. So we job, Nikki. So let's look at this for a second. The women's race to win it looks like it's really going to come down to Nicole and Nikki, and it could go either way. They're both 10 first and second place are 10 miles ahead of third place.
I'm just going to interrupt you for a second. We just saw Ruth Battersea cross the finish line, lap 9 finish.
Oh, nice.
She is one of the athletes that we've seen repeatedly.
Yeah.
I mentioned her at the beginning, and we keep seeing her. So I'm gonna speak it into existence. Joseph Rucco. He's
not doing another lap. He's like 3.5 miles from us. So let's talk about top two women just for a second. Nicole Kocha in first place, 60 miles. Nikki Karamba, second place, 60 miles. They finished their 12th lap, their 60th mile lap. Nicole finished 24 minutes ahead of Nikki. 24-minute lead. Can we check the pit times for that after that lap?
We surely can.
While you're looking that up, I'll talk about some more names. All 3rd through 10th place women have.
I'll give you a little bit more information, actually.
Tell me.
Nicole did Chunky Monkey at 1:35, and Nikki did Chunky Monkey at 1:58.
That is 23 minutes apart.
Given 23 minutes apart.
Which is about the same as they were finishing the previous lap.
And in the pit, Nicole spent 6 minutes and 34 seconds, and Nikki spent 5 minutes and 19 seconds. So close-ish.
Yeah. You know what else that tells us? So their time was the same finishing this lap. Nikki's pit
was slightly shorter.
About a minute shorter.
Which means she slowed down by a minute.
Which means...
So far on this lap.
Well, which means Nicole... I'm sorry, you're right. Nikki slowed down or Nicole... Well, probably Nikki slowed down. Not a lot of people are speeding up right now. So as it shows right here, there's about 23, 24 minutes between the two of them right now. That's a lead.
That's a lead.
That's about a mile and a half lead, probably. But not insurmountable. And it's not so...
It really depends on what penalties are going to be done.
It's short enough that Nicole is hearing footsteps. She's got to keep moving.
Let's keep talking about the other ladies up there.
Robin Costa in third with 50.
Hang on. I'm just going to interrupt you because we do see Evan with, I think, a female athlete. We just want to check who that is.
Nicole, is that...
Am I seeing 1135 there?
1134 or 5? Is that
1134?
She said, "Why are you so close to me?"
Back off, Nikki Karamba. There we go.
Well done, Nikki.
That's Nikki.
That is our first place woman from last year.
Yeah.
And our currently second place woman this year. So I just learned something today. South Africa's three-digit country code is ZAF. I don't think I would have guessed that in 100 years.
Do you know how to say south in a different language?
I think it's sir in Spanish.
So, what other language is spoken in South Africa?
Great question. I'm going to embarrass myself if I guess.
It's Afrikaans.
Oh, I should have known that.
And what is Afrikaans highly influenced by?
Shakespeare.
Dutch.
That was my next guess.
And what's another way of saying south? Zwede.
Zwede?
With a Z.
With a Z. Oh, and that's where the Z comes from in ZAF. Where's the A come from?
Africa.
South Africa Federation?
Af.
Yeah, that checks out. All right, you passed the test. Good job. You knew all the answers.
We're still not getting an update on Austin Azar's timing chip. Right, let's go back to looking at the women's... I want to look at the women's top 10, but whilst we've got Nikki on screen, I also want to be looking at
let's watch Nikki for a minute, and then we'll check it out.
We got it on the side.
She's trying to win this race, and she's still reaching back to help people. Well done, Nikki Karamba from ZAF.
Someone's asking, where's the Joe Rucco coverage? He's in the lead. Let's see him. So,
friend, you're not wrong.
But you're not wrong. So what happens with the athletes is the beauty of the world's toughest mudder coverage is we are covering everyone that's out there. We talk a lot about the leaders, but we are, for the majority of the race, getting pictures of everyone out there. We're not spending the race chasing down the front runners. That happens towards the end of the race. If, like now, we come across one, we'll absolutely follow with them for a bit, see what's going on, and get some updates. But we're also giving coverage to everyone else too, because they're all out here for 24 hours running. Towards the end of the race, we will definitely be hunting down these guys and catching up as really exciting things start to happen. So hopefully we see Joe soon, because we've really seen very, very little of him.
Yeah. And we're big fans
That
of Joe.
man is a stealth machine. We've
I like
not
Joe a lot.
seen him pass us once.
I like Joe a lot. Let's talk about some of Joe's results past couple of years. So 2 years ago, Joe finished in third place with 100 miles. That's in Granbury, 2023. We were there, live streamed the whole thing. Very exciting. That was when Joe passed Joshua Fiore in the last lap.
Ugh.
I will never forget this. This is one of the most dramatic moments we've seen at World's Toughest Mudder. There's Austin Azar was in first place. Michael Schutt had come from seventh place all the way back into second place after his nap. I'm not making that up. It sounds like I'm telling a story.
No, that
he
is
took
true.
a nap and he came back and got second place.
Took a nap for quite a few hours.
So there was one spot available left on the podium for third place.
And we thought Fiore had it in the bag.
Joshua Fiore was in third place and he was doing his last lap. And while he was on an obstacle, Joe Rucco
Used obstacle bypass buttons.
Yeah, he was smart. And
I
believe it was
Funky Monkey.
Was it Funky Monkey or Mudderhorn?
It was one. I don't think we ever got a full answer because those
And
were the
honestly,
two
I don't know if
obstacles.
they knew.
Yeah, I don't think anyone knew.
Like they didn't know where the other guy was exactly. Joe was just trying to do his best to get to the finish line as fast as he could. And Josh was doing the same thing. It's just they missed each other in the night, not in the night, but because Joe's
They just
using
missed
bands.
each other.
And so we're sitting there and Austin comes in first and Michael comes in second, and we're waiting to see who comes in third. Is it Joe or Josh? And it's Joe Rucco. And they're like, all right, congratulations, Joe Rucco. But Joshua Fiore was literally only in the race who didn't know that he wasn't in third. Joshua Fiore crosses the finish line thinking he's in third. Look of joy on his face. Sees his friend, Joe Rucco, who he's been chasing, already finished. And he knows immediately what happened.
Oh, we saw it on his face. And I know you said you tell this story, and Ruko's been a bit like, oh, I'm the bad guy. Absolutely not. You're playing the game. You're playing the game,
And
man.
it wasn't, no one did anything.
No one did anything
devious.
wrong.
No one did it. Like, Joe Rucco, like, it was smart. It was good racing. It was
just tough to see.
It was just, Josh Fiore, it was brutal. Like, he was a joy. Like, I've never seen that much joy to that much despair so fast.
It was heartbreaking, and he took a few minutes to himself, and he,
and to his credit,
compartmentalized it.
Congratulated Joe, and
he was happy for him.
Yeah.
He was just bummed for himself.
So that was Joe Rucco in, I told you I talked to him today, and he's like, yeah, dude, you painted me as and he's totally. I'm like, dude, I own it 100% because I told this story from the stage last year at the Champions Brunch. So Joe Rucco, 100 miles in 2023 with a legendary performance to come back and win third place. In 2024, I don't have Joe Rucco's results from 2024.
Should we talk about?
I'm sorry. Yeah, ninth place, 100 miles. 100 miles, 2 years in a row. So Joe Rucco, he is one of the. I was talking about. I meant to talk about this earlier. I didn't really get to. Josh Fiore has a 3-year streak of 100 mile finishes, 22 through 24. Michael Schutt, CBJ, and Joe Rucco all have 2-year streaks. Now CBJ and Schutt will not. CBJ's not here racing, and Michael Schutt will not reach 100 miles.
No.
So Fiore has a chance to extend his streak of 100-year finishes to 4. Rucco will extend his streak. Has a chance to extend his streak to 3 years. The all-time record for 100-mile races, do you know?
I do not, sir.
Trevor Psycho's 4 years in a row.
Psycho killer.
Now, some of the other guys, Grant Thompson has a chance to start a streak. This will be his second year in a row. We talked about Schott, Fiore. CBJ is not here.
Let's talk about the women top 10.
Let's do it.
Nicole caught you. Like we were just talking about Nicole and Nikki, 60 miles each in first and second place. In third place through 10th place all have 50 miles for the women. Robin Kotsta with 50, Julian Heller,
Wow.
Claudia Zubailata, Morgan Mackay in 6th place. I feel like the last time I saw Morgan, she was in 7th.
Yeah, I feel like
moved
she's
up?
moved up.
Mindy Archer in 7th with 50, Nadine Wint with 50, Heather Bodie with 50, and Kelly Glenn with 50 miles.
Kelly Glenn, Carlo Piscatello's dark horse. Now,
Any-
somebody was asking any updates on Nicole because the leaderboard hasn't updated for a while. I think the leaderboard's fine for Nicole. She was last seen at Chunky Monkey. Quite a long time ago, but people are starting to move slower. We've not had an update for Austin though for ages. He did pass Chunky Monkey, and we know he did, but we're not seeing
we saw him
it, and
cross
that's a little bit frustrating because we can't do comparisons. Joe Rucco has started lap 15. Oh my god!
Joe Rucco.
He's got 70 miles.
He's having
in the bag.
He's having a great race.
He's having a great race, and Joe, we are supporting you. We just haven't seen you.
100%. Joe Rucco's pit crew. Who's Joe Rucco's pit crew? If you guys are watching, come on over here. We'll we want to make sure he gets some attention.
What about the teams?
In first place, Triple X with 70 miles. There's some high team mileages getting up there. Look at all these top 4 teams all have 70 miles.
That's crazy.
Triple X is 70, Tacticians is 70, Mutters Without Borders is 70, Underdog Fitness, the Bark Knight Rises.
So
70.
Underdog Fitness, the Bark Knight Rises, were in position 2. And now they're in position 4, but they have 70 miles, the same as the 3 above them. Why is that, Will?
Well, it looks like the 3 teams above them all ran 70 miles in less time.
Ah.
So in the same way, if you and I run a 5K and you run it in less time than I do, you will win that race.
You make it sound so simple.
Kind of is. I mean, I could make it more complicated if you like.
Please don't.
You
Thank
too.
you, sir.
Crush it. In 5th place, Joelbert with 65. 7th place is Mudsticle Sheep Tough, 55 miles. Weldmer's Toughest Bruddas, 55. HMOG. Does that stand for something over here?
Not that I know.
Humong.
Hello, Mr. OGs.
Hi, Mom.
Oh, God.
It's like, I got backed myself into a corner here. Olive Garden. Tough Bruddas in 9th place with 50. And in 10th place, Mutters in Paris, 40 miles.
I love it. Look at that.
That's a good-looking finish
Sunrise
line.
in 2 hours and a half.
The way you just said sunrise, I thought you were saying, about to say it's happening. I was like, oh, no, you're kidding me. It's only 2.
It'll happen
That's even
pretty
earlier.
soon.
So sunrise is going to come from the east.
So the sunset over there, sun's going to rise over there, which is the east.
Left hand.
Yes, sir. Which is that direction is?
That's south.
Uh-huh. And what's another word for south?
Zaire.
No.
Z. I know it starts with a Z, what you're looking for.
What's the world record for distance in the men's? I know you know this.
Great question. The world's record for distance is 115 miles, held by 2 people. Jointly held. The distance is held by 2 people. The time is held by Mark Batras. It's 115 miles. So we're going to see a lot of guys get, it looks like, a lot of guys get 100 miles tonight. 100 miles used to be this mythical number that was only achieved once in a while. And I don't think the courses have gotten any easier. I think
Do you think the athletes are getting better?
Are just getting better.
Which is crazy, though, because if those athletes who got 100 mimiles came back, they'd still hold their own. They're also
100%.
getting better as well. It's not that the athletes now are better than those athletes, because we're talking what kind of talking about hitting those miles?
Previously?
Yeah, back in the day.
Ryan Atkins, John Albin,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they could hold their own again.
Austin Azar,
Who's that?
Christopher Mendoza.
Christopher Mendoza.
Austin Azar, who is 3rd place right now in the men's race. I think I just fell asleep
in the middle of
Well, if you did, no one noticed, and your legs didn't stop jiggling.
Oh, really? Like, legs keep me awake.
Do you want to go for a walk?
No, I'm good. Here comes Libby. Libby's got an
Miss
apple.
Joyce?
Miss Joyce, Libby, we've been singing your praises all night. Outstanding rabbiting. Well done.
Outstanding.
All right,
Hi.
brilliant. You're a legend.
You're a legend. Brilliant.
Brilliant. I told you, if you're just tuning in, we're in London, obviously. We're also have a Smudder in the UK. It's been great. And I've been here with my family doing a kind of / vacation work trip.
Jack is saying he took photos of Austin Azar at 12:18 a.m. at Kiss of Mud. And then he said, never mind. Yep, that wasn't helpful to us, Jack, but thank you. I appreciate that you tried. We love you. Carry on.
And so just like when you go on vacation to any foreign country, you pick up some of the local tongue. So I picked up Brilliant, Hiya, and You're a Legend. There's something I heard today I wanted to add to my repertoire. I'm trying to
go for it.
blanking out. Go what?
Go for it.
Go for it?
Go for it.
What? You're all right.
Say again?
I like the you're all right.
You all right? You all right?
You're right.
I've really worked in Hiya well. I'm pretty proud of that one. I might keep that one going when I go home.
Yeah, right. Whereas if you're in New York, she'd say, you eat.
You eat?
You eat. Oh, what's happening in the chat?
All right,
Obstacles
chat.
didn't open as slowly back in the day. Just saying. What say you to that, Mr. Hicks?
You know what? Patrick, you're not wrong. 11 p.m. is when the last obstacle opened this year. I feel like when they first started the rolling opens, I don't know what year it was, probably it might have been 2015. I want to say it was 2016. I feel like the last obstacles were opening by like 5 or 6.
Mm.
Does that sound about right? Got Jason Dupree in the 10 here. He's agreeing with me, and I'm this is solely from memory and not. I know it's not exactly accurate. I'm just trying to guess approximately. No, you're not wrong. But we at the OCR report don't set anything as far as obstacle times. We're here just to report on the times. But it does have there's something helpful for us in that the way they're rolled out, so there's only a few every hour until they're all open, is we get to focus on each obstacle. Like, hey, at 3:00, these 2 obstacles are
and
opening.
then we can go.
And
See it opening. See the people come through. Oh,
It's-
someone's running through full of energy. And they're wearing a blue bib. Is this Harvey? He's whistling a little tune to himself. That's Harvey.
Awesome. So, and there's no real, like, let's be real. If Electroshock was open at 6:00 instead of 11:00, does that make it a better race? No, I don't think so. Hard disagree. So it depends on the obstacle, I think. You want the cool obstacles open.
You want the cool obstacles open.
And you don't want Electroshock Therapy open. Or Electric Eel, or Kiss of Mud. Those, I mean, there's some obstacles that just generally suck, like, all the time. But it's part of the deal, right? Like,
It's part of the deal. This kind of sucks
world's toughest
sometimes.
mudder.
Not world's ishest mudder.
If it was easy, it'd be called something else.
World's easiest mudder.
If you paid $500 and flew to the UK to race in a race called World's Toughest Mudder, and it wasn't one of the toughest things you'd ever done in your life, you would feel robbed. The whole point is for it to be tough. There's lots of easy races out there. I can go do a 5K every Saturday. Fran and Will, how are you guys doing? Looks awful dark and quiet there. Allison Walls, you are not wrong.
You are not wrong.
It is awfully dark.
It's awfully quiet, too.
It is quiet, except when I'm sitting next to Fran, because I get to talk.
I could just take my headphones off and you can keep talking.
Did you see me save that there at the end?
Yeah, it's nice.
You like that?
Yeah, I loved it.
It's great. It's brilliant.
Temperature's just risen. It was 66.6 not long ago. It's now 66.9.
That's like what, 19 Celsius?
19.4 if we're going to be pedantic about it, actually.
I don't want to. I mean, I'm guessing, so whatever.
Try not to guess. Could you try and make things accurate, please? Our audience demands perfection.
Our
And we
audience
ought to deliver that.
does not care.
They couldn't care. They could care. Some.
Hey, let's jump in the chat. If you want to support the chat, support the race coverage, you can leave a super chat. Hit that $. Our biggest donation so far has been $20. We've had them as small as I think $1.99. Any amount helps. Any amount is appreciated, and every penny goes toward race coverage of World Stuff with Mutter.
Michael, I support this.
Do it, Michael Badowski.
And I'll be playing music for you. Well, when you go past, I'll sing. Andy H says, I care.
Aw.
Thank you, Andy. He also asked earlier when we were talking about short names, why is Andrew shortened to Andy?
Andrew, Andy, because if you Andy Roo. I don't know, Andy. That's a great question. I'm making stuff up.
Look who we've got in the chat.
Lindsay Rucco. Hunter, yes, I am his wife. So I've been sending from his past few WTMs. He trains like a beast for them. Glad his hard work pays off. Very proud. Your husband is crushing it. He is doing great. You have a lot to be proud of. Well done.
Joe Rucco has passed lap 15, Chunky Monkey. He is flying. And Josh Fiore has just passed Stairway to Heaven on lap 4, so we should be seeing him reasonably soon. Austin Azar's chip hasn't updated for a while, so we don't have any news on him, but hopefully we'll have some news when he crosses the finish line.
We don't think anything happened to Austin.
Nah. I think, we saw him cross Chunky Monkey, didn't we? We saw it happen with our own eyes.
My own eyes. Someone told me.
The mouse in your pocket?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, a mouse that lives in England. She said that 5-hour energy was available in the UK.
It is.
I have not seen a bottle in 3 weeks.
Just mean it's not available.
Well, I can't. I'm not talking about like on Amazon UK.
Well, I bought it.
Really?
Yeah.
I couldn't find it in Asda yesterday. Or I don't think I've been in a Tesco proper yet. Been to Costco though.
Have you?
Costco UK. Love it. So I was in London. Belvoir Castle is about 3 hours north of London?
3.5.
Drive, give or take. Well, about halfway in between Belvoir Castle and London is Costco, UK, and there's like 6 of them around. None of them in London. They're all like
I got one in me.
So you do? Do you remember? You go?
No.
Oh man, I spent 2.5 hours there. My son just shopping, buying stuff for the race, or for our teams, our coverage teams, snacks and stuff to keep them going through the night. And then my son and I had the £1.50 hot dog. Delicious. Got the onions. Now £1.50 is not $1.50. £1.50 is like what, $2.25 ish.
$1.90 depends on the exchange rate at the minute. What is it, like $1.29, $1.28?
Call it $2. I don't know.
Okay.
Anyway, but £1.50 still the cheapest meal I've had in this entire country. So wait, I did not say it like that, did I?
You didn't say it
Can
like
you tell
that.
I'm tired? Can you hear my voice?
I can tell you're so tired. You need to go for a walk because here we go. Look, we got a great message from Glenn.
Glenn Altmos, you are a legend. $20 from Glenn Altmos. Appreciate all the great coverage. Helps with the FOMO, LOL. Looking forward to the official announcement on WTM 2026 location. We are too.
So we've had this question a couple of times from Thomas Lemon. How's the English athletes doing? I have not answered that question because I cannot identify for you who the English athletes are.
Why is that?
Well, I can identify the British athletes. But I don't think you're rolling your eyes like I'm being silly. I'm not being silly. I'm being super serious.
Is it because you don't want to identify an athlete as English when they identify as Scottish?
Well, when they are Scottish.
Well, I'm sorry.
Or
like
Welsh.
Grant Thompson.
If somebody's just got a United Kingdom flag. I don't know where they're from, and it may be that they didn't have the option. So yeah, if you want to know about the athletes from the United Kingdom, well, also if you do want to know about any athlete in particular, you can see all the results of every athlete that's out there live online. Will looks like his soul just left his body.
It's there.
Is it?
All of this
Yes.
will pass away one day, but my soul. C.S. Lewis said, "You don't have a body. I'm sorry. You don't have a soul. You have a body. You are a soul."
I like it. I like it a lot.
No, I just drank a little energy shot here, which I think is maybe regulated or illegal in this country. Just straight caffeine.
Oh,
And
I think Evan's heading.
I got some miles
I
left
think
of
it's heading backwards
this broadcast.
towards us.
Evan, look at those flags.
Beautiful.
Look at those flags.
Oh, there's Carlo.
Carlo Piscatello. Welcome to the Will and Carlo Show, the second best podcast featuring Carlo Piscatello. All right, you know what? Let's kick it to Evan. Prepare us here. 1 second, Evan. I believe we can hear you. Go for it.
Or maybe we can't.
You know what? Hey, actually, hold up, Evan. Let me let's make an adjustment here.
Look at all these magical buttons, you guys.
And Fran just took off, so
the whole thing's going down the dumper. Oh, now we're losing signal. That's okay.
We're talking with Evan's with Josh Furey's girlfriend, and we're trying to.
She has a name, dude.
Set it up there.
I know. And we close our eyes.
Evan, or might need to come back to you there.
Yeah. Oh. We just don't have sound. And the picture's a little choppy, Evan, if you can hear us.
Also trying to get rid of the other picture in picture.
All right. Yeah, leaderboard update. What do we got here? Is this our...
So those are our
questions,
comments.
And... Oh, I think I have my readers because I can't see. I think you are on my cord, by the way. Something's on my cord. That's okay.
Hey, Evan, we're going to need to come back to you here in about 2 minutes. We get Fran back to the booth.
Let me get my old man shades on. There we go. Now I can see things. Is this real time? 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Someone said, oh, there we go. Someone said, I heard the next World's Toughest Mudder would be in California. I have not heard that.
I've not heard anything close to that.
No.
So what you can do, Carlo, tap on a comment.
Yep.
And then hit that green button.
Ah. Well, Taximoto, I have not heard that. And I don't... Now, I have zero information, but my guess is that World's Toughest Mudder will be somewhere over here again next year. That's my guess.
What I do know is they've done a great job over here.
Absolutely a great job.
I know they're happy with the registration numbers and turnout. And in the past, in kind of the history of World's Toughest Mudder, the race would go somewhere for a few years. Vegas, it was in 4 years.
Yeah, 4 years. Yeah.
Atlanta, 2 years.
Yep.
It popped around a little bit after Atlanta. But some of that was COVID, post-COVID.
Absolutely. Trying to get a venue.
Not typical necessarily. Even before Vegas, it was in New Jersey for 2 years.
Yeah.
So 2 or 3 years. So
11, 12, 13, right? 3 years?
Yeah. So if it were here for 2 years, I'd say that's more typical, honestly.
Yeah, and I'd be happy with that, to be honest. This is such a cool, even if it wasn't here, although I would come back here again. This is such an incredible venue. I can see why they have so many events here.
Yeah.
Like, it is being out there and being out and around and just seeing it how it looks in the light then versus nighttime and with everything all lit up and the headlamps. It's just gorgeous. It's massive.
So we were waiting for Fran to get back to send it to Evan so Evan can give us a little interview on the pit side.
Okay, that's cool.
Fran caught up with Evan out there on the pit area, so they're talking over there. They're gonna.
Oh, nice. Can we do a? Have you done a leaderboard update in a bit, or can we not do that?
We have, but you want some practice doing it?
I don't know. Why not? Do I go? Is this as easy as it looks?
Well, wait.
Oh.
Are we going to?
Is Fran? Am I getting booted?
No. I'm about to leave.
No, please don't. I'm just.
Hold on. Fran will tell us what's happening next. Oh.
Oh, guess who was? All right.
Yeah.
Here we go. Evan, prepare us. Go for it, Evan.
Okay, now we're on. So I'm here with Liz Lego, pitcher for Josh Furry, and Jill Heller. So two of the top athletes. Liz is a CR athlete in her own right.
Yeah.
Give us some of your qualifications. I know you were on TV a couple times, and then let's talk about your two athletes.
Yeah, I was on the NBC show, are in, oh my god, the challenge, second season. And yeah, racing OCR since 2011. And Josh ran amazing. He's about to come through any minute now. Jill's kind of falling on his heels, so it's been fun trying to balance them both at the same time.
Josh feeling cold at all, or just?
God, no.
No. Do you
He
feel
was
hot?
dying.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, he's happy now. The weather's a little bit better. And
What about fuel? What's his go-to when it comes to lap? Like, does he have a set meal that he wants, or
raw
set?
potatoes, apparently? No. We have potatoes, soup. The dates did not go down very well. Got that. Oranges, gels. Yeah. So.
And what about Jill?
Jill, she's kind of on the same thing. So soups are really good for her. Chips, her gels as well. Her scratch. And basically anything you kind of feel like at that moment. Changes last.
Are either of them concerned about placement or mileage at this point, or are they just like, I'm just running my race, running my pits, and we'll kind of worry about that later in the night?
Yeah, so they're both kind of just asking how far ahead, how far behind the third person is. But just kind of keep them on track, just race your own race.
Cool. Anything else you want our viewers to know? All right. Thank you, Liz. Always a pleasure to see you here. See you guys in the booth.
Yeah. Oh, you guys are. Oh. All right, hang on. All right, there we go. That was Evan and Liz. Love it. Let me get to. And we're joined by Evan in the booth.
I am back.
Evan, I'm trying to bring up, I think this is how I don't want to just start pushing buttons, but I'm hoping that the button that says Men Top 10 would tell me it's going to be the men's top 10. Let's take a look.
Boom,
Oh,
there it is.
let's look at that. Joe Rucco, I hate to keep bragging about this, but Joe Rucco was my dark horse for this race, and he's currently leading. He's been leading a large part of the race. Josh Fiore is, I'm not going to say right behind him, but he's
close.
Yep, he's close.
Yeah.
Austin is in third. Grant Thompson, might love Grant Thompson. Grant Thompson in fourth. Craig Darby, not Derbyshire, I've been told is how you pronounce it, in fifth. Mike Strobel in sixth. Patrick Coletta, he is a guy who I was told by Michael Schutt would be someone who would be a serious contender. He doesn't seem to be as strong as a runner as some of the other athletes, but he's amazing on the obstacles. So, and they've been getting a lot of comments about him from people back home saying, like, Wait for it. He's going to make a move. So we'll see. Daniel Miska is in 8th, Paul Wood in 9th, and John Herb. I feel like John Herb has won a toughest.
John Herb's a regular on the toughest podiums. He's either always on the podium or just off the podium.
Yep.
And he's usually a top 10 guy at World's Toughest.
There you go.
Jumping all the way back up to the top, Joseph Rucco trains with Noob Sanity.
Yep.
Noob Sanity is a great group out of Binghamton, New York. They have some of the best athletes. They usually either show up in force or they don't show up at all.
Right.
This year we got about 2 athletes that I'm tracking from Noob Sanity. Both of them are currently in the top 10. Joseph's leading the race.
Yep.
And Kelly Glenn.
Yeah, Kelly Glenn. I was chatting with her prior. Yeah, she was my other dark horse to be on the podium.
Oh, nice.
Actually.
Yeah. So both the Noob Sanity
She's great.
group, I think they're the best group for obstacle course racing just because they have athletes from beginners all the way up to top level pros, as you're seeing right now.
What did you just do? That was great. Okay. Fran just pushed some buttons, and I assume it did something positive. I love it. So take us through the women's top 10.
So first we have Nicole Kosha.
Yep.
There we go. I've been chasing her out on course a fair number of times.
Yeah.
She's always looking strong, always looking good, sporting that green bib. And
Second year in a row she won the green bib. So
she looks good.
Yeah.
Usually
I've seen her out there for sure.
Usually people in the green bib look good for a couple laps and then they look terrible.
And then they don't, right?
Yeah, like not like, oh, they look like they've slowed down a little. Like it looks like they hit a wall at full speed, right?
Yep.
They are walking, their heads down. Not the case with
No,
Nicole.
she looks strong still.
She's looking strong.
Yep.
I did talk to her at Firefly. Shorter person. She said she has not hit the bell yet.
Yeah,
I specifically asked her because I know if anyone who's been tuning in on the live stream earlier, we were having discussions about, is the bell too far? Is it fair for men and women, et cetera, et cetera. Nicole has not hit the bell. Nikki Karumba, I did see go through, and she did hit the bell.
Yes.
But it was early, so I don't know if she's still hitting it. But she got through Firefly. That's the one with the flames. Let's see if we can bring it up in the background.
You know what? That's
just try this.
What's it called? Mevo 4, right?
No, I don't know what I'm doing. Okay.
Try Mevo 4. Let's
yeah.
go.
Yeah. So she has hit the bell. Robin Katza.
Yep.
I don't know. I don't know much about her.
I don't either. I'm sure I've seen her out there, but I might not have known who she was when I saw her. So.
And if you're watching at home or you're an athlete and you're coming to race in the future, definitely write your name on your bibs. It makes this a lot easier.
Oh man,
it makes it like the number of elite athletes I see without names on their bibs kills me because I can't identify who you are and the booth can't identify who you are and then we can't talk about you as much, right? So sometimes it's hard to know. Push all the buttons. Sometimes it's hard to know if I'm supposed to follow someone, like they're in a top placement, or if they're just maybe someone who barely qualified as elite and maybe is not having a good race, so they're further back in the field. So please write your name on your bibs. It does help us.
Oh, you know, it's funny. I'm just going through some of the comments, and I love this because some of my friends from home have checked. You know, Patrick Guzik.
Yeah,
he's been a part of WTM for years. He donated $4.99 to our super chat.
Yeah,
and he says, "I'm paying just to say hi to Carlo. Miss you, buddy." Oh, Patrick Guzik, and I'd be remiss if I didn't say hello to. I'll just put this one up there too. My friend back home, Little Aaron. She's a huge fan of Fran and I's podcast, and so what are you trying to bring up? Anything?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what any of the buttons do, but that's okay.
There we go. I got a slightly different background.
I don't know which one you pushed, but I'm glad you did.
I got Piper, one of our rabbits, elite level rabbits, and that is Joshua Fiore coming through the pit. You can't see him, but I can see him, and he looks strong as always.
John, I'm not going to try to pronounce your last name. John asked, any rumors from where it's going to be for the event will be for next year? No official rumors like, ooh, someone may have heard this, but
I'll share a rumor.
Oh, okay, yeah, let's do it.
So someone sent me a link.
Okay.
A registration link for 2026.
Really?
Yeah, it looked. I didn't go through and try to register.
Right.
But it looked legit, and it had a date, it had a time on there, it had a location.
Okay. Are we? Want to leave it at that until?
So I'm not sure it's real. That
Okay.
being said, this is where I put my money. I would put my money back here in Beaver Castle. I would put it the same weekend.
Interesting. Okay.
You know,
I would not complain if that was the case because I've liked everything about this venue since we got here, and it's
there goes Austin Azar coming to the pit as well.
So handsome. Like, by the way, there's chatter on course. Everyone knows he's handsome, and yeah. Oh, look at you, just gonna commandeer the board.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. It's okay. We never really made it through the top 10, did we? But
we got.
Although we
sidetracked.
did get some feedback. Andrea Burchell says that Robin is an Aussie legend. So
Rob, yeah, let's bring up the ladies
Yeah,
again.
let's do
I'm
that.
Sorry. Robin is an Aussie legend. Oh, has she
All right.
has she raced the 24-hour True Grid out there? And if so, how has she done?
Oh,
please respond.
I
in the
almost went to
comments.
that. I almost went many years ago, actually.
I went in 2017. It was a different feel. This has more of a party feel.
Yep.
True Grit had more of a. Anyone who's done ultra running had more of that feel, right?
Did Morgan do well? Was she there? Morgan Mackay?
So I went in 2017, the year before it was the championships.
Okay.
So I'm not sure how she did in 2018 and 2019, the 2 years they made.
I can't remember which year. I think
World
Will was
Championships.
going to send me one. I can't remember if it was 2018 or 2019, but I ended up not going. But
yeah.
Anyway, so
Anyway.
so that's Robin in third place.
So yeah, if you got information on Robin, drop it in the chat. Jillian Heller, we were just talking to her pit crew. Liz Schlegel.
Liz is so great.
Another great athlete. Jillian's looking strong. I followed her. She is someone who follows directions and put her name on the back of her bib. So I followed her on the course several times. Very good athlete. She's looking strong. Claudia Subatata.
Sure, I'll go with that.
I don't know much about her.
We can go with that. Yep.
Morgan Mackay.
Obviously, we know Morgan Mackay,
Right.
2019 World's Toughest Mudder Women's Champion.
So for me, Morgan is I know I shouldn't say a champion is a surprise. She hasn't been racing. Busy doing honestly more important stuff, family life.
3.5-year-old baby. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I am. I don't want to offend. I'm shocked to see her in here. I thought she was coming, not super serious, but I should have known better. In the top 6, very good placement for her.
Yeah, absolutely.
But because I haven't seen her on the race course, I haven't seen her at Toughest, I haven't seen her at other events. I just didn't expect to see her coming in.
Yeah. Let me really quick. In one of the comments, Thomas Lemon asks, he says, with forecasts of 88 degrees Fahrenheit tomorrow, will this be the hottest ever World's Toughest Mudder? I'm pretty sure we were in the 90s last year in Florida, were we not?
Correct. So
yeah,
Florida
that was miserable.
Hotter, tough mudder. Side note, Piper, if you're listening, we have your video feed in the background of people rolling through on Kiss of Mud. But yes,
it's so slick in there right now.
Florida was hotter last year. It was in the 90s.
Yeah.
That being said, a lot of people saying this feels hotter, and I think a lot of it has to do with the amount of sun on course and the lack of shade.
It surprised me how, Fran had warned us about the weather for the past couple of weeks and that it could be really hot. But then they were saying things like 70-something degrees Fahrenheit. I'm like, well, that's not hot. That's just but today it was definitely in the 80s, which felt a lot warmer than it was, I think. It felt like the 90s to me. But, look who's in 10th place.
Kelly Glenn. Noob Sanity crew.
That's right. She is such a gem. Heather Bodie. No, we're going backwards, but I'm like, let's keep going. Where were we? I don't even know.
We left off Morgan Mackay.
Oh, yes.
Mindy Archer, 50 miles. I have not seen her on course that I know of. Nadine Went. I have not seen her on course that I know of either. Heather Bodie, I've seen her on course several times.
I've seen Heather a million times today.
Yeah. She's one. For some reason, there are some people you will see dozens of times, and other people you will never see.
It's funny. I was talking Caitlin Ritter. I was talking with her about that today. I said, there's people you don't know who you've never met and you'll become friends with today. And for some reason, you'll see them, a dozen times, 15 times on course. And then there's people you know really well who are in the race, and you'll just never see them.
Absolutely.
It's just the way the circles work, right? It's a 5-mile loop, and sometimes you just get on the wrong side of it or whatever, and that's the way it goes. But lots of new friends to be made, so that's fine.
You can see athletes rolling through Kiss of Mud right now, like Carlo was saying.
Oh, it's
so muddy.
Yeah,
so muddy.
I saw Kuiper, not Kuiper, Carmine. What's his name?
Kemper Carmine.
Kemper Carmine. Thank you. He went through at one point, and he was going straight through, like perpendicular, not rolling like this. And he reached up and grabbed the support with his hand and just yanked himself and just slid like 10 yards just on his back just because the mud is so slick.
Side note, first place female just came through the finishing chute.
Miss
Just ran
Kosha?
through. Yeah.
There we go.
She is over there getting some nutrition right now. Let's jump over to Mevo 5.
Okay.
The that camera here. Let me.
Is it Mevo's here?
Yeah. Press
It says Mevo 5, but that doesn't.
Main Mevo 5. Boom.
There we go.
This is one of the obstacles that when we've tried to go over there with some of our portable cameras, I haven't had good coverage.
Yeah.
Essentially, unfortunately for the viewers, there's like half the course where the coverage is just absolutely terrible.
It's just not good. Yeah.
So I know every time I've gone out, I went out to the back half of the course once, and every time I tried to tune in back to the announcement booth, I got cut off. But this static camera seems to be doing well. This obstacle, Glenn out loose. This obstacle,
I miss Glenn. Hi, Glenn.
This is swing both ways. Was that what this one's called? I believe.
Yeah, swing both ways.
So for Tough Mudder aficionados,
Yep.
they will recognize the beginning as just the tip.
Just the tip. Yeah.
Right. So where you can see that guy grabbing right now. That is.
Ooh, look how
much it slants.
Yeah, it does not. It's not always that
loose.
Yes, I didn't know what. Yes.
So
we could use that word. Yes.
The dark orange part is essentially a wooden 2x4, and there's a gap between that and the big orange box, so you can get a good, really good purchase on it.
And there's 2 trail hitches on the end. It looks like.
Yeah. Sometimes in America, they'll switch them out and they'll put rock climbing holds. Depending on which rock climbing holds, that may make it harder or may make it easier. The trailer hitches usually, if it's dry and a previous obstacle doesn't have a lot of water, the trailer hitches can be grippy, and that's nice. If they get wet, though, or the morning dew rises,
it's miserable.
they're absolutely terrible.
The morning dew, you got it.
Then you can see it goes into what I'm going to call the floating walls. Is what.
Fair enough. Yeah.
That's what a lot of other OCRs will call that specific type of obstacle, floating traverse walls. So on the race briefing, they said you can touch anything red. So you can touch those red holds that are going to be right in front of your face. You can touch the red foot parts, so you get your feet on there, and you can. I mean, according to the race briefing, you can touch the top of the obstacle, the red. Top.
You can go over the top.
That's what.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, good for them.
So that's one of those things where you actually kind of want your hands higher, because if you put your hands higher, it's going to pull your hips into the wall, and if your hips are close to the wall, it's going to be easier to hold on. If you pull your hands lower, so they're at like chest level, now your butt's sticking out, and it's pulling you off the wall.
Exactly.
So you'll see a lot of athletes turn their feet sideways on that obstacle. Also a good technique. Again, that's bringing your hips closer to the wall. The closer your hips are to the wall, the easier this obstacle is going to be to get across.
Yeah. Okay, I'll see if you know some. So Paul Massey asked, he said, and I know there's 2 answers to this, and I only know one of them, and I want to see if you know the other. Paul Massey asks, who has ran the most WTMs? And what I know is that there's a guy running today named John Fagan, who has run every World's Toughest Mudder, and there's one other guy, and it's his buddy, and I cannot think of his name. Do you know who it is?
I don't know the name off the top of my head.
I know, and I was talking with him today.
What's crazy is I know I've written about. I'm pretty sure I've written about him in articles.
Yeah. So John, yes, as of this year, only 2 people now have made it to every World's Toughest Mudder. One is John Fagan, who's running really strong, by the way. I've seen him multiple times on course. He's a great guy, helping everybody.
He is like, I feel like he flies so under the radar.
He absolutely
I was involved in
does.
the community for years.
Yeah.
And someone's like, John Fagan. I was like, I don't know who that is. And then I looked him up and was like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, look up.
Like you said, been at every World's Toughest. And it's not like he shows up and does 20 miles and goes home. Like,
no.
He gets 75 plus.
Yep.
And so if we stack up total mileage, like lifetime total mileage, he's I think number 2.
Yep.
Number 1, it was Trevor Sykos.
Yep.
Because he hit 100 4 years in a row, got like a 95 year, and then got like a 105 year. So his 6-year average at one point was 100 miles per year.
Crazy.
So Trevor, if you're not tracking Trevor last year, came out and was like, "Hey, I got to hit." I believe it was 50 miles or 45 miles. It was something that's well within his wheelhouse, and he finished with essentially 1,000 lifetime world's toughest miles, which is going to be a hard marker to beat.
Yep.
Just because of the. I mean, if you run 100 miles, that's 10 world's toughest.
Yeah, right.
Every and you hit it every single time.
Exactly.
John Fagan,
It's
I can't remember what he
insane.
is, what his mileage is off the top of my head.
I know. I'd be curious.
He is not that far behind.
No. Okay, so Jeff Lippert, who, by the way, I wish Jeff Lippert was here.
Another great athlete.
He was a great athlete. Yeah. He says hasn't Jason Rouleau done all of them? And I know Jason Rouleau well. I don't know.
No, he has not. He missed
Okay.
the first New Jersey one.
He did. So 2011, he didn't. Okay.
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
He went to the.
But he's been to everything since.
And
I believe, as far as I know. Although I don't know.
I know he's been to at least one New Jersey. I know he missed the first one. I know he was at the third one.
Okay.
The second one, I can't remember off the top of
There
my
we
head.
go.
I
He's
think
here,
he
though.
was-
He's here today.
Jason is here.
I always run into him. Like, always run into him on course for some reason. He and I always cross paths, which I love. He's a great guy. The Lataximoto fella says, I have the next WTM at Glen Helen Raceway in California. Well, I've run that course many times. It would be incredible for Worlds because it is so incredibly hilly. There's so much elevation on that course, but I don't know. I don't know.
I when I look at the history of World's Toughest and its locations, they typically stay in locations for
They tried to.
3 years. Actually, the last couple of years.
Post-COVID, it got a little weird.
Yeah,
but
yeah. But, I mean, 3 years New Jersey, 4 years Vegas,
Yep.
2
Two
years
in
Atlanta, COVID.
Then we kind of bebopped for
And then
a
we
few.
bebopped because it was supposed to be in Dallas the COVID year.
Yeah, yeah.
And then
And we did have the 1 year in Granbury.
Oh yeah,
Texas.
Yeah, and then
So-
1 year was supposed to be in Florida, but then that venue was giving them problems, so they moved it to.
Well, it was. They called
Alabama.
it Pensacola, but it was at more
It was
Alabama.
Alabama. It was Alabama.
Yeah, we were 100% in Alabama.
We were definitely in Alabama because I remember going out to eat and being like, "This is not good."
I think
food.
is that our Caitlin Ritter right there?
That is Caitlin Ritter.
And Ann Clifford. And Carolyn Clifford checking her shoes. Oh, Caitlin's. What is the penalty? It looks like jumping jacks.
It's I believe it's ram burpees, although I haven't seen.
No, ram burpees is for the forearm one where you're shimmying along the two bars.
dancer,
Pole
pole
dancer.
dancer.
Thank you. Yeah. Looks like Ann is cleaning out dirt from her shoes.
So I found I keep notes on my phone of random.
No,
Tough Mudder
good,
facts.
good. Yeah, let's do it.
I have not updated it though. I think it's a year or two behind. Last time I checked John Fagan's mileage, it was at 855.
Nice.
And then I think that's missing at least 1 year. I think that's missing 1 year.
Okay.
So whatever he got, 855 plus whatever he got last
And
year.
he
so
ran.
he's like,
he used to run team, right? He had the 3 a.m. waterfalls. I think I think it might have been the first year they had teams. I don't remember. I know 3 a.m. waterfalls was his team, but I don't know how often he did that.
and they were a multi-time podium finisher in the team category. 3 a.m.
Yeah.
waterfalls is. So John's probably at low 900s for his lifetime World's Toughest Mudder mileage.
In fact,
and I bet you he's going to break 1,000 because again he usually gets 75 plus at this event. And then Trevor will have to come back, I guess.
Yeah. Trevor's in the midst of having twins, so yeah, it might be a little bit before we see him. But I'm gonna look up John Fagan really quick now, see where he's at today, because I know I've seen him out there, and he's having a pretty good day, I think. Let me look that up. There
I'm
we
going to
go.
jump the camera over
Yeah,
to.
yeah. Do your thing, buddy.
Let's go with. Let's go with Firefly. We'll see if that one comes up. There's Firefly.
That is such a fun obstacle to go watch, basically.
I love watching that one. The fire is cool. It
Yeah,
does look
absolutely.
cool. I tried to get a couple. I'd mentioned during the live stream earlier that the fire was going to look really cool at night.
Yes.
And it does, but when you look at it through the camera, it just doesn't capture it.
Yeah.
You know, so I was gonna send it over to Will and Fran in the booth, and I was like, it just doesn't look good. But in real life, you know, it's pitch black, and you just see these flames in the distance, kind of lighting the way, which is pretty cool.
John Fagan currently at 50 miles.
50 miles.
Yep.
And what did he do last year?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
So let's say
I don't have those ones up.
Let's say he did 75 plus last year.
Yep.
So again, he's on track to break 1,000 lifetime world's toughest miles, which is insane.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's such a great guy. I love talking to him out there. Yeah, this one, there have been. It's really interesting today. I think in all of my years of Tough Mudder, I've never seen like any kind of a water emergency or anything. But twice today, I've seen the lifeguards have to like get in and help people who were having some trouble getting out of Firefly. So that was interesting.
Oh, really?
Oh, here we go.
We are on. We're looking at Pyramid Scheme right now on. I believe that's Libby's camera.
Yep.
I believe she's still out on the course.
Yep, and that's good. That's a spot in the course we don't always get good. Oh no, that one's actually pretty solid. So this. I think a lot of people are really happy that they removed the netting from this.
Oh, 100%.
It was
awful. People looked like they were having a terrible time.
Yeah, they absolutely were, because I was there and they were saying I'm having a terrible time. So it's like you would go in, whether you're on your back or if you were trying to crawl up. They had that that ratchet strap,
yeah.
and it just forced you to get down low. And it got really tight at the top. And I saw some really good athletes having a really hard time on that. So and there was talk that someone might have like gotten like kind of cinched under there a little bit, and that might
That's what
be
I heard. Yeah.
So they were like, hey, let's maybe not do that. So, and I know if I was running and I came around to this obstacle and all of a sudden I saw that the cargo was gone and the ropes were down, I'd be like, remember in
I'd be like
2015 when they had that one upper decker? It was basically like Shawshank, but backwards. Do you remember you went in the water and then you had to climb up the rope and go in the tube?
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yep.
And it was like wiping people out. And like,
it was a must complete obstacle.
Yes.
And people couldn't do it.
I was
deathly
hard. I was deathly afraid I was going to get DQ'd because I couldn't do that obstacle. And then I came by on my fourth lap and they had switched the direction. And I was like, okay.
So essentially, if you're not over, essentially it was a pipe that was on an incline.
Yep.
But you had to climb up a rope that was sitting in water, and it had like rings on the rope.
Yeah.
But the rings are spaced out kind of far. The rope is wet. So you kind of have to do a pull-up on the wet rope and then grab onto the pipe and go in. So it was challenging. It was a good idea. They turned it around. Yep. Piper, one of our rabbits on course, texted us a picture and said, the sun is already teasing out here. So we can't see it from our location back in the pit, but the picture shows a little bit of light on the horizon. You can see that color coming through.
Yep.
And it feels like we just got into night, too.
I mean, honestly, yeah. So someone has messaged, I don't know if I can bring up all of these names, but someone named Cowles has asked for an update on a few of their athletes. Hold on just a second. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah.
All right, sorry about that. We had to take a quick break. Sometimes we have some admin stuff we have to take care of.
You got it. All right.
We are a small crew of all volunteers, and honestly, this is a pretty ridiculous production. I wish you guys could see the amount of equipment that's brought and the amount of work Jason Dupree does in setting all this up, and how I feel like as a cameraman, I feel like I'm fairly incompetent. And he's like, do this, and it makes it work. So
okay. So let's see. Cal's asked about Tracy Sullivan. Tracy Sullivan is right here. She just started lap 8. She's at 35 miles. So that's our update. And they also asked about Jason Rulo. We were just talking about him, so let me look him up really quick.
Yeah, let's hit up Jason Rulo.
Yeah, he's always strong. He's always a minimum of 50 guy.
Yeah. He's gotten close to 75 a couple times. I want to say, there we go.
Jason is at 35. He just started lap 8 also. So he's at 35 miles currently.
Jason is also the inventor of the Neptune shirt.
I remember that, yes.
So it is, you don't see him as much now anymore, but it was essentially a kind of like a moisture wicking shirt that was covered in water repellent material. and then it had pouches, and you could put those little hand warmers, those chemical hand warmers, into a little pouch, and then essentially wear it. So you're wearing the chemical hand warmers as a pouch.
Yeah, that's right.
And it worked pretty good. I liked it. It was something I used to use when it wasn't cold enough for a wetsuit, but I wanted to be warmer than running shirtless.
Right.
So I would throw it on. It would keep me warm, and a lot of times it allowed me to run another lap or two without putting on a wetsuit. One of the problems with the wetsuits is just the sheer weight. They're just heavy.
Yeah.
Right? They add several pounds, which makes literally everything harder. Every grip obstacle.
They help you be a little more buoyant.
They do help a little.
But
yeah.
I mean, if that's the thing that you need, but
Right.
yeah.
It's mostly a negative.
Yeah, right.
It's mostly a negative, right? The weight makes running
not
slower.
fun to run in, absolutely not.
Your flexibility is worse. So
Yep.
even just stepping, now there's essentially resistance going against your
Yes.
your muscles. So it's almost like running through water for part of the course, but you're doing it all the time. And it's heavy, restricts mobility, especially if yours is a little bit too tight, especially in the arms, which can make any of the upper body obstacles challenging. The benefit of the wetsuit is warmth. Not really a big issue this year. And the other big benefit is essentially you're covered in like a cushion, which means when you're going through a lot of like the rocky obstacles or you're on your knees, kind of crawling, it provides like a nice little cushion, allows you to go through with less pain. We can see Block Nest Monster up on your screen.
Yeah.
And you also see that sunrise is at 4:40 a.m. and we are currently
We're
3
evidently
a.m.
out on course. We're starting to see a little bit of the daylight peek up on the horizon is what they said, though. We can't see it from where we are, but we had a request for the top 10s. So let's just do a quick review, shall we?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. Jason just had me look behind, and sure enough, you can't see it from where we are now, but
shockingly enough,
there.
If you're looking west, you cannot see the sunrise.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
It is 3 a.m. You do need to cut us a little bit of slack.
It's right. Okay, so take us through it.
Men's top 10, Joseph Rocco, based out of New York from Team Noob Sanity. In first, Joshua Fiore, part of the Mudgear Hannibal Race Pro Team. In second place, Austin Azar, previous World's Toughest Mudder champion. Sitting in third, Grant Thompson, I believe a Scottish. If I remember.
He is definitely Scottish.
Yeah. He finished top 5 last year.
He was fourth.
Yeah,
he was fourth with 100 miles.
Craig Derbyshire.
Derbyshire, as I learned. Yep.
Sitting in fifth, Patrick Halita.
Oh, see, there we go. He's moving up. He was in seventh last time we checked.
A fan favorite in the chat.
He is a huge fan favorite in the chat.
Mike Strobel, great athlete. He is always, he's either on toughest podiums or just off.
Yep.
A couple years back when I was racing, I was always concerned about him because we'd always be kind of like neck and neck, and depending on how the race went, we would change positions. Sometimes he'd beat me, sometimes I'd beat him. But he was always right there on my heels, and I knew he's strong. So I expect him to continue to run strong throughout the rest of the race.
There you go.
And finish. I bet you he finishes 95 miles.
Nice.
Just my guess.
Sure.
Daniel Miska, sitting at 60 miles.
Yep.
Again, these are all top 10 at this point in the race. You were looking good. You were looking strong. Paul Wood in ninth. And John Herb, another multi-time toughest mudder podium finisher. Also usually like a top 10 guy at World's Toughest. So these are all I expect to see John here. I expect to see Mike Strobel here. Austin, Josh, Joseph. I know I just named all the Americans. I'm sorry.
No.
I expect
we know who we know, right?
Yeah, I apologize for not knowing the
it's
Europeans
okay.
a little bit better.
All right, let's move on to the women.
Why don't you take us through the women?
I will. So Nicole Kocha continues to lead with 65 miles. It's still super, super close. I mean, look at the timing. We got Nikki Karamba in second place, also with 65 miles. We've got Robin Costa in. Did we hear she was an Aussie? Is that what they told us?
Yep.
And a legend.
Aussie legend.
Okay, so
Did we ever get my True Grit answer?
I don't know.
Did you-
No, it didn't. I haven't seen it come up. But okay, so you're an old WTM guy. Give me the name of another female Aussie. An Aussie.
I'm going to go with Deanna Blake.
Yeah, of course. That's where I was going. Yes, exactly.
So, speaking of Deanna Blake, You'll
Yep.
notice some of the athletes on course have mittens, these neoprene mittens.
Oh yes.
Deanna Blegg, who won World's Toughest, as an individual, she came in second as a team.
Yep.
All around legend. She hadn't raced for several years, and when Tough Mudder offered the largest prize purse in OCR history in Alula in Saudi Arabia in 2024,
that's right.
Deanna showed up.
I forgot she came back for
And
that. That's right.
So this is the funniest part for me, right? So I've been around a while. I know who Deanna is. There's a lot of younger, newer athletes who hadn't been in the sport,
Yeah.
only been in the sport a couple of years, and nothing wrong with that. But Deanna's walking around, and I was like, Deanna, these people have no idea.
No
who
one
you
has.
are.
No one knows who you are.
And I was like, the funnier part is, everyone has your mittens.
Yes.
And they don't realize, one, they don't realize they're yours, and two, they don't realize it's named after a person, and you're that person. It was
That's so
funny. So the neoprene mittens essentially cover your hands, and when you get to obstacles, you can peel the top back, expose your hands, do the obstacle, and then peel them forward. If you have regular neoprene gloves, one, the problem is your fingers are separated from each other, so they're not keeping each other warm. And two, to take them off becomes a pain in the butt.
They do, yeah.
Your hands get wet, and you're pulling on each fingertip. Your hands cramp. Honestly, it's awful. All right,
Okay.
that was a wild tangent.
It's okay. That's that. Well, we bring up Deanna Blake. It's hard not to mention leg mitts, right? So, Claudia Zuba Lata, is that an L or a T? It's okay.
T,
is
looks
in
like
fourth
Zuba.
place with 55 miles. Jillian Heller in fifth place, also with 55 miles. That's a close separation right there. Morgan Mackay, of course, fifth place in sixth place, or 50 miles in sixth place. Mindy Archer, seventh place with 50 miles. Nadine Wendt is in eighth place. Heather Bodie in ninth. And Kelly Glynn still hanging tough in 10th.
And let's check out the teams real quick.
Oh, gosh. That's right.
Team
So
Triple X.
Team Triple X is in first place with 75 miles. And remember now, teams can be anything this year. You could be a two-person team up to a four-person term, I believe.
It's true. It's all one category.
All one category, yes. So, I mean, if you're a two-person team, you've got a bit of a disadvantage over a four-person team because you're running.
You need two athletes on the course at all times.
Yeah, so you're running the whole time. But so Team Triple X is in first place with 75 miles. The Tacticians is in second place with 70 miles. Mutters Without Borders in third place with 70 miles. Underdog Fitness, the Bark Knight Rises are in fourth place with 70. That's
Kevin Gregory's team.
Oh, is that Kevin Gregory's team? The Bubbles.
I don't know if
Bubbles.
he's-
The Cloud. He is Underdog Fitness. That's him.
I
right?
know that's his brand. I don't know if he's on that team.
Right.
But Kevin Gregory, another great athlete. Great, not only very good in ultra, but also a very good hybrid
is-
athlete, which is that's to me is very impressive. Not only can he run far, but he can move weight and move it fast.
Is he still the current 30-second assault bike world record holder?
I don't know. I don't know if that
He was for.
I think he had multiple hybrid world records.
If you've ever seen the clip of him from one of the events, I think it was a Deca or something, or no, it must have been Hyrox. I'm not sure. But he for a while, if he doesn't still, he held the world record for the 30-second or 30-second assault bike, like not 30-second, 30 calorie. Anyway, I'm screwing it up. Doesn't matter. Team Joelbert is in fifth place with 70 miles. Mudsicle Sheep Tough is in sixth place with 55. Welders Toughest Brothers, seventh place with 55 miles. HMOG, let's call it that, 55 miles in eighth place. Tough Brothers in ninth, and Mutters in Paris here in the UK in 10th.
This is pretty typical of teams. You typically get 3 to 5 teams that are very competitive and keeping it very close, and then you typically see like a pretty big drop off.
Yep.
So you can see 75, 75, 70, 70, 70, and then there's a significant drop off down to sixth place. But with teams, it's an interesting. It's an interesting. Have you run a team?
I have not yet.
So I've never. I've run. I did team twice for World's Toughest, but I call it the couples division, because you had to run with your partner the entire time. It was a two-man team.
Right.
Yeah, so I did it in 2017, 2018 with Dr. Red Tights Wesley Kerr.
Oh my gosh, I haven't heard that name in forever.
Yeah, we came in second and first, and it's second in 2017, first in 2018. And that was the last year. In 2019 they switched over to relay, which we've been at since 2019. With relay, you run hard, and then you
Right.
come back into the pit and you kind of cool down. With the weather being this warm, that's not as big of a deal.
I feel like at a cold weather,
At a cold
that would
weather,
be
it's
horrible.
awful.
Yes.
It's absolutely awful. So I have done relay teams for toughest, the 12-hour versions. I've done
Love it.
4 relay teams for that. And psychologically, I felt like it took longer. Like when you're on course as an individual,
Yep.
you basically find a pace and you stick with it, and then you just kind of keep on cruising. As a team, you run a lap and then you go and sit, and you have to think about having to run again in an hour.
Yeah.
Like you're staring at the clock, you're waiting. I feel like those races took forever.
Yes.
It was mentally, in some ways, mentally it was harder, and in some ways, physically, it's different, right? When you're on course and you have a sustained pace, you just kind of cruise. When you're doing team, every lap you go out is pretty hard. And this year, or no, I'm sorry, last year they changed the rule. Was only one person had to be out on course.
Right. Yep.
So I did a relay that at one of those events, and I ran it was so much fun. I ran 5 miles, the fastest I've ever run 5 miles, and at a toughest.
Yeah.
At a Tough Mudder in general, right? Because a normal Tough Mudder is 10 miles.
Right.
And I just went out so hot, so it was fun to kind of burn down the course once.
Sure.
But
I wanted to really quick. I wanted to get to a couple of things that were in the comments. I left one name, so I gave an update on Tracy Sullivan, and then I guess she's also related to Matthew Sullivan, and they're actually basically running their laps together. So Tracy and Matthew both are at 35 miles. So for the person who asked about that, Tyler asked what happened to Chris Rogloski. Chris, come to find out, although she was here and she started, it was never really her intention to run hard and compete. So she did a lap or two and then
did one, I believe.
Stopped. Yeah, and then stopped, and she's been pitting for Austin.
She's in the middle
Azar
of
time.
I believe another competition.
Yes, and
in
she has
France.
Yep.
So she's got I'm pretty sure it's televised because she's not allowed to talk about it.
Right.
Typically, when they film stuff, they film it pretty far in advance, and then you're not allowed to talk about it. Kind of like Ninja Warrior. But she's in the middle of another competition, so she's in Europe and decided to shoot on over for a lap and support Austin, who she is currently dating.
There you go. That's correct. That is not a secret. Yes.
Before I
Yes. Okay. So Kevin Gregory is on that team that we talked about. The underdog.
If anyone who's been to a Tough Mudder and has seen a man walking around in a clown mask talking in a high voice,
How he ran in that
That's
rubberized
Kevin
clown
Gregory.
mask for multiple miles in Vegas, I'm just like, how does your face not melt off?
But again, he's serious. What's funny is he does that, but then at the same time, you're like, he's doing well.
Yeah, he's
And
a
he holds
legit.
world
He's a
records in
legit
high
athlete. Yeah,
It's so
he's an
crazy.
amazing athlete. Someone asked for an update on Kelly Glynn. She is currently in 10th place for the women, and I don't remember her mileage. She's at 50 miles, I think. Is that what it was? Let's take a look. Kelly Glynn. We were just talking about her. One of the noobs Saturday. Hey,
50 miles.
there goes
you go.
Caitlin Ritter. Let's go. I think, right? I have my
Kelly
glasses
Glynn.
on.
Yep, that is Caitlin Ritter.
Thank you. And Ann Carolyn Clifford. Come on. Two of my favorites.
How do you feel about
Uh-oh.
husband and wives running together? Do you think is this going to strengthen the relationship, or is this a recipe for disaster?
I'll tell you what. I think a husband and wife running together is a better strategy than like a husband or wife running and the other spouse pitting.
Okay.
I feel like there's more chance for tension there than there would be if you were actually running like an event together.
Okay.
So, in fact, Will has talked about this kind of at length. He's like, get anybody you want for your pit crew as long as it's not your spouse. Because, there's times when you come back sometimes at 3 or 4 in the morning and it's just like they've done nothing wrong, but you are just not in the mood to hear anything from anybody. And it's like, it's one thing to maybe bark a little bit at your best friend, but when that's your spouse, maybe they take it differently. And, so let's not cross that bridge. But you know what? If you have a spouse who's an athlete and you want to do this together, like, absolutely. I think it would be fun. I wonder now with Caitlin Ritter doing Worlds this year, I wonder if Mike and Caitlin would ever run together. You know, because Mike does OCR,
He
right?
does. And he
So-
has done World's Toughest before.
Yeah, he's done World's Toughest before, so we'll have to see what happens with that. I think that'd be fun.
I did talk to Caitlin on course a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
It is in the middle of the race. Didn't seem interested in coming back. I'll just say that.
She's
And
she's had a couple of tough laps. I was
Yeah.
checking in with her earlier.
And to be fair, most people say that mid-race.
Sure.
Come to brunch on Monday,
Right.
and ask people again, and people's opinion changes drastically.
I will tell you that in the multiple times in the middle of the World's Toughest Mudders that I have done, I literally find myself going like, this is the dumbest thing. I'm never doing this
Yeah,
again.
like, why am I paying
I'm
for
never
this?
doing
This
this
is
again.
awful.
And you know what? You get home on like Tuesday or Wednesday and you relax and you take a couple days and maybe you get back to work. You kind of get back into your routine, and then it's just like, man, that was so much fun.
So good.
Like, you know what? Okay. All right. I'm kidding. Yeah. And then you can't wait to do it again.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
And that happens. Like every World's Toughest Mudder I've done, there's a lap or two or three where you're like, this makes no sense, and I can't believe I paid for this. Why am I doing this? But then at the end, it's absolutely 100% worth it. So
I
always want to come back.
I know there is a couple on course, the Wilsons, Team Crab Hats. Sometimes they
Oh,
they
yes.
wear those crab hats.
Yeah.
Mariana Wilson, and I'm drawing.
There's a
blank on
bunch
their
of
husband
couple.
names
Some of the
right now.
volunteers have crab hats on too.
Can we pull up their results? Do you know how to pull up their?
I do.
Let's see if we can pull up their results. There are a couple who seems to be doing fine when they go through the course. I've had my wife pit for me before. Usually my dad was my pit for the 9 years I did World's Toughest. But I have had my wife pit. I think she did it the first and
What's the last
first
name?
couple years.
Wilson?
Wilson. Yeah. So what's interesting with pit is when you, as an athlete, you will talk to your pit crew, right?
Yes.
In the chute, and then you'll go run. It'll take an hour to 2 hours, depending on how fast you are, what part of the race is, and you'll be thinking 15 minutes into your lap, you're like, man, I could really use a Red Bull and some
Yes.
red vines, right?
Ooh, how did you know?
And
That's-
a new hat, and I need this pair of shoes. And
Right.
you'll come around, and your pit crew won't have that stuff ready, or may have that, may
Right.
or not have that stuff ready. And in your mind, you're like, how can you not have that ready? This is what I've been thinking about for an hour and a half. But they can't read minds.
Exactly.
And they don't know what's going on the course.
Right.
You know, so it is, it's funny sometimes. So sometimes as an athlete, you need to like just take a breath and have patience. And it works best if you talk to your pit crew ahead of time and you can plan out what you're going to eat, which is, it's not always possible. For me
Right.
personally, I ate the same things every single lap. So my pit
Yes,
crew
I
had
was-
it pretty easy. So I'd be like, I literally divide stuff up into Ziploc bags. I'd be like, here's the electrolyte pills I'm taking. Here's the gels I'm going to carry with me on course. And here's what I want you to prepare: a bottle of Perpetuum, a bottle of Heat.
Sure.
That's what I want. New batteries for my headlamp on every lap. And a new
look at
hat.
you.
And that's essentially what I did, and what I would repeat over and over. The only time there would be changes is if I changed what I was going to wear. So if I put on a sweatshirt, or if I put on a Neptune, or I put on an actual wetsuit.
Right. Is that Tom Wilson that you were curious about? Who was the Wilson?
No. That can't be right.
Okay.
They are American.
Oh. Well, I brought up like a bunch of different Wilsons when I first put in
Okay.
just Wilson. So here, let me see if we can
Click on
see if I do Wilson, all right? And then it'll bring up. So there's like
Mariana. Click on Mariana.
Okay, I can just all search for her right here. All right. Mari.
So we're bringing up their results right now.
Yeah. Nope. Did I spell it wrong?
We spelled it wrong, I think. Anyway,
That's okay. I'm sure they're doing well.
I
I'm sure
saw
they're
them. I
doing
saw them on course.
Okay.
I saw them on Firefly.
Firefly, which is what? Oh, we had that up. Uh-oh.
No. We just had an alert that says turn off and press any button to cancel.
I'd love to.
Our looks like our video is about to go off. Trying to stop this from happening.
How do we prevent that?
Oh. Where's the remote?
Remote?
See, I just clicked.
There's like a TV remote.
Oh. No, it's okay. I'm sorry. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Sorry, we were on our screen. It suddenly said it was going to turn off in 60 seconds, and so we were panicking to find the button to push to turn it back on. It made it down to 24 before we changed that.
What?
But yeah, pit crew. So the pit crew, each athlete is authorized a 10x10 space. In that 10x10 space, you will see all sorts of crazy things, from the minimalist, like Trevor Psychos did, carrying a ironing board and literally that's it, and some food in a bag, all the way up to like, I have a, several $100 tent along with all of the accoutrements. I've had things where my shoes are hanging. I've got like a kitchen in there, and Carlo just stepped out, and I am back with the man himself, the OCR Podfather, Will Hicks.
Evan, it is my pleasure. You're talking about...
So talking about pit setup.
Did you see Michael Schute's pit this year?
I did not. I think it was minimalist. He's a minimalist.
I would describe it as Psycho-esque.
Interesting.
It did not have a ironing board, but it was right there with it. Just got what you need, and it's all you need. So
yeah, I think there's a balance. I think carrying an ironing board and that's it is a bad idea.
He must have done that like as a joke, right? Like, because
I don't know where that originated from.
He literally brought an ironing. I don't know if it was from his hotel or if he that's a weird thing to buy at Walmart to bring to the pit area.
I'm gonna guess it was one at the hotel and he brought it. And then he essentially used that as a table, because it is nice to have a table in the pit to kind of like lay stuff out.
Yeah.
And then you can kind of grab and go as you need.
You are right though that I feel like if you have too much, you're not able to find what you need when you need it.
Right.
Because there's only so many things.
Right.
I feel it's super common, especially your very first year, you overpack. My very first year, World's Toughest Mudder that I went to was in Las Vegas. And I was like, well, I'm driving up. I live in San Diego. It's like a 4-hour drive. And I way overpacked. Like, I packed the back of my Lincoln Navigator. Like, it was literally jammed. I didn't use 10% of what I brought. And I spent almost as much time carrying stuff to and from the parking lot as I did on the course. So the tendency, is absolutely to overpack, especially your first time. So,
but like I said, there's a balance. In general, I have specific things I like to bring, even some stuff that I may not 100% necessarily be planning on using. Just kind of as you spend $500 for entry fee, you spend money for travel, hotels, you put in so much time training. You don't want to show up to an event and have it be like, oh, I did not bring my wetsuit. I did not bring my extra pair of shoes. That being said, you probably don't need 10 pairs of shoes, right? Like, you're not going to change shoes on every lap because they're going to get wet almost immediately.
They're getting wet. How many times on a course or during World's Toughest Mudder have you actually changed your shoes?
I usually change it when I put on a wetsuit.
Okay.
Only because I'm taking off my shoes to get the wetsuit on.
Sure.
Okay. And there have been years where I've changed it one more time,
right?
Because a specific shoe was giving me a problem.
Yeah.
So generally, one, maybe 2 times.
Sure. You absolutely. I was about to say I have shoes every year and I never use them.
Oh,
but
really?
But if you need them, like say you blow out a heel or something,
right.
Like if you're gonna need it, you really, really need it.
We'll see who we got here. We got Jason out on course. And you can see the sunrise coming up there.
It is 3:20 a.m. and the sun is coming up. It's been dark for like 7 minutes.
That's what it feels like. It honestly feels like it.
No, and I'd say it was. I don't know. Sunset was probably technically 9:30. It didn't get dark until 10:30 or 11. Like dark until 10:30 or 11. And it's 3:23 a.m. and it's already bright enough where you don't need. You can walk around with. It looks super dark there, but like looking to our right here from the booth, you don't need a headlamp to get from here to the bathroom, from here to your cars.
No,
now, if you're out on course, you'd want one, 100%.
Absolutely.
It's very dark out there still. You turn an ankle. But behind us, the sun is rising at 3:20 in the morning, and
you can see Libby there scrolling over. Libby is just about probably 100 yards away from us, showing you what the view looks like from behind us.
15 years of world's toughest motor. I got to imagine this is the shortest night we've ever had.
100%. It's not even close. It usually gets dark at like 5 p.m. Night apps start at 5 p.m. and by 6 it's like pitch black.
I feel like we're in Alaska or something, right?
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Super short nights.
UK's weird. Libby, what can you pan us? There we go. Pan us back over to that is the penalty for electroshock therapy, the pistol.
The laser pistols. And we haven't seen. Here we go. All right, let's see.
So my understanding is they need to hit 5 shots on the laser pistol, but they covered the identification light, so you can't. They covered something, so you can't tell where you're hitting. Is it single action? There we go. That's a light. 1, 2,
it lights up.
3, 4.
2. Oh, okay.
5. He looked like that was pretty quick.
You know what it is? Once you get it, you got it. You just hold still and then just ride them off.
You just.
So it's the first shot. The first hit's the hardest. There you go. Boom, boom. 3. Well,
they're firearms techniques.
Yeah. They're pistol trigger discipline.
I spent 20 years in the military, so I can't it's hard not to look and be like, oh,
sure, yeah.
But it is a laser pistol, so you don't need to worry about kickback or anything like that.
Well, and also this is the UK. Most of them probably haven't.
Come on, UK.
It's not unless maybe they're in the military. There's some. I'm sure the guys.
Yeah,
UK guys with military experience.
That's true.
But they skipped right over the Second Amendment. It's not a thing over here.
Missing out.
Anyway,
in the background, you can see the penalty you see the penalties in the foreground. In the background is electroshock therapy, the actual obstacle.
That is a great shot of it is ominous. Look at it. It's well lit up. It's just kind of scary looking.
So this year, Electroshock does have some hay bales in there. Maybe we can get Libby to walk us on over there and get a better look at the actual obstacle.
Those tendrils are terrifying.
But electroshock therapy, a lot of times guys and girls will low crawl through it just to go completely under the electric wires. With the wind blowing like it is, sometimes you can just run down the edge.
We saw that. We saw that earlier. Guys are just walking down the left side of it.
Yep.
So they actually added. It looks like it's come off now. They added tape along the sides so that
to prevent. Yeah.
So to prevent them from getting cute and trying to walk in, but then
walk out. Yeah, people will do that.
Arc their way out.
People will do that.
I don't see the
tape there anymore.
Oh, looks like we got torn.
Oh, it looks like.
Oh, there's the bottom one still working. So
the guys are going through. Yeah.
He did pretty good there.
He did pretty good.
That's a thin section there on the back end.
And if you're wondering if getting shocked with electricity hurts, it does.
Oh, absolutely. I feel every time I get shocked by electroshock, it feels like my elbows are going to explode. I hate it. I hate the feeling so much. And just we just saw the penalty, the laser shot. I don't know why anyone would be going through electroshock.
I think I would take the penalty.
Right? It's kind of we talked about length. The penalty should take longer to do than the obstacle.
Yeah.
And it should be I don't know if punishment word, but
use punishment. I think the punishment.
You should be something you don't want to do.
Right. There should be a punishment. When I say punishment, it's something is bad about it. It could be physically demanding. It could be tedious.
Emotional. What was the word you used?
I used the word emotional.
Emotionally something. Devastating.
Devastating.
I don't know if we want to break their soul.
Yeah.
But
someone calls and you got to call someone and they tell you your puppy's died.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know.
You got to start calling your family members till one of them answers the phone. Yeah, but no, I would absolutely take a shot. Electroshock's probably my second least after Electric Eel. This is the worst obstacle. Electric Eel's worst, I think. But
I've done more than 50 years and I still don't like it. It's not like, it gets better with time. No, I'll say this. Once I go through it on a course once, I feel much more comfortable. It's almost like the anticipation is worse than the actual.
Time, sure.
Yeah, the anticipation I think is worse than the actual shock. But once I go through, and a lot of times you can get through without getting shocked.
Right.
And once that happens once, you're like, oh, I got this, and then you kind of continue to do. And then if you do get shocked, usually you kind of know what you did wrong. One of my favorite secrets about electroshock is typically it shocks and then there's like a couple second break. It's like a 2-second break where the things aren't on, right?
Yeah.
So it's saying it's to prevent someone.
Not that it shorts out, but it gives
it gives you like a break. It gives you a quick break, right?
So you don't get shot twice. Bam, bam, bam.
Yeah, bam, bam, yeah, right. Yeah. So that's one of my favorite secrets about it that most people don't know. The other thing that people watching at home may not realize is not every wire is electrified. So you might touch multiple of them and nothing happens, and then you touch another one.
Then you get cocky and you think, "Oh, I'm electric proof."
Right.
Yeah, no, you're not.
So funny story about that. Morgan Mackay, 2018 Atlanta. We're going through it, and I'm like, this thing's not even on, and I'm literally slapping wires out of the way.
Yeah.
And Morgan's like, oh, and she goes in and touches one and gets immediately shocked, and she's like, yeah,
you lie.
Yeah, playfully, but complained to me. It was pretty funny.
We got a couple requests for the leaderboard. Let's look at our top 10
Sounds
men,
good.
top 10 women.
I'm gonna also go. We're getting some bad images from our camera there, so we'll switch to the pit crew, and I'm sorry, the Jason's pit cam, and we'll bring up the men's leaderboard.
Top 10 men. Joe Rucco still in first place, 75 miles. Look at the top 10. 75, Josh Fiore in second with 70. Austin Azar in third with 70. Grant Thompson in fourth with 70. All four of those top men have already run 100 miles previously.
Yeah. I don't expect these guys to slow down. Something's got to go catastrophically wrong for these guys to stop.
To not hit 100 even.
Yeah,
right?
I would.
We're at 3:30 a.m. They need 6 laps at minimum, at most, to hit it. They have, 8, 9, 10 hours to do 6 laps. That's going to happen.
Yeah.
And these 65-mile guys, they have a shot too. Still.
They do. Yeah.
Craig Derbyshire, Patrick Coletta, 6th in the leaderboard, but first in your chat hearts. I hear you. Patrick Coletta is our most popular.
I've been hearing about it.
It's they love him on the internets. They say. Mike Strobel in 7th with 65. Daniel Miska with 65 and 8th. Paul Wood 9th place with 65, and John Herb with 60 in 10th place.
Bring up the women real quick here.
Nicole Kocha, 65 miles. Nikki Karamba, 65 miles. Those are the two women we're watching. We're on Orange Jacket watch for these two ladies. 65 miles. We were just talking about those guys 65 that have a shot at it still. They need how many laps is that? 7 laps left?
7, yeah.
To hit 100. They've got time. We've had one woman in the history of World's Toughest Mudder. We had her in the booth earlier, Chris Rogloski, run 100 miles. Those two women both have a shot to join her in the 100-mile club. And it's the ladies' club is very exclusive. There's one right now, and it could be, it literally could be 2 or 3 by 1:30 tomorrow.
And Nicole and Nikki are both looking very strong.
Excuse me,
course.
1:30 today.
Today, yeah.
Yeah, you were actually running with Nicole earlier.
Yeah.
What did you see when you were running with her?
Look good. Look strong. Cruising. Nikki just came through the pit, I believe. Is that Nikki?
Nikki Karamba, 2024 women's champion.
So, yeah, both of them looking very strong. They're just cruising.
No,
they didn't seem their breathing wasn't labored. They didn't look like they were struggling on anything. They were just kind of cruising, running their own race.
Mm-hmm.
They are aware that they're in good placement.
Sure.
When I run with the elites, I usually don't. I'm always like scared to tell them their placement because some of them don't want to know.
100%.
So you're always like, you're doing good. And then, if I know their placement, sometimes they'll be like, would you like to know what place you're in?
Yeah.
And some of them will say no. And others like, sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's everyone's got different opinions on it. And there's no right answer. There's a right answer for you, the athlete. And it may even change, right? Like sometimes if I'm having a bad day, sometimes I don't want to know.
Yeah.
I'm like, just
you know, hey, I'm not doing great.
I'm not where I'm
don't
supposed
make it
to
worse.
be. Don't tell me.
Sure.
Because if they tell me and it's worse, sometimes it breaks the spirit.
Sure.
And then you have trouble.
And then
going.
it spirals.
Yeah. But sometimes when they tell you and it's better than you thought, then you're like, you get that boost of energy.
Do you want your pit crew to lie to you?
No, I don't. I'm not saying, again, I don't think there's a right answer.
Right.
No, for me, no.
If you're having a bad day, if you're at 50, you wish you were at 60, but you're afraid you're at 40. You don't want to be like, no, Evan, you're doing great. You're actually in 6th place. You thought you were in 12th place. But you're actually in 12th place.
So definitely don't lie about my placement. Like, you can lie and be like, Evan, you're looking great. And I look like I look like someone,
Okay.
Yeah, I look like complete dog crap, right?
So, okay, yeah.
But so you can lie about that. And people, I think people do. Because sometimes you're on course and I'm like, I am dying.
I do not look great.
I
know what I look like.
Terrible. And people are like, you're looking great. And it's like, no, I don't. But don't lie about placement, individual placement.
Okay, so that's so funny because in real estate, you can't lie about like the characteristics of a property, but it is 100% legal in real estate advertising to engage in puffery, they call it. Like, and
there's even a term for it.
Yeah, because it's like, beautiful overlook view of the ocean, and it's like a little speck, like in the distance. That's like, you're looking great out there.
Yeah,
like you're crushing it. Versus your mileage, your placement, like those are facts. You can't lie about.
Right, you can't lie about the facts.
Yeah.
You can lie that because that's an opinion.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful view.
Yeah.
You are looking good. You look strong.
It's really fun
compared to someone who's malnourished.
Exactly. Got some comments here.
Yeah, let's check out some of the comments. And you're seeing on screen, what's up, Evan and Will? How's Logan Nagel, another Noob Sanity guy. What's Logan? Tell us some of your top placements. I think you've been in the top 10, have you not? And I believe Logan's one of the Noob Sanity guys. And give us some dirt on Joseph Rucco. Give us some predictions, some of your thoughts, and Kelly Glenn, if you're still with us. We'd love to hear more from someone who's trained with them and spent time racing with them. The Noob Sanity venue is essentially Jared Newby's backyard. He built an obstacle course back there. He trains guys. He does races, and that crew will come out and, as you can see, compete, and a lot of times do very, very well.
Yeah, they do a lot of good stuff for the sport. Love the Noob Sanity guys. Got a
3 a.m. is John Fagan time.
John Fagan is one of the 2 people left who have run every World's Toughest Mudder.
Do you know the other name? Because Carlo and me could not remember it.
Yeah, I've got it written down. Jim Campbell's here this year.
Jim Campbell is here. He
missed last year. That's the one he missed.
Yeah.
He told me he was caught in a snowstorm. I'm looking.
Also missing this year, Christian Brown Johnson.
Yeah,
CBJ.
it's a shame.
He is. Am I allowed to talk about his world record attempt? He's going for a world record attempt.
Tell me.
Which he is. I'm pretty sure it's public now because I saw him post. Let me double check before I spill his world record attempt. But he's doing a ultra distance world record attempt that he has been planning for quite some time. That is pretty expensive, so not something that you want to go and miss the world record on, because it's not like you can go and spend that money again, because it is not cheap. But Christian Brown Johnson, I got to race with him earlier this year in Kuwait. We did a race called the Hannibal Race, and he did very well. Came in third in the 10K, and then came in second on the 300 meter.
Well done.
Which is impressive. Again, top level, 24-hour all the way down to 300 meter.
So that second name, 2 guys who've been in every World's Toughest Mudder, Fagan and Mark Bonsek. They actually have a group chat going. They've had a group chat going for years of the last 13 guys to run World's Toughest Mudder.
Do they kick people out when they don't?
Then the last 11 guys, yeah, absolutely.
That's amazing. I love that.
So there's 2 guys left in this chat group. So
that's hysterical.
It's John Fagan and Mark Bonsek.
I love that.
Chris Behringer and Jim Campbell were the last 2 in there.
You've been voted off the aisle.
They're down to these 4 guys. They're still
They haven't kicked out these last two, that Chris Behringer and Jim Campbell yet. But basically, yeah, it was a big group, and it gets smaller. And sorry, can't be in the chat group.
And then eventually it'll just be one.
And then you're just texting yourself.
Yeah. So he did announce it. He announced it 2 days ago. I'll be setting the Guinness World Record for the fastest time to run an ultra marathon distance on each continent by completing 50K run on each continent in 7 consecutive days. So 7 days, 7 50Ks. I'll be doing this to bring awareness to Parkinson's disease and help find a cure. As I've watched my grandpa endure the disease now for a few years, I've set a goal to raise $50,000 for Michael J. Fox organization by the time I finish the final 50K in Miami, Florida. I just on November 21st, 2025. So that's why one of the reasons he's not here, because he's kind of focused on prepping for that. And if you know Christian Brown Johnson, I have no doubt he'll be able to get this record. He recently ran the Monster 300. That is a 300-mile trail race. 300 miles.
We are getting very excited, rightfully so, about 100 miles. 300 miles is insane.
No obstacles, though.
I'm never going to say,
There's
I don't
no
even like to drive that far. But that's what I think 300 miles. Like that's a 6-hour drive. Like
it's painful. I don't like driving over 4. Is like once it gets over 4, I feel like it's a schlep.
Christian Brown Johnson has run 100 miles at World's Toughest 3 times. 21, 23, and 24.
And again, not here this year, unfortunately.
Good luck to CBJ in his Guinness World Record attempt. Another Guinness World Record holder, Morgan Mackay, is running this year.
Guinness World Record holder for, I believe, female with a 100-pound pack. 10K, was it?
I think it was a 10K. Yeah, she's strong. She's won World's Toughest Mudder. She's let's see what place she's in right now.
I think she was in 6th last time we checked. We'll bring it up on the screen, though, for everyone.
Morgan Mackay, 7th place.
Yeah.
Heather
Bodie jumping.
Look at her.
She was down at...
She's been 8, 9, 10, all like kind of bouncing around. 8, 9, 10, 10, 9, 8, 10. 6th place.
Right on.
You know what? But look, check that out. Morgan Mackay is right on her tail, about a minute behind her. That's great.
So I made a comment earlier. I'd love to hear your opinion. Sure. I was surprised by I know like Morgan's a previous champion.
Yeah.
She's been busy like having a family,
yeah,
doing other things. I was surprised she's coming in this strong. Are you surprised, or are you like, no, she's not going to show up because she's not going to show up unless she's ready to party?
No, I haven't really, kept in touch with her. She hasn't raced World's Toughest Mudder in not since Vegas, I don't think, right? Maybe she raced. No. She won it in Atlanta, 2019.
Yeah.
I don't think she's run since 2019. So 6 years. There's some people that, OCR is for a time in their life, and then they start a family like Morgan's and they have kids and like Morgan. And I didn't know she was going to finish. She's in what, 6th, 7th place? You just said, right? Basically, 6th, 7th, been a minute apart. She's been doing more like CrossFit style workouts than more strength training than cardio necessarily. But something that Morgan has in spades is the mental experience.
Oh, absolutely.
So if you take if you take a person who's never run World's Toughest, who's done the exact same workout regimen as Morgan, and you take Morgan with the experience of having run the race multiple times, having won the race, having won the Spartan 24-hour race.
Yep.
Those jumping jacks need some vertical to them there. That's why
jumping jacks look up 15 hours into a race when you run 40 miles.
That's a really good point. I'm criticizing their form from the comfort of the booth. I apologize. Well done. No, I am happy to see how Morgan's done so far.
And we've mentioned some other 24-hour OCRs. I believe World's Toughest Mudder is the last man standing.
Spartan has taken their Ultra World Championship back to their kind of traditional ultra distance.
Yep.
Battle Frog, another one that Morgan won, was a one and done.
That was a one and done
race.
There was one in Illinois called Dirt Runner. They did a couple years and then stopped. Shell Hell, the 24-hour one on a permanent course in Vermont. They did, I think, 5 or 6 years and stopped. I think True Grit, I want to say, stopped as well, though.
Australia. That's a shame. There's a lot of logistics to go into a 24-hour race. Things you don't even have to think about for most lights and, way more bathrooms and pit areas. And there's a lot of
plan, a lot that goes into a 24-hour race that doesn't go into a more traditional distance. Are you familiar with Ultimate Warrior?
I'm not.
It's our guy, our 7th place man.
We're on. Let's see. We got Piper's camera on in the background.
6th place man, Patrick Coletta, has won another 24-hour race twice before.
Look at that sunrise.
Look at that. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's a little early.
But World's Toughest Mudder is the most prestigious, the longest running, and in fact, they invented ultra distance obstacle course racing. There was no endurance obstacle course racing before World's Toughest Mudder.
I like to call it the single greatest event in OCR. There's lots of great races all over the world. You've been to a lot of, they're amazing. Middle East, OCRWC, Spartan World Champ, amazing races. For my money, World's Toughest Mudder is the single greatest event in OCR.
I agree. It's different, and so if you go to OCR World Championships, which I love, and I've done work for them. I've raced that event I don't know how many times, a whole bunch of times. When John Albin or Ryan Atkins or whoever wins, right, or Tyler Veerman, whoever's on the course, they'll run their race, hour 10, done. And then there are athletes out there for 5 hours and 59 minutes. Usually the cutoff's about 6 hours to be an official finisher. Those people didn't run the same race. Like, yes, you ran the same course, you covered the same distance, but it was not really the same race. World's Toughest Mudder. When you're on the course, the person who finishes first and the person who's just a finisher and spends all 24 hours out on course, they have experienced that suffering together, and they have run. Their experiences are much closer. They have both pushed themselves to the absolute limit, and even just staying up for 24 hours is not pleasant. And when you add in distance, physical exertion, cold, nutrition, all the things, it's a rough day.
When I was young, I remember my dad telling me one of the great things about golf is that you can go out and play the exact same course Jack Nicklaus played last week. And that was to him was like why golf was a great sport, is that you could go on the same. Well, this is like that, except you're playing golf at the same time and you're helping Jack Nicklaus with his game.
Yep.
And like Jack Nicklaus needs a hand over a wall, so you're reaching down and pulling him up. And then Jack Nicklaus, Ryan Atkins, you helped him up a wall and he's gone. But you helped him, and you're literally racing the same race as Austin Azar or Morgan Mackay or Nikki Karamba or Nicole Kasha. Like, you are racing the same race at the same time. You're helping them up over obstacles. You're pushing them up. It's like nothing else in the sport. Even in OCR, it's like nothing else.
We're looking at Mudderhorn on your screen right now.
Scotty C, you are brilliant. You're a legend, Scotty. Great coverage, guys. Wish I was there.
Campbell.
Scotty, we wish you were here too, man. Where you at? It's you got 9 hours left. Get on a fast plane.
And it kind of bouncing off what you were saying, some people will be like, well, you can sign up for if you can qualify, you can go to the Boston Marathon, you can run on the same course as those people.
Yeah.
Different.
Tell me
Very different.
Why?
Because in the Boston Marathon, the elites go, and even if you're good, you will see them run off into the distance, and then you won't see them again.
Sure.
In this course, because it's a loop course and it's 24 hours, you will see the leaders
over and over as they pass you. Over and over. In 2017, 2018, the first year of Toughest Mudder, I traveled the country. I ran almost every Toughest Mudder, and I got passed so many times by Ryan Atkins. I recognized his gait. I was like, "Oh, here comes Ryan again." It was it's a great experience.
Absolutely.
Jeff Lippert, I will be there next year. I promise you. I want that 100-mile jacket. Jeff, I'm going to hold you to that, man.
Jeff also ran the Monster 300 this year. Another one of our world's toughest vets, off doing great things. Robin is an ultra runner, started her journey 10-plus years ago with Spartans, did her 24-hour Tough Mudder. I missed the rest. Can you bring that back up one more time? So Robin is one of our Australian athletes.
Started 10-plus with Spartans, did her 24-hour Tough Mudder in 2022, but not the finish she wanted. She's back to show her grit and determination. Mother of two.
A lot of moms out here.
Outstanding.
Absolutely.
Have you heard about our women's leader?
I mean, the back of her bib says she has 7 children. Right?
She has it on her bib?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So we heard that.
Yeah.
And we're like, that's a lot of kids. Like, is that? Well, if she's writing it on her bib, I believe it.
It's impressive.
That's now. Last year, didn't we have a podium with all moms?
That sounds right.
Remember that? I'm not making that up, right? I remember
because Sarah Tucker's a mom.
So last year's podium,
Nikki Karumba and Jenny Stipp's a mom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So last year's top 3 women were all moms.
Side note: Jenny Stipp is not here. Formerly Jenny Overstreet. She's been battling an injury all year, so she, I believe she's all healed up now, but hasn't put in the volume.
Sure.
Didn't want to fly across the world to put up a performance she did not feel was representative of who she is as an athlete.
Yeah.
So that's why Jenny Stipp is not here. Sarah Tucker, can't remember why she's not here. She's on my team. I should know that. Yeah. We're looking at Mutterhorn and the finish line.
God, the finish line, look at that. That's so pretty.
Yeah.
Sunrise. Oh, man.
I can't believe how
I don't know
it's
why
getting.
it's annoying me how early the sun's coming up.
Sometimes you want other people to suffer like you suffered. And I know that's not like a nice thing to say, but sometimes you're like, why is it so warm? It was so cold when I did it. I want other people to be miserable like I was miserable. But the thing is, regardless of the temperature, you will get to that miserable level. It may not be the same miserable.
Oh, yeah.
But you will definitely get there. Like, it doesn't matter how warm or cold it is. The cold will make things worse. But at the same time, staying awake and running for 24 hours and doing obstacles, your body will still hurt the same.
There's no way to do it and not be miserable, not be sore the next day. Sometimes we have higher average mileages, and I will hear people say, oh, that was an easy year.
No.
Come on.
Get out of here.
Get out of town. What are you talking about? Easy year.
And one of the things people will be like, oh, you must sleep so good after World's Toughest Mudder.
Isn't it crazy? How do you sleep? So today's Sunday, second day of the race. These athletes have been up for 24 hours. How are they going to sleep on Sunday night?
Like trash.
Terribly.
Awful. It's like one of the worst nights of sleep.
It's so counterintuitive. You think, everyone thinks that. If you haven't run, Sunday night, you must sleep like a baby. Maybe Monday night. But Sunday night, your body is in like,
trash.
What is going on? Why did you do this to me? It can't get hot. It can't get cold. You're too hot. You're too cold. It's everything like you're like shivering, trying to like. It's the worst night of sleep you'll ever have. It's amazing. It's a great experience, but it's like a second night of misery, like a bonus.
Yeah, it's a bonus. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it.
And
then I've been, you've been trying to stay hydrated all night, so like I have to get up and piss like every hour. And my body hurts so much. You're like, you try to get to the bathroom, and it's like that's just going from once you're up and moving, it's not too bad. But going from seated or laying down back to standing is awful. And then your joints hurt, right? So like my hips will hurt, and I'll be like, all right, well, I'll switch sides. I'll roll to the other side, and that hurts, right? So normally when you sleep, people toss and turn a little bit. But now make everything a black and blue, even though everything's not black and blue. That's what it feels like,
it's like
right?
you need a hospital bed.
Yeah. So every time you move, it hurts a little bit.
We were just talking about that. It's 3:52
in
the morning.
Images from Piper over at Mutterhorn. The sunrise coming up, going through the bottom of the obstacle, and the men of Mutterhorn out there helping people over.
You know that feeling you get after like a really good workout, and you're like, oh yeah, like I felt like. But just imagine, like, instead of a workout, you got beat up.
Yeah.
And then all right, time to sleep. What did I do to you?
It's terrible.
I do feel like Monday I get a good night's sleep.
Monday's better.
Because usually maybe Monday's not, usually Tuesday is my first night home. But that first night I don't, even like when you get jet lag and you like keep tossing and turning, like it's not the same because you're also in pain.
Correct.
Like your body needs to recover. Anyway, it's 100% counterintuitive. People think, oh, you're exhausted. Yeah, you are 100%. You must sleep so good. No, not at all.
No. And then me personally, I usually start pounding caffeine towards the second half of the race.
Okay.
And then, so like that throws off my sleep. Because I'll finish the race and I'll be like, I am so awake. Let's do something. Except I don't want to do anything. But like my nervous system is still like fired up.
I am, for me, the toughest obstacle, the most dangerous obstacle is the drive to the Airbnb after the race.
Agreed.
Like I've had people I'm like, hit me, slap me. I'm like, ah, you roll the window down, you start like shouting. You just have to stay awake for the 15, 20 minutes back to the Airbnb.
Absolutely.
And the roads here are not conducive to.
I do not like the road. Oh, so
Your
we're
first-
Americans, obviously.
100%.
I don't like the roads.
It's wild, right?
They're too narrow.
So narrow.
And I'm driving on the wrong side.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting on the wrong side.
Yep.
So, and they're windy.
Yep.
Once I get on the highway, I'm fine.
Yep.
I just don't like, but there's not as many highways. So in
No.
America, it's like, oh, I drive 5 minutes, I get on the highway, and then I just take the highway to wherever I'm going. Here, it's like I drive on back roads for 30 minutes, get on the highway for 10 minutes, and then back at the back roads for 20 minutes.
God bless our British brothers and sisters, but man, what's going on with your roads, fellas? I don't even like our small towns. Like our road, I don't want to criticize, but man, I appreciate our, like, we have big on the. If you're like, look at the ground and there's something painted on the ground, it's thick letters, thick arrows. I know, and like we have yellow lines that divide, opposing traffic instead of an identical white line.
We are 5 minutes away from. Is this 5 minutes away from switching again?
From 4 a.m. You know what? Yeah, we are actually. We're going to track down Jason Dupree. Okay, guys. So our stream is going to go away in about 5 minutes. So find us at youtube.com/the OCR report for the next stream. We're limited to 8 hours by YouTube. So we are going to, in about 5 minutes, we're going away. We will tell you several more times here, youtube.com/the OCR report for the third and final stream of World's Toughest Mudder 2025. Oh, don't worry. We still got 9.5 hours left.
Mm-hmm.
But be sure to jump over there and find us for the final 8 hours, the big push to the end of the race here, World's Toughest 2025.
Will, tell me about the graphic that's up on our screen right now. This fine-looking gentleman who
That
looks
is
very serious and ready to do Tough Mudders.
That is past Tough Mudder CEO, Kyle McLaughlin. That's in Laughlin, 2021. That is a penalty. I'm trying to remember which obstacle that was the penalty for. I want to say it was just the tip. And have I ever told you about the time I beat Amelia Boone at World's Toughest Mudder?
No.
In a race? Yeah, no, 100%. That's true. Everything I just said is absolutely true.
It was the penalty?
It was the penalty for... but I beat Amelia Boone at World's Toughest Mudder. Yeah, at that penalty.
Was she several laps ahead of you?
Well, probably. But she was at the penalty the same time I showed up at the penalty, and I said, "Hey, Amelia, you want to race?"
So you beat her in like a Strava segment, is what you're telling me.
Basically, yes. I got the little crown for Jumpy Ball versus Amelia Boone. So, anyway, Jason, we are going to switch to a new stream here. So, Paige Hopkins, brilliant! You are a legend. $10 from Paige Hopkins.
What does it say for the rest of it? Our CEO
volunteer shout out. I guessing she's shouting out her daughter Piper, who's one of our camera people.
Nice.
Actually, I called Paige at the community dinner the other night. Paige was Piper saying, "Hey, yeah, my mom watched the stream the whole stream last year while I was running."
And Paige, if you haven't been watching for a while, Piper is the one holding the camera that you're looking at right now.
Literally right now.
At Mudderhorn.
That's Piper's camera. Well done.
She's doing great. And a special shout out again to all the volunteers that are actually out on course, checking out obstacles. Oh, she's waving.
Hey, Mom.
All the volunteers out on course, making sure our athletes are following the rules, staying safe. And I've had some good comments from people about how serious the British volunteers are taking things.
They're doing great. Hey, before we cut off for the end of this second stream here, my daughter is watching at home. I want to give a shout out to my daughter Katrina and my wife Susanna. Love you guys. We'll see you when the race is over.
Nice. My kids are asleep because they're in the UK with me.
Love it.
At Nottingham. Yeah.
Ready for it?
All right, guys, let's do it.
All right, we are switching over. We will see you guys shortly.
How tired I am. I forgot.